Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Human Computer Skills. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. From Hashimoto Yuki Hashi at nighti.or.jp to Awata Karakoko Bubblegirl at nighti.or.jp. Subject. Forward. Information about intelligence analysis. Awata-san. Look at this cutie. I figured that you'd be the best to deal with this. The kid seems really sweet and I don't want to inflict the boss on him. Forwarded message. To whom it may concern. Hi, my name is Midoriya Izuku, and I'm a student at Orudera Middle School. According to my research, Night Eye Agency is one of a handful of major centers of intelligence analysis and covert operations in the greater Tokyo arena, and employs the most intelligence analysts of any hero agency, if you don't count the interagency consortium of underground crime fighters, IACUC, as an agency. It's also the only case of a non-underground hero both running an agency and working in analysis. Anyway, I was hoping that if one of your analysts had some time, they might be able to meet with me. I really want to go into analysis, but it's an invisible job and there's little to no reputable information about the training and education needed to succeed in the field. I understand that this is a long shot. Please also let them know that I'd be willing to pay for lunch. Thank you for your time. Midoriya Izuku. From Awata Karakoko Bubblegirl at nighti.or.jp to Sir Nighti at nighti.or.jp. Subject. Analysis for review. Sir, please take a look at the attached file and tell me what you think. Awata Karakoko. How many UA graduates does it take to change a light bulb? From Sir Nighti at nighti.or.jp to Awata Karakoko Bubblegirl at nighti.or.jp. Subject. Analysis for review. A solid analysis of the situation. There was more attention paid to quirks than I'd expect in this sort of report, and the divergence into speculations about the possible improvement and creative uses of the quirks in question was unnecessary, although well done. The organization was shoddy, and seemed to be stream of consciousness in some parts. However, the connections drawn between this simple robbery and more high-profile cases in the area was inspired. The analyst brought up possible motives and long-term implications that none of those assigned to the case had considered. A few of their speculations are absolute garbage, but that seems to be due to a lack of crucial information rather than stupidity. I've even decided to look more into the gang connections they highlighted. It seems like a promising line of research. Where did you find this analyst? Sir, I don't know. From Awata Karakoko Bubblegirl at nighti.or.jp to Sir Nighti at nighti.or.jp. Subject. Analysis for review. Sir, he's a 13-year-old boy who wanted to know about the profession. He showed me some analysis he'd done of local incidents, and a couple of them caught my eye. Is there any way we can take on another intern? Awata Karakoko. 1. They hold the light bulb and the world revolves around them. From Sir Nighti at nighti.or.jp to Awata Karakoko Bubblegirl at nighti.or.jp. Subject. Analysis for review. That's not a good joke. Sir, that goes for both of them. From Awata Karakoko Bubblegirl at nighti.or.jp to Sir Nighti at nighti.or.jp. Subject. Analysis for review. Sir, it's not a joke. Please, just meet with him, one lunch meeting, less than an hour. I promise you won't be disappointed. Awata Karakoko. From Sir Nighti at nighti.or.jp to Midoriya Izuku smallmite101 at gmail.com. Subject. Forms for internship. Midoriya-kun. As discussed, attached are the forms for your internship, to be filled out by you and your guardian. Since you're not yet in high school, we have to use the liability forms commonly used for legacy children. They're usually just a formality. The children intern at a family agency, and it's assumed that members of the agency will be conscientious about preventing any injury done to the child, and in the case that the worst occurs, that no lawsuit will be filed against the agency. Because we cannot rely on this familial relationship, I have added clauses that state the above assumptions explicitly. If anything is concerning to you or your guardian, please contact me and my legal team. I look forward to working with you, Midoriya-kun. Serne. Official Intelligence Brief, Confidential, 808-11-97A-4145C. Event 4145C, Muzudafu, Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan. Analyst, Midoriya Izuku, Support ID, 9093341, with additions by Sir Night Eye, Hero ID, 8082956. Midoriya-kun was involved in the incident. We're trying to teach him caution. This is likely a losing battle. Time, May 3, 2178, 3:42 to 3:45 p.m., 19 minutes following Event 4145B and 28 minutes following Event 4145A. As is standard in Night Eye Agency operating procedure, Midoriya-kun was subject to traumatic experiences during Event 4145B, and thus is not the primary analyst for that event. Type of incident: single villain aggravated assault following petty robbery, see Event 4145A. Individuals involved: Mizusawa Fumio, Bakugo Katsuki, Midoriya Izuku, SID, 9093341. Heroes assisting in villain apprehension: All Might, HID, 454298. Heroes assisting in rescue and containment: Kamui Woods, HID, 6690187. Death Arms, HID, 300211. Backdraft, HID, 4947222. Armament, HID, 4443165. Heroes assisting in information and covert operations: None. Midoriya Izuku, SID, 9093341. Yes, you do count. Overview of situation: Mizusawa Fumio, fleeing from capture by All Might after assaulting Midoriya Izuku, Event 4145B, and robbing Yokohama's convenience store, Event 4145A, assaulted Bakugo Katsuki. Mizusawa's quirk, Living Slime, is a mutation type and allows him to fit inside a corpse and control it as his own body. Technically, this is speculation, but it's a solid deduction, and Midoriya-kun's intuitions about quirks are rarely wrong. Mizusawa attempted to drown Bakugo and take his body in order to evade authorities. Bakugo has an explosion quirk, registered as explosion. His sweat is nitroglycerin and he can ignite it. He attempted to escape by exploding the villain, but for obvious reasons, this didn't work. Fires resulting from this altercation damaged nearby buildings. See Damage Report 4145C. The situation was resolved when All Might intervened and scattered the villain with a high-velocity punch. Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku were treated by paramedics, but no hospitalization was required for either. This skips over the entirety of Midoriya Izuku's involvement. Some of it has to be redacted for confidentiality purposes, but in summary, the problem child told the attendant heroes that the villain's weakness was the solidity of his eyes and mouth. He outlined a solid plan that would have contained both the raging fire and the rampaging villain with minimal risk to all participants. As Bakugo suffocated to death, the heroes did nothing with this information and discounted Midoriya-kun's suggestions because of his age and ruffled appearance. See Event 4145B for why he may have appeared dirty and distraught. Midoriya-kun felt compelled to intervene himself, attacking the villain's eyes to give Bakugo a chance to breathe and attempting to calm down Bakugo long enough for other heroes to navigate the fire. He was unsuccessful with his second objective. Had All Might not apprehended the villain soon after, we may have had 2 casualties logged in this incident report. I am aware that few heroes from rescue and villain apprehension agencies would recognize my interns, but Midoriya-kun's analysis of the situation was of the highest caliber and should not have been dismissed out of hand. Midoriya-kun has been officially reprimanded for his reckless behavior, but if I had my way, every hero involved would have been officially reprimanded. I am distributing his photo and status to all agencies in Muzudafu and surrounding areas. This cannot happen again. From All Might at mighty.or.jp. 2. Sir Night I, Sir Night at nighti.or.jp. Subject, reaching out. Sir Night I hope I have the right email. I got it from an intern of yours, Midoriya-kun? From what I've seen of him, he's a smart one. You always did have an intuition for these things. He asked me why I was avoiding you, I guess. And I thought about it, and I didn't have a satisfactory answer for him. I suppose I'm still a little angry at you and a little hurt, but most of all, I think I was scared. I don't like to think about what we argued about, especially as it becomes clearer to me that you were right all along. I'm sorry for what I said to you. It was ugly, and you didn't deserve that. I'm tired, Osamu, and I'm sorry. You don't have to feel obligated to reply. I just wanted to reach out and apologize. Yagi Tashinori. Also, Midoriya-kun knows about the incident from 5 years ago. It was an accident, but you should be aware. From Sir Night I, Sir Night at nighti.or.jp to All Might at mighty.or.jp. Subject, reaching out. Tashinori, you idiot. I forgive you. I said some hurtful things as well. The fault lies with both of us, I believe. The best recompense, in my opinion, would be for both of us to move on from this. I must admit, I have missed talking to you. It's been a long 4 years. And of course this is a result of Midoriya-kun's meddling. That boy doesn't know when to leave well enough alone. He's a problem child. Toshi, utterly brilliant, keen deductive skills, an advanced level of empathy, and more recklessness than sense. He gives me a heart attack at least once every month. We fought, Toshi, and I still refuse to watch you die, but I didn't mean that you had to stop relying on me. If you're tired, let me take some of the burden. Do you need assistance with public relations? Investigation and covert ops? Do you want me to help you find a successor? Anything, Toshi. Please just ask Osamu. Of course he found out. Sheet, I'm going to have to loop him into the all-for-one case. You gave him a scrap of information. He's going to dig until he finds the whole conspiracy. I'll have to head him off before he bites off more than he can chew. From Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp to Sir Night I, Sir Night at nighti.or.jp. Subject, some preliminary research. Sir Night I. Sir, I know you said to leave the all-for-one case alone, but it occurred to me that I'm the only other analyst in the agency that knows about this, and you can't have had much time to research it yourself. And I had some free time, so I started looking through old news articles, internet forum gossip, and certain classes of incident reports because I thought that if my hypothesis was right, I'd find something. I did. I'm sorry that I researched this when you explicitly told me not to, but sir, I found something. Please, just take a look, and if you want to fire me, I completely understand. Midoriya Izuku. What is old, dangerous, and leaves a paper trail a mile wide. From Sir Night I, Sir Night at nighti.or.jp to Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp. Subject, some preliminary research. Midoriya-kun. I should fire you, you infuriating child. If I thought that would curb your self-destructive tendencies, I would. But this is also the biggest break we've ever had. You're right. Because of the secrecy of this situation, we don't have the manpower necessary to pursue all-for-one's operations. I'll allow you to continue, but Midoriya, I mean this very seriously, if you do anything more than research possible leads from one of our encrypted terminals at the agency, I will take you off the case and any others until you graduate high school. Do not test me on this. If you need to do field research, you will express that need to me, and I will outsource it to one of the underground heroes in Izuku. Do not tell anyone else about the details of this case, although you can still ask Bubble Girl and Centipeder for assistance as long as you don't divulge the secret of all for one. Good work, Midoriya-kun. Don't make a habit of it. Sir, I don't know. What? From Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp to Sir Night I, Sir Night at nighti.or.jp. Subject, some preliminary research. Sir, thank you so much. I promise I won't let you down. Thank you. Midoriya Izuku. A paper mill on the run. An excerpt from Unsolved Mysteries, Volume 2, by Midoriya Izuku. Mizashima Katsu quirk, self-regulate, could control his own metabolism, cell growth, etc. Subject of quirk studies, Hashimoto et al. 2151, Liu et al. Died from cancer in. How could he die from cancer considering his quirk? Nakahara quirk, void cheek, a portal to an infinite void was located in the inside of his left cheek. Quirk manifested when he was 14 and was unlike his mother's quirk, father was quirkless. Started with petty crime around this time, graduated to felonies after high school. Killed after a string of high-profile bank heists, likely by another member of his gang, Brief 271-28-00-2199K. Money was never found, and neither was the team. 2 weeks later, 3 bodies were fished out of it. Nearby river, police case number 55509192. This was not connected to the bank heists, but a careful examination of the ME report confirms that they were all the right heights and body shapes to be the other 3 criminals. One of the corpses had a strange configuration in their vocal cords and their inner ear which would be consistent with the sound quirk observed at the bank heists. Additionally, all 3 displayed an extra toe joint. The cause of death was unknown, there were no wounds and tox screens came back negative. Where did the money go? Why are they all dead? If they are the bank robbers, did someone give them a quirk? Minami Megumi, quirk, elephant, perfect memory and recall. She was missing from work for a week. When they checked her apartment, they found it covered with the words, "I can't remember," repeated over and over. All the walls, furniture, papers, etc. were covered with it. The knife she used to slit her wrists was found beside her. It was ruled a suicide, police case number 102744407. One note deviated from it, remember him. Remember him. Him. From Sir Night I at nighti.or.jp to nedzu at ua.jp. Subject: Training for Intelligence Analyst. Nedzu-san, you know as well as I do that most analysts fall into the profession one way or another, heroes who find they have a knack for it, police investigators who catch the attention of a hero agency, etc., and thus I understand why UA doesn't offer an intelligence and covert ops track. However, I have an intern who's been working with us for a year and a half, and if his high school doesn't encourage and foster his career in intelligence, it would be a tragedy. I've laid out a potential course of study integrating classes from the management, support, and hero departments. I'm aware that history and English would have to be eliminated completely from his schedule, but my intern is already fluent in English and he would be able to complete UA's history curriculum before enrollment. Let me know if this is a possibility. From nedzu at ua.jp to Sir Night I at nighti.or.jp. Subject: Training for Intelligence Analyst. Sir Night I would be delighted to have Midoriya-kun attend UA, and I agree that his plan of study must be adapted to nurture his potential. I've made a few edits, just minor ones really. Would Midoriya-kun also be able to complete the first-year math curriculum by the beginning of the year? Just to be clear, are you officially recommending Midoriya Izuku to UA? Plus Ultra. From Sir Night at nighti.or.jp to nedzu at ua.jp. Subject: Training for Intelligence Analyst. Nedzu-san, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that you knew I was talking about Midoriya-kun. Yes, he'll be able to complete first-year math as well, but what are the independent study blocks marked on his schedule? He will be continuing his internship, but that will be outside of school hours. Yes, I am recommending him. I'll submit the paperwork tomorrow. From nedzu at ua.jp to Sir Night at nighti.or.jp. Subject: Training for Intelligence Analyst. Sir Night Oh, those are for independent study with me. Midoriya-kun is a promising student, and I believe that I could assist him in reaching his full potential. I've received the paperwork, and I've decided to admit him into the management department. You recommended him for support or management, but he doesn't have quite the engineering bent we see in most support students. Additionally, management students don't receive any media attention, which is perfect for Midoriya-kun. We need to ensure that he remains a ghost. Plus Ultra. From Awata Karakoko Bubblegirl at nighti.or.jp to Sir Nighti at nighti.or.jp. Subject, Forward, Training for Intelligence Analyst. Sir, please tell me that this is an elaborate prank. Midoriya-kun is already terrifying. Yesterday, he took a glance at my case file during lunch and then, with his mouth full of rice, pointed to the primary suspect and mumbled out, "He's dead." He then proceeded to pull up the week-old police case file, and sure enough, even though the body wasn't identified and was severely decayed, it was the correct age, weight, and height, and even had a gold tooth in the right spot and had evidence of knee surgery that was consistent with the suspects. I asked him how he had known, and he gave me a strange look and then pulled out one of those notebooks of his. It was entitled, Mysterious Bodies, Volume 3, and it was filled with every police case that has appeared without a positive identification in the past month. He was like, "You don't keep track of these?" "No, I do not. Most people don't. The thought of a Nedzu-trained Midoriya-kun will haunt my dreams, sir." Awata Karakoko. How many underground heroes does it take to change a light bulb? Mirio-senpai. Mirio, hey, I heard you'll be joining me at UA next year. Exciting news, little buddy. Izuku, I'm what? Mirio, oh no. Mirio, you'd ignore that. Izuku, senpai. Mirio, oh I'm losing cell service. Izuku, senpai. Izuku, you have red receipts on. Police case hashtag 093-2011-820, Tokyo Prefecture. Time, August 20th, 2011, 8:52 p.m. Victim, Shinatori Ryusuke. Perpetrator, unknown assailant, male mid-20s. Situation, Shinatori and the unknown man brawled in front of Lucky Parlor, a bar and gambling den, suspected Yakuza front. Shinatori was intoxicated. Both men allegedly possessed a quirk, but the nature of each is unknown. Witnesses claimed that Shinatori was a regular in the area and boasted of a strength quirk, but he was unable to display such when later questioned by police. Upon police arrival, Shinatori was found catatonic, muttering, "He took it, he took it." His condition did not improve, and he committed suicide in his holding cell. Witnesses' descriptions of the other man were vague, but all reports claim that he provoked Shinatori into a fight. His quirk is unknown, but seems likely to be criminal. From Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp to Awata Karakoko Bubblegirl at nighti.or.jp. Subject, High School. Bubblegirl. Is Mirio okay? He seems to be under the impression that I'm going to UA, which I certainly didn't know. Just thought I'd check in with you. Izuku. From Awata Karakoko Bubblegirl at nighti.or.jp to Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp. Subject, High School. Suddenly remembered I left the stove on at home. I'll be back in a week. Awata Karakoko. From Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp to Awata Karakoko Bubblegirl at nighti.or.jp. Subject, High School. You've never cooked in your life. Izuku. An excerpt from The Origins of the Heroics Industry by Midoriya Izuku. Everyone in Japan is at least somewhat aware of the anti-quirk riots that engulfed the country in the early 2000s. Although not as bloody or destabilizing as the first riots in Korea and China, the riots set the tone for quirk legislation for the rest of the century. Seeing the devastation that occurred in the rest of Asia, Japan cracked down heavily on the riots, even creating a small force of quirked individuals to control the populace and protect innocent civilians. This is popularly considered the genesis of the hero system and is hailed as a brilliant and tolerant move by the Japanese government. The truth, of course, is much darker and more complex than that. The force of proto-heroes were treated like criminals by both their bosses and their colleagues in the police departments. They were frequently thrown into dangerous situations with no backup and no support items. They saved countless quirked and quirkless lives, but none of them lived past the age of 40, and it's difficult to even find a record of their legal names. Their public image was crafted to portray them as lone, self-sacrificing individuals who were trying to bring peace to the country. It can be noted that there was no talk of understanding quirked individuals or welcoming them into society. The government was just trying to turn a few quirked people into larger-than-life sensations in order to stop the violent riots. It worked. The riots concluded more quickly and peacefully than those in other Asian countries. However, analyses of crime rates show that violence against quirked individuals was as common in Japan as in other countries. Meanwhile, recognizing the potential of the system that they had created, the Japanese government recruited quirked who possessed flashy, marketable quirks to maintain the uneasy peace. This commoditization of heroism and quirks is still felt strongly today. A handful of heroes and regular citizens speak out about it every generation, but their concerns have not translated to a broad overhaul of the entrenched system. From Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp to Sir Night at nighti.or.jp. Subject: UA High School. Sir Night, am I going to UA High School next year? Mirio mentioned it, but every time I try to get information about it from anyone in the office, they run away from me. Mirio says I'm scary, but he can't provide any actual evidence. Midoriya Izuku. What is loud, fast, and has no legs to stand on? From Sir Night at nighti.or.jp to Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp. Subject: UA High School. Midoriya-kun. I don't know, are you? I've recommended you and Principal Nedzu, and I have created a special intelligence and covert ops track for you, but you have to be impressive enough to secure that spot at UA. You'll have a test on the same day that the other recommended students do, but it will be significantly more challenging. You'll be the ultimate one deciding whether or not you attend UA. As for the level of fear you inspire in my office, I suggest you ask Bubble Girl if you can get anything coherent out of her on the subject. I'll let you know about the schedule for UA. I must say, for an intelligence agency, they let this secret slip quickly. You said Emirio was the leak? Sir, I don't know. What? From Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp to Sir Night at nighti.or.jp. Subject: UA High School. Sir Night, thank you so much, sir. I promise I won't let you down. I'll do my best to make you proud. Midoriya Izuku. A snake driving a car with the radio on. From Sir Night at nighti.or.jp to Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp. Subject: UA High School. I'm already proud, Izuku. Sir, message sent. Undo view message. Undoing. Undone chapter text. An excerpt from A Review of Quirk Genetics by Yoshitaka Hoshi, published in 2033. In 2024, Winston et al. Published the paper that would revolutionize the field of quirk studies. The researchers, using the linked phenotype of the extra toe joint, reported in the 2020 paper by Schumann et al., identified an area on chromosome 20 that is epistatic to other quirk-related genes. Essentially, a mutation in this region allows for development of a quirk, although more complex elements determine the type and expression of this quirk. The ancestral genotype suppressed all quirk development entirely. Evolutionary biologists, like Gordon in her 2029 paper, followed up on this finding to try to understand why quirks would develop so quickly in the population at this time. The region identified on chromosome 20 seems to have been subject to negative selection during most of human history, meaning that mutations in this area were not tolerated and generally led to fatalities. There have been many hypotheses about the sudden ability of humans to survive the mutations that led to the development of quirks, but as of now, there has been no significant evidence to support any of the theories. Izuku's notes, handwritten in the margins. Ability to directly manipulate DNA? Does stealing quirks excise out parts of genome? Does giving quirks to quirkless people change the HR20 region as well? Mirio Senpai. Izuku, good luck in the sports festival today, Senpai. Izuku, you're gonna do great. Izuku, we're having a watching party at the agency. Izuku, sir's at the festival though. Mirio, thanks buddy. I'll do my best to make you all proud. Izuku, tell Tamaki good luck too. Mirio, I will. Mirio, he's blushing and stammering. Mirio, he manifested a wing just to hide himself. Mirio, God he's so cute. Mirio, ignore that. Transcript of UA Sports Festival, second stage. AU, hey, coming back to you after the break, it's AU, UA's golden hero, here with our guest, number 32 in the Pro Hero rankings, the dragon hero, Ryukyu. It's been a great showing so far. What are your thoughts, Ryukyu? Ryukyu, well, I certainly don't remember my UA class being so accomplished at this age. They just get better every year, don't they? Going into the third round, are there any students that have really stood out to you? Ryukyu, well, I think it's pretty clear to see that in the hero class, there's 3 students that have really distinguished themselves, Tamaki Amajiki, Nijire Hado, and Mirio Tagata. Tamaki took that first round by storm, and he didn't let the storms deter him either. For those just tuning in, the students had to collect hidden gemstones from a variety of inhospitable landscapes. Tamaki's ability to adapt quickly let him collect those gemstones and get out before his classmates converged on him. His situational awareness and his versatile quirk make him a hero to watch out for. Ayu, speaking of situational awareness, let's talk about that stunning second round. Ryukyu, I was certainly stunned. I haven't seen footage of his first-year sports festival, but from what I heard, Mirio Tagata barely passed the second round and got knocked out early in the third. I can't believe it looking at him now. I could barely keep track of him during the event. He kept popping out of the most unexpected places. Ayu, I know the teams were luck of the draw, but what a lucky draw. Mirio and Nijire decimated the other teams. Ryukyu, for you people unfortunate enough to miss it, our second round was a team battle. Teams of 2 had to claim the gemstones collected in the first round from each other, but they also had to guard certain arenas. If you lost control of your arena, you couldn't pass to the next round, no matter the number of gemstones you had. Ayu, Mirio and Nijire figured out the point of the test pretty quickly. If enough teams lost control of their territory, the gems became functionally irrelevant, but the gems were a shiny draw to most of the participants. Ryukyu, yes, plus the 2 of them were well suited to sneak attacks. Nijire could blow the teams away and engage most of them head-on with her shockwaves, and Mirio could pop up behind them to claim their territory. Ayu, I know a lot of heroes will be hankering to grab these 3 kids for their agencies, but Tamaki's been snapped up by Fat Gum already, and Mirio's been with Nitai's agency since his first sports festival. Ryukyu, I'll be sure to offer an internship to Nijire, that's for sure. Ayu, as we set up the field for the individual battle round, Ryukyu, what are your predictions for how we'll see this play out? Ryukyu, well, based on sheer strength and quirk adaptability, I'd bet on Nijire or Tamaki to take first, but I feel like I can't discount Mirio quite yet. Ayu? Ryukyu, if you told me a boy with a permeability quirk could go toe-to-toe with some of the other quirks we've seen out there, I would have laughed in your face. But he's creative, he's tricky, and he just might surprise us. Ayu, he's been with Nitai's agency for a year. Ryukyu, he's definitely going to surprise us. Ryukyu laughs. From Sir Nightai at nightai.or.jp to Midoriya Izuku Midori at nightai.or.jp. Subject, forward, urgent missing persons case. Midoriya-kun, I'm assigning you to this one. You have a knack for unearthing forgotten people, and I'd like to resolve this as fast as possible. I've asked your mother if I could pull you out of school for this, and she gave her approval, so report to the agency every day at 8 a.m. Centipeder is running point, but you're designated as primary analyst. We're working with both Ayakuk and the police, and if you have any problems with either group, report them to Centipeder or to me. Don't let them intimidate you, we need your insights on this case. 5 people's lives may depend on them. Sir Aizawa sighed, waving his ID at the receptionist at the front desk. He didn't need to be directed up to the familiar conference room on the 3rd floor. He'd been involved with enough joint missions to know the layout of Night Eye Agency. The room was already packed with people when he arrived, and the noise of their chatter pounded through his head. He rubbed at his temple, but he knew it was futile. He could feel the developing ache in his skull. Centipeder waved at him across the room. Iwaza darted through clumps of people to make his way to the hero he liked. Centipeder, who was quiet, astute, and most importantly, Didn't ask stupid questions. Hail the conquering hero, Centipeter chittered at Aizawa as he slumped into the chair on Centipeter's left. I heard you expelled an entire class, and that's why you're on our case. Aizawa grunted. You'd have expelled them too. Centipeter nodded seriously. Of course, of course. Aizawa couldn't tell if he was being sarcastic. It was the most frustrating thing about talking to a man with a centipede head. There were limited expressions available for a face with an exoskeleton. Speaking of, Aizawa said, jerking his thumb at the green-haired boy on Centipeter's right who was furiously typing away at a laptop and muttering to himself. Who's the kid? Replied Centipeter. Oh, that's right. You haven't worked with us in the last year or so. This is Midoriya Izuku. You've heard about Sir's infamous baby intern. Aizawa had in fact heard rumors about Sir Night-Eye's youngest intern, including the wrath that Sir Night-Eye would rain down on any heroes foolish enough to endanger him. Somehow he hadn't quite pictured Oto. Is he always? Aizawa gestured to the boy. Centipeter chuckled. He's more manic than usual. I'm pretty sure that he forgot to sleep last night. So no, but also, yes? If that makes sense. Not really. Centipeter shrugged. Well, you'll likely understand after this case. Or, if not, next year for sure. Aizawa's stomach sank to his shoes. Next year? He asked, dreading the answer. Well, Midoriya-kun is going to be attending UA, the harbinger of doom told Aizawa. I mean maybe, but also if he doesn't pass the test I'll eat my hat. He'd never seen Centipeter wear a hat. He's doing a joint thing between heroics, support, and business. Fantastic, Aizawa muttered, trying not to think about Sir Night-Eye's precious child being his responsibility. If he was lucky, they'd give him to Vlad, who didn't work in intelligence and covert ops. Centipeter gave him a thumbs up. Aizawa was sure that it was sarcastic this time. Okay, cried a police officer, rising to his feet and clapping his hands sharply. The room quieted and people shuffled to find seats at the long table. Aizawa recognized him as Tsukachi Naomesa, a frequent liaison between the police and Night-Eye agency. Thank you. I'm Tsukachi Naomesa and I'll be marshalling our resources and serving as head of this investigation along with Centipeter from Night-Eye agency. Centipeter raised his hand in acknowledgement and nodded to the room. Tsukachi then proceeded to lay out the facts presented in the case file. There were 5 abductions that had occurred in Chiba Prefecture. The abductions were similar in that they all occurred at the same time in the same way. White van, 2 assailants grabbed the victim and then the van took off before anyone could respond or call for help. However, none of the victims were in the same place, were the same age or gender, or were acquainted with each other. The only similarity between them were that they were all quirkless. Aizawa dozed a little during this briefing. It was all in the file, and he'd read that when he received the email last night. And with that, Tsukachi finally said, I conclude my briefing. I'll hand the floor over to Midoriya Izuku, the primary analyst on this task force. Murmuring broke out around the room as Midoriya stood, collecting his laptop and a nondescript pair of notebooks. As he maneuvered his way to the front, Aizawa leaned over to whisper to Centipeter, Is he the type to crack under pressure? Centipeter chuckled. You'd think so, but when push comes to shove, that boy's as strong as steel. Still, this sort of situation would get to him normally. He'd be a stuttering mess. But I think he's got his teeth into something, and when he gets fixated on something, well, you'll see. Midoriya slammed his notebooks on the table, silencing the chatter. So, he started, and for the first time today, Aizawa got a good look at his face. His eyes were shining with fervor, and there was a sort of manic set to his mouth. You've all heard the 20% quirkless statistic, and you might be thinking, the chances of all 5 being quirkless by chance isn't impossible, yes? No introductions? Aizawa muttered. What most people who parrot that statistic don't realize, Midoriya continued, is that it's a worldwide statistic. In some parts of the world, like Northern Europe, Central America, and parts of Africa, the majority of people are quirkless. In Sweden, the most quirkless country, only 10% of the population is quirked. In Asia, where quirks first developed, only about 5% of the population is quirkless. In Japan, this shrinks to 3%. It takes a concerted effort to kidnap 5 unrelated quirkless people, so we can assume that the quirklessness was an important factor in their kidnapping. Midoriya began to pace, his steps quick and even. He seemed to be lecturing to himself more than the heroes and the police. The question then becomes, why did the kidnappers target quirkless people? Or so you might think. But that's not what caught my attention in this case. Oh dear, Aizawa heard Centipeder murmur. This is a bold move. 5 simultaneous kidnappings, in broad daylight, in crowded spaces. All of them were observed by multiple eyewitnesses. This was meant to be seen, meant to attract our attention, but it doesn't make sense. It's an escalation, but from what? No gang starts with 5 public kidnappings. And this isn't a declaration to law enforcement. There's no message, no attempt to make contact. So why do they want our attention? Midoriya suddenly slammed his hand down on the table, causing much of the room to startle. Centipeder, Aizawa observed, hadn't reacted at all. I think, the boy stated, eyes blazing, that it's a distraction. He flipped his computer around to display the screen to the room. Everyone craned forward to see it. There has been a 140% increase in abductions in Chiba this year. You've all noticed it, I've read the reports. You didn't have any reason to suspect it was the action of one group, although several of you proposed the idea. But now, it's my suspicion that some number of these missing people are connected. Here I've compiled a list of all reported missing people in Chiba, both quirked and quirkless. Oh, of course, Midoriya stuttered, suddenly losing his manic air and reverting to an embarrassed teenager. That's just a theory. So please keep investigating possible reasons to target quirkless people, but keep this in mind, and I would appreciate if you looked into these disappearances as well. Thank you, Midoriya-kun, Tsukachi said warmly. Keep us informed about any other insights you have, and let us know when there's specific information you want us to obtain. He turned to the rest of the room. Going forward, we're going to do as Midoriya-kun suggested. Let's look into why they might want to kidnap these quirkless people, but let's also treat the other disappearances as connected to this situation. Tsukachi paused, surveying the room. Any questions? No one spoke. Great. Let's go and keep me, Centipeder, and Midoriya-kun informed of any progress, no matter how small. No lone wolves here, understand? He let that sink in for a moment and then nodded firmly. Dismissed. Good luck next year, Eraserhead-kun, Centipeder murmured to him as they all filed out of the conference room. Aizawa just groaned. From Sir Night at nighti.or.jp to nedzu at ua.jp. Subject: Recommended Student Test. Nedzu-san, I'm aware that the recommended student test is scheduled to be held early next week, but Midoriya-kun is working on the missing persons case in Chiba Prefecture. I've assigned him to work as primary analyst. Honestly, he's been invaluable on other missing persons cases, and I've heard that he's already been a vital part of this investigation. Thus, unfortunately, he won't be able to make the test. Can we reschedule? From nedzu at ua.jp to Sir Night at nighti.or.jp. Subject: Recommended Student Test. Sir Night, of course. A primary analyst on a major investigation at his age, that's the sort of student that we'd love to nurture at UA. When the case concludes, we can reschedule his test. Don't worry. Plus Ultra. Fuyumi. Fuyumi, how was it, little bro? Shudo. Fuyumi, were the other recommended students nice? Shudo, I don't know. Shudo, one was missing. Fuyumi, missing? Shudo, they were vague about it. Fuyumi, oh. Well, I suppose you'll have a very mysterious person in your class this year. Shudo, I think he's a management student. Fuyumi, a recommended management student? Fuyumi, that's very strange. From Centipeder at nighti.or.jp to Sir Night at nighti.or.jp. Subject: He crashed. Sir. Picture is attached as requested. Should I send him home? Centipeder. Ask me if I'm a penguin. From Sir Night at nighti.or.jp to Centipeder at nighti.or.jp. Subject: He crashed. I'll call his mother and let her know. I'm going home anyway, so I'll take responsibility for him. But you've told this joke at least 10 times. I'm not going to ask if you're a penguin. From centipeder@nighti.or.jp to Sir Nighti at nighti.or.jp. Subject, he crashed. Sir, he's been driving himself into the ground. We need a break in the case and soon. Either that or he needs to learn self-preservation, but we all know which one will happen first. Centipeder. I'm not a penguin. Unknown number. Hi, this is Midoriya Izuku. I got your number from some mutual friends. Please confirm identity. Aizawa Shoyuda. Midoriya? Great, thank you. Midoriya, I need something. Midoriya, I'm not allowed on the ground in Chiba, but I need you to go to the cage. Midoriya, the strip club. Midoriya, I think Takahashi Nobiuru, the bartender, knows something. Aizawa, are you planning to call in? Midoriya, do you have an earbud? Aizawa, I do. Midoriya, okay, I'll use your phone sound system. Midoriya, thanks for this. Aizawa, it's my job. An excerpt from An Exhortation to All Good Christian Men by Edmund O'Rourke, 2014. No matter the scientific world's insistence on trying and failing to explain quirks using their short-sighted, close-minded techniques, we know the truth. God-given powers, pieces of divinity that God has bestowed upon His chosen. Truly, they are marks of God, like John wrote in the book of Revelation. Thus, the apocalypse is upon us. God has come to cleanse the world. The seals will break, and locusts will pour forth from the earth, and the beasts will rise. Hold fast to your faith, brethren. For the great day of His wrath is come, and who shall be able to stand? Revelation 6 verse 17. Transcript of conversation between Takahashi Nobiuru and Eraserhead, HID, 6661845, advised by Midoriya Izuku, SID, 9093341. September 14, 2178 at 2:25 a.m., police case number 00289910. Takahashi Nobiuru, what can I get you? Midoriya, order something very alcoholic. Aizawa, absinthe. If you have it. Takahashi, sure thing man. Straight? Aizawa, yes. Midoriya, pretend to drink it pretty quickly. And look sad? Disturbed? Aizawa, my life. Midoriya, that's the spirit? Aizawa, grunts. 21 minutes of electronic music and the conversations of other patrons. Takahashi, hey, you want another? Aizawa, absinthe again. Clink of glass, splash of liquid. Takahashi, you doing all right there, man? Midoriya, down the entire thing and slam the glass on the table. Clunk of glass on table. Waza, Midoriya, your wife left you. Aizawa, my husband left me. Just took it all and just. Look, man, can I have another? I haven't slept in days. Takahashi, God, that's rough, buddy. Here you go. On the house. Aizawa, thank you. First good thing that's happened this week. Clunk of glass on table. Midoriya, you need him to believe that you're isolated, alone. Don't mention that you have a quirk yet. Aizawa, my family took his side too, you know. Told me that I wasn't welcome until I sorted out the sheet with him. Like I was the goddamn FING problem here, you know? Like the sun shines out his butt and I'm the one full of sheet. Takahashi, you got your friends at least? Aizawa, what FNG friends? I just moved here and it wasn't like I got friendly with anyone in the last 3 places we lived. God, I just had him. Takahashi, hey, you want another? Aizawa, God, do I? But I don't have the money, man. Took everything. Don't even have FNG job yet. We moved here for his, just like we moved to the last places. Is hard to remember. Takahashi, hey dude, don't cry. Here, another on the house and look, I might have a job for you. Midoriya, here it is. Takahashi, what's your quirk? Midoriya, useless but present. Your hair floats. Aizawa, it's useless, man. Just floating hair and color-changing eyes. Here, I'll show you. Takahashi, no, that's fine. The guy I know, he doesn't like flashy quirks. Here, I'll give you his number. Aizawa, thanks, man. Thank you so much. Takahashi, hey, don't mention it, and you don't have to cry. Here, you want me to settle your tab? Aizawa, yeah. Takahashi, I'll be right back. Midoriya, erase her head. You were fantastic. Thank you so much. Also, sorry, can I just say, I'm such a fan of yours. I saw your work with the Shinoda Drag Cartel last year, and it was phenomenal. I mean, your investigation was inspired, and then how you targeted their quirks in a calculated pattern to sow maximum discord. Aizawa, later. Please. Gotta finish this drink. Midoriya, oh, right, sorry. 2 minutes of electronic music and chatter. Midoriya, okay, but I just need to say, I respect you so much, sir. You're one of my favorite heroes. Aizawa, groans. From Sir Night at nighti.or.jp to All Might at mighty.or.jp. Subject, hear me out. Toshinori, I know that this might open some old wounds, but I found a boy who I truly think would be the best successor for One for All. If you'd be willing to talk about it, let me know. Also, this is your daily reminder to take care of yourself. If I find out that you haven't eaten, I will come to your apartment and I will make you eat. From All Might at mighty.or.jp to Sir Night at nighti.or.jp. Subject, hear me out. Is the boy in question perhaps your intern? I've seen heroic qualities in the boy and I think I'd really like to meet with you and him about it. I have eaten something today, I promise. Toshinori. From Sir Night at nighti.or.jp to All Might at mighty.or.jp. Subject, hear me out. Toshinori. Thank you. I'll set up a time for us and Mirio to meet. From All Might at mighty.or.jp to Sir Night at nighti.or.jp. Subject, hear me out. Wait, not Midoriya Shonen? From Sir Night at nighti.or.jp to All Might at mighty.or.jp. Subject, hear me out. Toshinori, have you heard the myth of Icarus? In the past 2 weeks, Midoriya-kun has slept an average of 5 hours a night. This is because he tends to live on a 48-hour schedule, 38 hours awake, 10 hours asleep. He has collapsed from exhaustion twice. He eats only because his mother and his friends make sure that food appears in front of him regularly. He does this because he considers his own suffering inconsequential when he is trying to help someone else. He has a true heroic spirit. If he were to enter the heroics industry, he wouldn't reach his 20th birthday. I know that you see a lot of yourself in Midoriya-kun. You both are reckless, rejoice in giving me gray hairs, and are truly, entirely committed to helping people. If you gave Midoriya-kun One for All, he would save thousands of people, but he'd fly too close to the sun. Besides, Midoriya-kun is already a gifted analyst, and he's only when he graduates UA, he's going to be terrifying. He couldn't stay underground if he had to become the symbol of peace. Please just meet with Mirio. Give him a chance. From All Might at mighty.or.jp to Sir Night at nighti.or.jp. Subject, hear me out. Alright, schedule a meeting and I'll be there. Toshinori chapter text. Mutilated body found in Funabashi. A gruesome scene confronted police this morning in Funabashi, Chiba. A dismembered body was found in front of Funabashi City Hall this morning. The limbs were hung in various positions and framed the entrance. I couldn't go to work, Shiratori Shigeru, 64, told reporters. Shiratori-san is an accountant with the Funabashi Finance Department. I felt sick to my stomach. I knew her face. The identity of the body was confirmed to be Tanaka Saya, who went missing 2 weeks ago from Ichikawa, Chiba. She and 4 other people were kidnapped simultaneously from different locations in Chiba Prefecture. The others have not been found. We have a few leads, Sansa Tamakawa, a police officer from the Mizutofu Police Department, said in a press conference. What happened to Tanaka-san was a tragedy, and we are pursuing her murderers with tenacity and determination. We failed her, but we will endeavor to succeed in the future to prevent this sort of tragedy from happening again. When asked, Sansa-san refused to elaborate any more on the details of the case. Inko-san. Osamu, how is he taking it? Inko, sorry. Inko, I don't know what to do. Osamu, I'd give him the day off if that would help, but... Inko, he'd just tear himself into pieces without a distraction. Inko, why did you put him on this case? Osamu, I'm sorry. Osamu, I knew it was going to be a tough one. Osamu, but we have 3 possible leads. Osamu, without him, we'd only have one. Inko, he's so happy now, you know? Inko, he used to get home from school and he'd smile at me. Inko, like he could fool me. Inko, but now his smiles are real. Inko, if I could stop Izuku from doing this, I would. Inko, and part of me will never forgive you for starting this in the first place. Inko, so you take care of him. Inko, please. So, Inko, I would die for Izuku. Keeping him alive is the least I can do. Inko, I'm sending him over now. Inko, are you still good for dinner on Thursday? Osamu, case permitting. Osamu, I'll try my best to make it permit. An excerpt from The Rise and Fall of Rationality by Takanaka Fumo. But in 2035, the face of quirk genetics changed forever. The 2024 paper by Winston et al. That identified the region on chromosome 20 was common knowledge as soon as the major American news publications picked up the story. A single region of the genome that determined who was quirked and who was quirkless. The genetics determining the nature of the quirk were more complex, but the secret to quirks lay in a single strand of DNA. The outcome could have been predicted from the start. With the advent of advanced genome editing techniques in the 2010s, debates had raged about the ethics of using these techniques to perform germline editing, essentially editing the genome of children before they are even conceived. The UN and UNICEF spoke out against and forbade the use of genome editing to provide or erase quirks from children, but no other action was taken. Everyone knew it was possible but politely ignored the issue. In 2035, the massive change in leadership in Russia brought many atrocities perpetrated by the previous administration to light. One of the most shocking were the labs devoted to quirk science and to creating quirked individuals. At the time, mutation quirks were much rarer than they are today, and photographs of the labs showed children with an array of extreme mutation quirks, as well as emission and transformation quirks with devastating consequences on the children. The reveal of these labs caused an uproar around the world. Suddenly, countries were passing draconian laws about gene editing machinery. Quirk prejudice and public opinion created a controversy that surpassed the irrational anti-vaccine panic of the early 2000s. It became almost impossible for scientists to get the approval and the resources to edit any sort of genetic material. Advances in genetics stalled as experiments ground to a halt and funding dried up. The field withered, and to this day, it's never recovered. Izuku's Notes, recorded in Quirk Science, Volume 2. How do I find people and resources? 3 genetics labs, all Tokyo area. Unlikely to have resources. Money from agency? Won't get gov approval, need private sector. Transcript of conversation between Midoriya Izuku, SID, 9093341, and Eraserhead, HID, 6661845, September 18, 2178 at 7:15 a.m., Police case number 00289910. Midoriya, I'm back on. Good morning. Objectives for today: suss out reactions about the body found in Funabashi, and, I don't know, try to get to see the boss. Figure out what he wants or if we've been going the wrong direction this whole time. Aizawa, are you okay? Minute of silence. Aizawa, kid, are you okay? Midoriya, you're talking to me? Don't do that. It could lead to awkward questions. Aizawa, there's no one here. Don't lecture me on protocol. 2 minutes of silence. Midoriya, I'll be fine when we find the others. From Sir Night at nighti.or.jp 2. Centipeder and Centipeder at nighti.or.jp. Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp. Subject: joining the case. Centipeder and Midoriya-kun. Considering the recent news, I'm assigning myself to your case. Both of you will obviously retain your positions. You're both doing well. I know that Midoriya-kun is working with Eraserhead on infiltrating whatever it is that you've managed to unearth, and that Centipeder is working with the police to investigate the other abductions and the quirkless prejudice angle. I'll assist with whatever will be most helpful. You know that I don't like using my quirk, but if it will make any part of this case easier, let me know. Good work so far, both of you. From Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp. 2. Sir Nighti at nighti.or.jp. Subject: joining the case. Sir, can I be allowed on the ground in Chiba? There are a couple of leads that it's difficult for me to follow up on, especially since I need to be on call for Aizawa-san's infiltration and thus can't supervise another underground hero. Midoriya Izuku. From Sir Nighti at nighti.or.jp. 2. Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp. Subject: joining the case. Midoriya-kun. I'll reluctantly allow it with permission of your mother. And I'll be coming with you as well. We need to return before Thursday. I refuse to miss a Midoriya home-cooked meal. Sir, you forgot to include a joke. From Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp. 2. Sir Nighti at nighti.or.jp. Subject: joining the case. Sir, thank you. I promise it'll be worth it. And you know you can come over for dinner anytime, right? Mom doesn't invite you more often because she doesn't want to be an annoyance. But we both like the company. Midoriya Izuku. I don't feel much like joking right now. From Sir Nighti at nighti.or.jp. 2. Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp. Subject: joining the case. Midoriya-kun. Just keep yourself safe, and that will make the trip worth it. I don't want to impose on the two of you, but let your mother know that neither of you could ever be an annoyance. Sir, that's the point, Izuku. Joke when you least feel like laughing. What did the orange say to the banana? Transcript of conversation between Sawamura Taka, boss, and Eraserhead, HID, 6661845, advised by Midoriya Izuku, SID, 9093341. September 18, 2178 at 11:47 a.m., police case number 00289910. Sawamura: hey Miyagi. Aizawa: hey, what's up? Sawamura: boss wants to meet you today. Aizawa: nice, that mean I'm doing a good job? Sawamura: yeah, sure. Anyway, he'll be in around noon, so just be ready, yeah? Clean up a little bit. Aizawa: sure thing. Midoriya: why'd you ping me? Let me listen back. 1 minute of silence. Yells and the sounds of machinery can be heard in the background. Midoriya: oh, finally. This is amazing. Aizawa grunts. Midoriya: all right, I'll stay on the line. Remember, any concrete details at all, names, descriptions of people, locations, they'll all be helpful. Aizawa grunts. 10 minutes of silence. Sawamura: hey Miyagi. Aizawa: yeah? Sawamura: boss is here. Get your butt over here. Aizawa: yes sir. Sawamura: hey, just a reminder, be respectful. Aizawa: yes sir. Sawamura: pause. All right then. Go in. Door opens, slams shut. Sounds of machinery, etc. suddenly muted. Boss: Miyagi, the man of the hour. Aizawa: yes. Sir? Boss laughs. Miyagi, no need to look so confused. I know we haven't been introduced, but let me rectify that. You can call me boss. Midoriya: no name? Not even a fake name? High-pitched whine. Aizawa: yes sir. Boss, I've heard good things about you, my boy. Heard some sad things too. Sorry about your recent circumstances. No improvement? Aizawa: still single if that's what you're asking. Boss laughs. Oh, you are a funny guy. They did warn me. Aizawa yelps in pain. Midoriya: Aizawa-san. Boss, I asked you if there was any improvement. Do you want to answer, or do you want me to Aizawa yelps in pain. No improvement. Boss, oh good. I mean not good, but you get what I mean. You do get what I mean, don't you? Aizawa, yes. Boss, good. Well, from what Sawamura's told me, you've been a good worker. More muscles than you'd expect from a guy so skinny. But how do I put this? This work is just a little diversion, a little bit of contract work that I do on the side. I've got some other projects that I care about a lot more than this gig. You follow? Aizawa, I think so, sir. What do you want me do? Boss laughs. Miyagi, that would ruin the surprise. You do like surprises, don't you? Aizawa, pause. I suppose so, sir. Boss, I personally love surprises. Here, report to this address tomorrow. And don't be late. You won't like it if you are. Aizawa, yes, sir. Boss, oh Miyagi, wipe that look off your face. Laughs, I'm joking, it's not like we're the Yakuza. Laughs. Stops mid-laugh, but really, don't be late, understood? Aizawa, yes, sir. Boss, oh, call me boss. I absolutely insist. Aizawa, yes. Boss, laughs, wonderful. Take care, my boy. Door opens, slams shut. Midoriya, Aizawa-sen, are you okay? I know you can't respond, so 1 grunt for yes, 2 for no. Aizawa, grunts. Midoriya, okay, good. Read out the address out loud, and I'll get back to you with more information. And give me a good description of boss later. He sounded, I don't know. I feel like I've heard that voice or something. I don't know. I don't like the feel of this. An excerpt from The Origins of the Heroics Industry by Midoriya Izuku. While the mainstream heroics industry can trace its roots back to that first group of governmentally sanctioned proto-heroes, underground heroics arose out of the natural expansion of the police force into cases that required quirked intervention. In the beginning, underground heroes were not called heroes at all, but were instead referred to as quirked consultants or special contractors. These titles were a benign name bestowed upon a position that was far more dangerous than they would suggest. The police force, never the most tolerant of institutions, treated these quirked individuals like cannon fodder. And while the public and commodified nature of the mainstream proto-heroes protected them from outright and obvious abuses, the first underground heroes did not have a similar protection. These quirked consultants performed the same role that underground heroes do today. They were infiltration and information specialists, and they often had quirks to match. While a few may have joined the police force by choice, the majority of quirked consultants were forced into the position. Possessing a criminal quirk, usually just mental-based or subtle quirks, was enough to attract the negative attention of both the community and the police. Even considering the rampant abuses within the profession, taking a position as a quirked consultant ensured a level of protection against both violent crimes and police brutality. Additionally, villains who had these criminal quirks, and who were often unjustly imprisoned, were allowed to serve as quirked consultants to reduce their sentences. People who took this offer usually died before their reduced sentences were done. As the public opinion of both heroes and quirked people rose, quirked consultants were renamed underground heroes, and to this day work in a role closer to that of a police officer than a mainstream hero. However, unlike the police force, underground agencies are a loose group of independent underground heroes, and hierarchies and formal structure are rare. Even within structured agencies, individuals are expected to contribute as best as they are able, and to discard protocol and hierarchical structure if it is interfering in their investigations. This has served the underground hero community well, since it has allowed a necessary degree of freedom as their workload has swelled in recent years. Mirio-senpai. Mirio, hey buddy. Mirio, I need to talk with you about something. Izuku, face-to-face? Izuku, I'm in Funabashi Aran. Izuku, I'll hopefully be back on Weds, Thursday? Mirio, yeah that's fine. Mirio, good luck. Mirio, take care of yourself. Profile of unknown subject. Police case number 00289910. Analyst, Midoriya Izuku. Unknown. Yes, boss. Quirk. Unknown. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 90 kilograms. Hair color, blonde. Eye color, one black, one milky white. Distinguishing features, scar beneath his left ear running along jawline to midpoint of chin. Left eye is entirely milky white. Where have I seen this? Personality, jovial, but easy to anger and quick to violence. Likely his good nature is a front. Is happiest when subordinates seem fully cowed. Likes to establish dominance quickly and viciously. Associations, Sawamrataka. Organizations, unknown organization. Relatives, none. Wait, Nakahara-gore. That was it. Nakahara-go of the bank. Hizashi, how's it going, Shoyuta? Shoyuta, fine. Hizashi, darling, you gotta give me more than that. Hizashi, Itgim worried. Hizashi, sorry, I don't mean to be overbearing. Shoyuta, no, it's fine. Shoyuta, I'm worried too. Shoyuta, there are things that aren't adding up. Shoyuta, the police haven't gotten anywhere. Shoyuta, literally it's just me and this kid who are getting somewhere. Shoyuta, I just don't know where. Hizashi, this kid? Shoyuta, Night-Eyes in turn. Shoyuta, it feels like we might be getting close to a break, but I don't know. Shoyuta, sheet G2G. Hizashi, bye darling. Hizashi, be careful. From Endeavor at endeavor.or.jp to nedzu at ua.jp. Subject, recommended students. The fifth recommended student doesn't have a quirk listed. Endeavor. From nedzu at ua.jp to endeavor at endeavor.or.jp. Subject, recommended students. Todoroki-san. That's because he doesn't have one. Plus ultra. From endeavor at endeavor.or.jp to nedzu at ua.jp. Subject, recommended students. A quirkless kid is getting a recommendation? Don't make me laugh. Has UA really lowered its standards that much? Endeavor. From nedzu at ua.jp to endeavor at endeavor.or.jp. Subject, recommended students. Todoroki-san. UA has always had quite a stringent non-discrimination policy, so I believe that this year we're finally raising our standards. If you have such concerns, however, you are welcome to withdraw your son from the school. But I'm afraid that you don't have any jurisdiction over children that aren't your own. Plus ultra. Katsuki, hey Auntie Inko. Katsuki, do you need me to bring the nerds' homework over? Katsuki, Mom told me to ask. Inko, no, thank you, Katsuki. Inko, Izuku didn't tell you? Katsuki, tell me what? Inko, he's probably going to be out of school until high school. Inko, he did the entire curriculum, so it's not really necessary. Inko, I thought he'd tell you. Katsuki, he didn't. Inko, oh well, thank you for the offer, Katsuki. Transcript of conversation between Sir Night-Eye, HID, 8082956, and Eraserhead, HID, 6661845, September 19, 2178 at 8:15 a.m., police case number 00289910. Night-Eye. Hello? Aizawa, hey, I was just calling because I wanted to know if my kid got to school all right. Night-Eye, we might be a little late. Aizawa, no man, nothing like that. Night, no one's listening to him, then. Centipeter, pull up the tracking data for Midoriya-kun. We are talking about Midoriya-kun? Aizawa, yeah, Midori-chan. I was expecting her to call me this morning, you know. Since I had to leave for work early, and she always likes to see me off. Night-Eye, sheet. We can't find the tracker in his phone. He has the GPS turned off, so there's no data from that. Was there anything on your end of things? Aizawa, sighs. Yeah, that sounds like Midori-chan. I think I might have scared her yesterday with my description of boss. He's not that scary. But you know I get carried away. Night-Eye, check Midoriya-kun's notes. Someone bring them to me quickly. Aizawa, listen okay, she's my daughter too. Night-Eye, are you trying to keep your cover story now? Aizawa, yes, yes I am. Night Eye, alright, fine. Aizawa, yeah, I cheated, okay? But I'm a good father. Night Eye, if Midoriya's doing fine and he just got distracted, I'm going to kill him for putting me through this. Aizawa, crying, yeah, well how do you think I feel? Night Eye, got them. Papers shuffling. You're right. Something with boss, maybe. Nakahara-guru and a bank. Mean anything to you? Aizawa, it's like I'm nothing to you. Like all those years together meant nothing. Night Eye, are we sure that Midoriya-kun is nowhere to be found? He's not asleep in a corner somewhere? Pauses? His laptop's in his room? What about, pauses, all the notebooks? Look, fine. Aizawa, I can't believe this. You a-hole. Night Eye, wrap this up, Aizawa. We've got another missing person. Aizawa, this. Hangs up. Night Eye, this. Interview of Nakahara Nobu by Officer Tsuyuki. Intelligence Brief 271-28-00-2199. Police Case Number 405112255. March 25, 2174. Tsuyuki, first of all, I'm sorry for the loss of your brother. Nakaha, go, thank you, officer, but God, was that boy an idiot? Tsuyuki, an idiot? Nakahara, trusted people a little too much, if you know what I mean. Quirkless, desperate to be liked. I loved him, but he wasn't the sharpest knife. Tsuyuki, quirkless? But he had a quirk. What was it? Vijik? Nakahara, laughs. What a name, what a name. Effectively quirkless, late bloomer. The mindset sticks, you know? Tsuyuki, sure. Okay, did you know any of his acquaintances? Nakahara, I wouldn't say that I knew them well. He didn't really bring them by. Tsuyuki, so you couldn't identify his fellow bank robbers? Nakahara, I'm afraid not, officer, I'm afraid not. But, I'm sure they'll turn up sooner or later. Bank, undeveloped why? Hiding something? What to hide, devastation total, money likely gone. Something missing that would be expected. Note on scrap of paper, written September 19th by Midoriya Izuku, tucked into Unsolved Mysteries, Volume 2. From Sir Night Eye at nighteye.or.jp to Centipeder at nighteye.or.jp. Awata Karakoko Bubblegirl at nighteye.or.jp, 18 others. Subject: Urgent Missing Analyst. You're all off your cases and on this one unless your case is exceedingly time-sensitive or you're in charge of an undercover operation. Midoriya-kun has gone missing. It's likely that he was checking out a lead like the problem child that he is and he ran afoul of something. He seems to have had a breakthrough concerning the identity of Boss, who appears to be Nakahara Nobu, the elder brother of the well-known bank robber Nakahara-guru. Something about that case caused him to go herring off without informing anyone. I've taken possession of his notebooks and case files and Centipeder and I will analyze them. Anyone in Chiba, call your contacts and ask around. Anyone at HQ, look into the old bank heist case. What did Midoriya-kun find? Serne. Inko-san. Osamu, how are you holding up? Inko, don't waste your time on me. Inko, bring him home. Osamu, we'll make it to dinner on Thursday. Osamu, I promise. Transcript of conversation between Sir Night Eye, HID, 8082956, and Eraserhead, HID, 6661845, September 19, 2178 at 11:13 p.m., Police Case Number 00289910. Night Eye, give me some good news. Aizawa, don't have much of that. Give me that chair. I haven't been sitting in cushy abandoned warehouses all day. Night Eye, were you followed? Aizawa, no, but you can check if you want to be sure. Pause. Night Eye, you'll be fine undercover. We're safe. Aizawa, did you see? Night Eye, no, but keep an eye out. Aizawa, sighs, it's a gambling ring. Illegal fights, outcomes of broadcasted hero fights, races, the usual. I think there's something more to it, though. Trafficking? There's definitely an export of drags to somewhere. They could be transporting more than that. Night Eye, I hope we're not looking at trafficking. Aizawa, I don't have confirmation of that. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Knight, did he say anything to you? Anything at all? Aizawa, he thought he recognized Nakahara's voice and he had a bad feeling about it. The real mystery is why he had watched interviews from that case. The bank is in Funabashi, right? Knight, what's left of it? Yes. In the incident that killed Nakahara-guru, half of the bank collapsed in on itself. It's likely his quirk went out of control for some reason. Aizawa, did you check out the bank? Knight, first thing we did. It's still a ruin. There's no sign that Midoriya was there. We even asked Hound Dog to come in from UA. He didn't catch his scent. Aizawa, hums, what would Problem Child do in this situation? Knight, what do you mean? Aizawa, I've only known Midoriya-kun for a week, but I've noticed that the kid doesn't just think outside the box, he doesn't seem aware of the concept of a box. He definitely reached this point in his investigation. Nahara Nobu, destroyed bank, missing money, missing bank robbers. Knight, he found the robbers, popped up in a lake 2 weeks later. Aizawa, of course he did. Alright, did he follow that lead? Knight, no wait. Destroyed bank. In central Funabashi. Aizawa, yes? Knight, he'd ask, why wasn't it repurposed? Who owns that property? It's worth a fair amount of money, and it's not a bad location. Why is it still a ruin? Aizawa, sounds like him. Knight, yes it does. Aizawa, thank you for your help. Aizawa, don't thank me. It's my job. Pause. Aizawa, get him back safely. Excerpt from A Changing Profile of Pharmacology by Edwin J. Hume. As human body chemistry has diversified, so have the chemical structures of the substances that we choose to put into our bodies. One of the most popular drags of the last decade, slip slider, or SS, was originally derived from methyl bromide. Methyl bromide was toxic because of its interaction with a class of enzymes, glutathione S-transferases, that produced an undesirable byproduct. As quirks were emerging, scientists were already noting that workers exposed to methyl bromide had widely different outcomes depending on their specific subtype of GSTs. If you gave SS to an average person in the 1980s, they would have most certainly have died, but give SS to someone today, and they will likely get very, very high. The cause for such a change is unknown, but the ramifications of it can be felt throughout Japan. While most people nowadays are resistant to methyl bromide, there have been a handful of cases involving unfortunate people stumbling upon a SS production site and succumbing to the toxic methyl bromide fumes. Izuku's notes, recorded in Quirk Science Volume 2, all cases were quirkless PPL. SS linked to quirks like toe joint? Look at SS distribution patterns plus unexplained quirkless deaths. From Awada Karakoko Bubblegirl at nighti.or.jp to Sir Nighti at nighti.or.jp, Centipeder at nighti.or.jp. Subject, bank property. Sir, the bank sold the property to a construction company, Miku's Construction, to be specific. It's a bland name for a bland company. Everything's above board, or so it seems. But if you look into Miku's Construction, it seems that the company owns only a little bit of property, the bank, a handful of empty lots, and some scattered warehouses in the Kyo industrial zone. Nothing has been done with any of them. Miku's gets income from only 2 sources, an anonymous donor who is only known as Hisakazu, and a monthly payment from a company that bills itself as a renovation company. It's called Shishiki, and guess what? They have a man that looks suspiciously like Natahara Nobu on their board of directors. I'm sending over a list of their properties. Go get him, boys. Awata Karakoko. Izuku didn't know how long it had been. He was thirsty, desperately so, and hungry and tired. He'd had to soil himself once already, and he hadn't heard anything since they'd stuffed him down here. Not for the first time, he cursed himself for just taking off like that. He'd been excited, high on the thrill of discovery, but if he had just paused for 2 seconds, texted Sir or Centipeder. If he had, he wouldn't be here, and the missing people who were just upstairs would have already been found and he wouldn't have f'd this whole operation up. But he hadn't, and all he could do was hope that the others could find what he had found. He heard the creak of a door and the thump of booted feet on the stairs. Pairs, one man with a pronounced limp. He could venture a guess who his visitors were. God, it stinks down here. That's what happens when you don't think things out. You get a teenager and nowhere to put him. The blindfold was ripped off of Izuku, and he blinked his eyes against the harsh light as he tried to focus on the two familiar faces swimming in front of him. If you hadn't panicked, continued Nakahara Nobu, it wouldn't have come to this, Goru. Transcript of intelligence briefing led by Centipeder, HID 1105921, and Tsukachi Naomasa, PID 005-580-296, September 20, 2178 at 7 a.m., police case number 00289910. Tsukachi, as all of you are aware, the primary analyst in this case, Midoriya Izuku, has gone missing. I just want to make it clear that it was likely a result of his investigations, and does not suggest a risk to headquarters or the integrity of this case. Ventriloquist, I don't quite understand, how have his reckless and stupid actions not comprised us? And why are we devoting so much energy towards this and taking our attention off the case? Sir Night-Eye, are you seriously suggesting that we leave a 15-year-old boy at the mercy of criminals? Ventriloquist, no, of course not. I would never want to put him in such a dangerous situation. Unlike some. Silence. Sir Night-Eye, what is that supposed to mean? Ventriloquist, you put a 15-year-old in the position of primary analyst. Really, what did you expect to happen? It was a foolish thing to do. It's been 3 weeks and his only major accomplishment is getting himself kidnapped. He's worse than useless. Loud bang. Sir Night-Eye, you will shut your mouth. His only major accomplishment? Who was the person who made the connection between Takahashi Nobiru, the bartender, and this underground trafficking organization? Who was the person who discovered the identity of Boss? Who in this room has made any progress whatsoever that was not assisted by Midoriya-kun's observations? Silence. Sir Night-Eye, quietly, you may criticize his recklessness. You may castigate him for his lack of communication when it was most necessary. You may question my ability to keep him safe from harm, but never suggest that Midoriya-kun is useless or worthless or unworthy of the respect given to him. You all know the truth. Pause. Centipeder, I second this, and furthermore, this whole line of conversation is entirely unproductive. Ventriloquist, sit down and shut up. You've wasted more of our time than Midoriya-kun ever has. Sir Night-Eye, would you please present the current findings about Chishiki? Sir Night-Eye, of course. All of you should be aware of the identity of Nakahara Nobu and his connection to the renovation company Chishiki. Bubble Girl provided me with a list of properties owned by this company. Now, we can assume that Midoriya-kun got this far in his investigations. There was a partial list of these properties scribbled in one of his notebooks. One of them caught both his attention and ours. Most of the properties are industrial or in development. However, one is a house. Cat burglar. A house? Sir Night-Eye, yes, that was our reaction. It seems likely that Midoriya-kun left to investigate this property. Tsukachi, what did he expect to find there? Centipeder, something missing from the bank that would be expected, in his words. We're starting to put together his theory. It's a long shot, but it seems likely that Midoriya managed to find the unlikely truth. Sir Night-Eye, Hound Dog, you're with us. Let's see if we can't pick up Midoriya-kun's scent. I didn't want to, I didn't want to work with heroes. Izuku tried to ignore the shooting pains in his chest as he desperately assessed Goru's expression with his one good eye. Why'd you have to? Goru drawled, trying and failing not to look interested. When Nobu had been using Izuku as a punching bag, Goru had laughed and laughed and laughed, until he had choked on his own spit. My foresight quirk was too valuable. I wasn't given a choice. Goru scowled. Yeah, it all comes down to quirks, doesn't it? Having one or not having one, what kind of one you get. Hey kid, you like having a quirk? If Izuku was actually quirked, he knew what he'd say. He also knew, as a quirkless person, what he'd want to hear in late bloomer Goru's shoes. Honestly, I think my life would be even shittier if I were quirkless. Goru laughed. Izuku hated the brothers' laughs. Goru's was loud and grating and it always had a mean edge to it. Nobu's was empty. He laughed frequently, but there was never any humor behind it, just a strange, cynical amusement. Yeah, you get it, Goru said. It's bad with a quirk, but it's worse without. At least if you have a quirk, I don't really know. You matter? Either way. Yeah. Goru slapped Izuku on the back in his enthusiasm. Izuku cried out at the blow and his vision whited out for a brief moment. He came back to the awful sound of Goru's laughter. Sorry, Goru said. He didn't sound apologetic. But yeah, if you have a quirk, especially a real flashy one, people look at you. They notice you. Izuku was well aware of how his quirklessness allowed him to slip under most people's radar. Before his internship, he'd hated it. Now, he wished he could have been just a little more invisible. Goru was just warming up to go on a rant when Nobu strolled into the room. Izuku forced himself to breathe through the fear. Goru was a sadistic bully, but he was simple, easy to manipulate. Nobu was a manipulator himself. Izuku didn't know how long his lies were going to hold up under Nobu's determination to pry the truth out of him. Shut up, Goru, Nobu ordered, his eyes fixed on Izuku. Izuku wondered what he was seeing. He was strung up from a hook, his tethered wrists wrenched just high enough that he had to stand on his toes to take the pressure off of his shoulders. His ribs protested with every breath. His left eye was swollen shut, and he could taste the dried blood on his lips. He must have looked a mess. No, Goru whined, but Izu-chan and I were having such a good discussion. Nobu laughed. Oh, a good discussion? That's what I came down here for. Izuku's breathing sped up and his heart raced in fear as Nobu drew out a thin knife from his jacket. Let's start at the very beginning again. I have such an awful memory, you know. Just terrible. The cold metal of the knife rested delicately on the curve of Izuku's cheek, under his black eye. Tell me again, what's a kid with a support ID belonging to Night Eye Agency doing here in Chiba Prefecture? A little out of your scope, isn't it? We came in. Because of the body, Izuku said. Chiba police didn't think they could handle the case alone. Nobu hummed. The point of the knife traced the bridge of Izuku's nose. And Goru's house had to do with that? No, Izuku gasped. He couldn't shake his head. I saw it with my quirk. Yes, what was it? A mild foresight quirk? Just like Sir Night Eye's. What providence? No, I can't choose, not like him. I get directed towards things that might be important. The blade of the knife dug into his cheek. He gasped into the pain. Blood trickled down the line of his jaw. Important? Why do you think you ended up, why do you think the house is important? Izuku swallowed. Nakahara Gore. I recognize him. From the bank heists. Nobu laughed. Oh, those, yes. Makes sense. Izuku hummed nervously in agreement. A good story, Nobu said with a wide smile. It didn't reach his eyes. All the details in place. The knife lightly traced looping patterns across Izuku's face. I certainly can't disprove any of it. The knife came to a halt right beneath the corner of Izuku's right eye. Too bad I don't believe a word of it. Izuku screamed. It felt like a line of fire was drawn agonizingly down his face. The pain was overwhelming. He forced himself to open his eyes only to see Nobu holding the bloody knife, laughing and laughing, Goru's guffaws echoing in a sick harmony. He could feel the blood pouring down his jaw, could feel it soaking into his shirt. I could believe every word, Nobu told him, tilting his head up with a gentle hand under his chin. You see, every story is a little unbelievable, right? There's a little coincidence, a little bit of strangeness. If it's too nice of a lie, it doesn't go down quite right, if you know what I mean. Izuku looked at Nobu, at his implacable expression, the blood spatters speckling his hand, the light in his one good eye. You would have done this either way. Nobu stared at Izuku for a long moment before a large grin split his face. You're a perceptive one. He laughed, and patted Izuku's cheek in a gesture that would have been kind if he wasn't touching the long slice that he had carved down Izuku's face. Izuku whimpered. You're right. Anyway, the man continued insouciant. I'm bored of this now. Think about it, Izuku-chan. Give me a better story in a while, yeah? He's going to kill me, Izuku thought, as Nobu tossed the knife, stained with Izuku's blood, onto a small table near the door. He's going to get bored of me and I'm going to die. How long can I stall? Excerpt from Quirk Analysis, Volume 5, by Midoriya Izuku. Foresight Quirks. Notable heroes: Sir Night Eye, Omen, Split Second, Oracle. Notable villains: Doomsday, Anton Meissner, Wang Li-chun. Tip: Mitter. Characteristics: a broad category of quirk, although rare and often dangerous. The only thing that can be said about foresight quirks in general is that they can't be generalized. Often born out of strange lineages, foresight quirks have never been explained scientifically in a satisfactory way. Most common are the foresight quirks that give a short burst of possible futures, not usually exceeding a day. Split Second could only see futures up to 10 seconds away, which she used to her advantage in fights. Less common are foresight quirks that see vast future timelines. These place an incredible mental burden on the individual and are often uncontrollable. Oracle and Wang Li-chun are both examples of this type. Oracle worked as a hero until his mind shattered under the strain, while Wang Li-chun tried to shape the world to her visions in her insanity. The least common type is foresight quirks where the user can adjust the length of the time seen. Sir Night Eye is the most notable example. This quirk is powerful, both in the long and the short term. It should be noted that the mental strain seems not to increase with the length of time viewed, which would be expected since more variables would have to be analyzed. This means that it is likely that the longer the future foreseen, the more likely there are to be errors. Foresight quirks are rarely wrong, but they have been known to be fallible either because of another's quirk or simply because the future is difficult to predict. The reason I recognized foresight. Oh, color me surprised. 3 people died in the Tokyo Bank heist, the one in October. My dad was one of them. There wasn't a Midoriya among them. It's my mother's maiden name. And so you studied the case out of what? Curiosity? I wanted to understand the crime that killed my dad. What a touching story. Do you recognize me by any chance, Izuku-chan? His brother. I saw the interviews. Izuku screamed as a matching line was cut down his other cheek. Better, Nobu said, clinically watching Izuku cry painful tears into his cuts. More interesting. You definitely know details about the case. I don't believe the rest of it, but that's more information than I expected. Izuku knew that last bit was to make him feel like a failure. It was blatant, obvious manipulation. That didn't mean that it wasn't effective. Excerpt from A Meta-Analysis of Crime in Japan by Tsuyuki Yui. Official stats from the Japanese government claim that the crime rate is currently at 6% and has been decreasing every year since All Might's debut and meteoric rise to the unofficial position of the symbol of peace. However, a careful reading of the definition of a country's crime rate will reveal that the term has subtly shifted since its usage in pre-Quirk days. Crimes that count under this new definition are robberies, murders, arson, in short, any crime that a mainstream hero could respond to. And indeed, that's how the government calculates this statistic, by looking at the workload of its mainstream heroes. All Might's tenure as the symbol of peace has certainly kept this crime rate low. However, in recent years, underground heroes and the police have reported a drastic increase in the more insidious crimes: human trafficking, drug manufacturing and distribution, gambling rackets, fraud and insurance scams, and extortion and blackmail. Criminals, it seems, have not disappeared altogether, but have simply evolved ways to stay beneath the notice of mainstream heroes. This is concerning news for a heroics industry that sees more and more heroes swelling the increasingly unnecessary ranks of the mainstream side of the industry, while the underground agencies are struggling with a lack of manpower and a steadily growing burden of cases. I actually don't have a foresight quirk. Yes, I know. It. Quirkless. Don't look so surprised, kid. I can spot it at 100 paces. I can't describe it. Like a little patch of nothingness in a vibrant world. A blemish of black on a canvas of color. That's your... Nobu laughed. My quirk is handy I... In my line of work, it's cheating. He laughed again, like he just told a joke that only he understood. That's how you saw. Nobu hummed. That must have been puzzling, Chim? For your little case, I mean. How did someone abduct 5 quirkless people at the same time? He squeaked in a high voice, obviously imitating Izuku. They must have stalked them for days. But no one saw anything. My boy, he said, abruptly switching back to his normal voice and demeanor, there was nothing to see. Izuku pretended to let realization bloom across his face. Ooh, you're the one who abducted them? Nobu's face suddenly lost all expression, turning hard and flintly. He grabbed Izuku's chin roughly, his fingers digging into the cuts on either side of Izuku's face. Don't insult me, he told Izuku, deadly calm, with no hint of humor. Lie as much as you like, it's entertaining. But you saw the people upstairs when we brought you down here, and there's no way that you didn't recognize them. Don't think me so stupid as to buy that swill. Tears gathered in the corners of Izuku's eyes as Nobu rubbed the cuts with his calloused fingertips. You might have even known before Goru caught you skulking around his place. Who knows? But you know now, and the acting is insulting. Don't do it again, understand? When Izuku didn't answer immediately, he dug his fingernails into the cuts. Yes, Izuku gasped. Yes, please, I understand. Nobu withdrew, leaving Izuku to blink away the tears from his eyes. By the time his vision cleared, he was alone again. Transcript of Communications on Intelligence and Villain Apprehension Operation led by Centipeder, HID 1105921, and Tsukachi Neo Mesa, PID 005-580-296, September 22, 2178 at 3:13 a.m., Police Case Number 00289910. Centipeder, everyone in position? Chorus of affirmations. Centipeder, let's be clear, Midoriya Izuku's safety is our first goal. Apprehend villains for questioning if you can, but Midoriya is the priority. I'm authorizing lethal force, use your judgment. Sir Night Eye, get in there first and assess the situation. Let us know if you foresee any difficulties. Sir Night Eye, understood. Centipeder, Eraserhead, we might need you and your undercover operation if things go south here. Stay back and don't engage, but we'll need you to deal with Nakahara Guru if he really is there. And alive. We don't want a repeat of the bank. Eraserhead, understood. Centipeder, good. On my go, ladies and gentlemen. Pause. Centipeder, go. A Prophecy of Oracle, recorded on May 10, 2059, 3 days before his official retirement. Listen, it's like the sound of seagulls, or a crowd of believers confronted with, or like the sound of gold shot through with prismatic red. Adulation and terror, something more than a man but less than a god. It's the linchpin, the turning of the world. The ending of an age, a shattering, a breaking. Oh, he's always been here, a silent pane of glass, distortion and shadows, unseen and seeing and blind. What shatters? It was not meant to last. Who shatters? Many. They shatter into shards and dust. The linchpin and the heroes and those who watch, fragments of, it's a kaleidoscope. Izuku was jolted into awareness by the sounds of distant yelling and gunshots. He was hazy with exhaustion and pain, but tried to blink away the bleariness. He had to be ready, he had to have a lie on the tip of his tongue or Nobu would get bored, would. He shook his head to dispel the thoughts. His individual pains had lost their definition and now his body was one blazing ache. He could barely keep himself lucid and he knew that he'd break, this session or next session or the one after that. There were footsteps coming down the stairs, hurried and pounding. Tears pooled at the corners of Izuku's eyes. He couldn't dare to hope, but what if? The door swung open. A familiar figure was framed in the doorway. Izuku! Sir Night Eye cried, and then, I have him, Midoriya Izuku has been found and secured. Gratefully, finally, Izuku let himself relax into unconsciousness. Medical record, Midoriya Izuku, 15, M, SID, 90933341. Mother, Midoriya Inko. Our admission report. September 22nd, admitted with severe injuries obtained in the course of heroic duty. Lacerations on the left and right cheek, infected. Minor damage to the zygomaticus muscles. Scarring likely, function unimpaired. Antibiotic routine required. Severe abdominal contusions. Bedside LTRS-ND examination was performed, no internal bleeding was observed. Overnight observation required. Rotator cuff strain, possible ligament or tendon injury. Immobilization required. Arthrogram recommended. Dehydration. Intravenous saline and overnight observation required. From surnightI@nighti.or.jp to nedzu@ua.jp. Subject: Admissions test. Nedzu-san, thank you for delaying Midoriya-kun's test. As you likely already know, Midoriya-kun sustained major injuries during the Funabashi investigation, but he will be discharged from the hospital in a couple of days. As long as the test does not include a physical element, he should be able to complete it at your convenience. From nedzu@ua.jp to surnightI@nighti.or.jp. Subject: Admissions test. SurnightI. Oh, Midoriya-kun doesn't even need to visit UA's campus. I've attached the files and the videos of the admission test for the other 4 recommended students. I'd like Midoriya-kun to provide me with a full profile of each, including an assessment of their physical and mental health, a consideration of which field of heroics they are most suited to and why, and a hypothetical plan to subdue them should they engage in criminal activity. Please pass these along to him, and tell him that he has a week to finish them once he starts. No rush. Plus Ultra. Mirio-senpai. Mirio, hey buddy. Izuku, hey senpai. Izuku, WHST did you WWMT to Talj apt? Mirio, what? Izuku, Srei HSRD2. Izuku, Driwugs. Mirio, please go to sleep. Mirio, sorry I woke you up. Izuku, knew it's nice. Mirio, huh? Izuku, it's Naiku to have PPL who care. Izuku, I didn't have that before. Mirio, oh. Mirio, well, Midoriya-kun, for all the people who care about you. Mirio, you have to promise to rest and get better. Mirio, we're counting on you. Izuku, K-senpai. Izuku, I promise. Illegal Genetics Lab Busted. By Ito Fumiko, published in 2132. Last night, police conducted a raid on an underground genetics lab in Iwate Prefecture. A total of 7 people were arrested on charges of unauthorized genetic manipulation under international law, and were also found to be in violation of several animal cruelty laws. It was like a horror movie, arresting Officer Tanaka Hayato told reporters. A menagerie of patchwork animals with strange quirks. A frog-toad salamander that could lift a bench and throw it at us. A dog-horse-cat that could breathe fire. A mouse-rat-dog-bear that could speak Japanese. I didn't know what to make of their research. Not everyone in Japan finds this research so horrific, however. What were they supposed to do? An anonymous source from a major Tokyo university weighed in. The draconian restrictions on genetic research have slowly strangled the field of biology. I can't say that I've never considered starting an illegal genetics lab myself. You can't do genetic quirk research on anything less complex than a vertebrate model organism, and that's against the law. At this rate, quirks will always be a mystery to us. Transcript of debrief of Midoriya Izuku, SID, 90933341, by Centipeter, HID, 1105921, Sir Knight I, HID, 8082956, and Tsukachi Naomesa, PID, 005-580-296, September 24, 2178 at 10 a.m., police case number 00289910. Tsukachi, okay, I've turned the recording device on. Gentlemen, when you're ready. Centipeter, alright, Midoriya-kun, let's start from the beginning. You were talking to Eraserhead when you recognized Boss, the head of the organization that Eraserhead was infiltrating. Is that correct? Midoriya, somewhat. I didn't recognize him fully at the time, but I knew he sounded familiar. After Aizawa-san sent me a physical description of Boss, I was able to place where I'd seen him. Centipeder, and that was? Midoriya. I'd watched his interview when I was researching the bank heists and Nakahara Goru's apparent death. His missing eye and his laughter were. I remembered them. Tsukachi, why were you watching those in the first place? Midoriya, the case is, well, it was interesting? And Sir Night Eye, sighs, Midoriya-kun, you're a terrible liar. Pause. Sir Night Eye, Midoriya-kun, are you all right? Pause. Sir Night Eye, Midoriya-kun. Midoriya, don't touch me. Heavy panicked breathing. Sir Night Eye, Izuku, I'm sorry. Midoriya, no, it's fine. Pauses. This is out of order, but I lied to him, right? I lied to him over and over as convincingly as I could. And he knew I was lying every time because he could see. I told him I had a foresight quirk, but he could see that I was quirkless. But he let me lie to him again and again, just because it amused him. He gave me pointers. And he'd hurt me every time because he claimed that I wasn't a good enough liar, but really he just liked to inflict pain. I knew that the moment I cut his little game short, the moment I told the truth, he'd get bored and kill me. And there was only so long that I could make up interesting lies. So, it's not your fault. Sir? Centipeder, sir, perhaps you can relax your grip on the chair? Sir Night Eye, it's either this or I get arrested for excessive brutality against a prisoner. Please, take your pick. Centipeder, fine, all right. Moving on, Midoriya-kun, we were at your recognition of Nakahara Nobu. Midoriya? Yes, so, I recognized him and I dug quickly into his financials, since I had his name, and I found that he owned the bank. Essentially, he had bought the property after the heist, and he hadn't done anything with it. Tsukachi, we got to that point as well, retracing your steps. Midoriya? Yeah, so, then you picked up on the inheritance thread? Centipeder, wait, what? Midoriya, you didn't? Sir Night Eye, never mind our investigation. What was your logic here, Midoriya-kun? Midoriya, well, they hadn't found the money, right? All eyewitness said that the other robbers had been carrying the money out, and as long as Nakahara Gore was dead, it wasn't like they were going to really search all of his belongings for the cash. Plus, Goru had only recently, accidentally, shown his face to cameras at the last bank heist. The only one of the bank robbers to be identified dies messily and obviously in the next heist? It seemed a little coincidental to me, especially when the robbers could just drop the money discreetly in Goru's apartment or something, which would then pass easily and unobserved into the possession of Nakahara Nobu. But that wouldn't work if the authorities found no body when the ruined bank was cleared from the property. Tsukachi, that? Centipeder, that makes a great deal of sense, yes. Tsukachi, and you figured that out from the fact that Nakahara Nobu owned the ruins of the bank? Midoriya, well, that and the fact that Nobu was running an operation that would have required a lot of overhead capital. And that the other robbers turned up dead and unrecognizable 2 weeks later, which suggests that they weren't in charge of the heists. Sir Night Eye, huffs, don't look so stunned, Tsukachi-san. There's a reason I employ Midoriya-kun. Centipeder, many reasons. Sir Night Tsukachi, laughs, I can see that. Midoriya, no, I'm not. I should have. This is my fault. Sir Night Eye, Midoriya-kun? Midoriya, crying, I'm sorry. Sir Night Eye, Midoriya-kun. Izuku, is this about? Midoriya, I should have called. Or texted, even. Sir Night Eye? Yes, you should have. Why didn't you? Midoriya, it was speculation. A long shot. And everyone was so stressed, and we were understaffed and frustrated, and this sounds so stupid, but I didn't want to get anyone's hopes up. I thought I could go to the house, confirm or disprove my theory that Goru lives there, and then, tell you after. I was excited enough about it that I didn't really think that through. Sir Night Eye, Izuku, Midoriya, I know it was stupid, I'm sorry. Sir Night Eye, no, I'm sorry. Midoriya, what? Sir Knight I'm sorry. Been understaffed for the last 10 years, critically so for the last 5. You're an intern, Midoriya-kun, not even in high school yet. In a mainstream heroics office, you'd still be fetching coffee. I pulled you out of school to be primary analyst on a case that would have been difficult for an analyst twice your age and 10 times your experience. And you rose to the challenge, Izuku. You found the other kidnapping victims, as well as 10 other people who had been labeled as missing. Thanks to you, we have Nakahara Nobu in custody, and we can question him about his trafficking operations. Midoriya, what about Goru? Tsukachi, when Eraserhead erased his quirk in the raid, he became enraged and provoked the heroes into taking lethal measures. Midoriya, I see. Sir Knight Izuku, that isn't your fault either. Listen, I officially reprimanded you, and you understand why. Midoriya, I do. Sir Knight but I also blame myself for this. I should never have put this burden on your shoulders. Midoriya, but... Sir Knight no, listen. You're capable, observant, and too clever by half. I knew that you'd do a fantastic job, and you did. But you shouldn't have had to. I let my concerns about the agency's workload supersede my common sense and gave you too few people and resources and a position that carried too much responsibility. That you were stressed enough to put yourself in a precarious situation is a testament to my own failures. Midoriya, sir, I chose to go. I chose not to tell anyone. Sir Knight yes, and I chose to put you in the position to do that. Midoriya, sir, you can't blame my failures on yourself. Sir Knight and you can't take responsibility for mine. Centipede, sir, do I need to call Midoriya-san in here to intercede? Midoriya, no, please don't. Sir Knight yes, we'll continue with the debrief now. Tsukachi, no, I think that's enough for now anyway. Midoriya-kun, rest well, and I assume you'll be filling out an official report later? Midoriya, I will. Sir Knight after your release from the hospital, not before. Silence. Sir Knight Inko would kill me otherwise. Excerpt from Education in Heroics, a retrospective by Miyagi Juru. Arguably the most highly regarded high school in Japan today, UA began as a private school of middling regard. Founded in 2001 by Otsuka Kiku, the heiress to the Otsuka fortune, the school initially billed itself as a business-focused high school that would give students the connections that they needed in the corporate world. At the genesis of the heroics industry and the end of World War III, UA's management was quicker than most to see the way the wind was blowing, and in 2016, they added a heroics course to their curriculum. The government offered to support the initiative, but Otsuka, wary of outside control or dependence, refused. This would set a precedent in future decades for UA to remain independent of governmental control. The well-known H-shaped building did not always exist in that form. UA started out with only the East Building, but when the Hero course was added, parents expressed worries about their children being in proximity to quirked people, especially quirked people who were being trained to fight. Another building was created next to the original one to house the quirked students. When the support course was added, the Hero course building was remodeled and expanded to mirror the other building, and the walkway was added between them. To this day, Management and General course are housed in the East Building, while the Support and Hero course are located in the West Building. Profile for UA Admittance 1-4. Analyst, Midoriya Izuku. Name, Yurashi Inasa. Quirk, Whirlwind. Quirk analysis, powerful and flexible, adaptable to many situations. Subject demonstrates impressive control of it, able to manipulate several objects with very fine control simultaneously. For further development, ascertain whether he can use the wind as an extrasensory aid. Can he use the wind to tell positions, movements of people, etc.? Also, a proper costume design would allow himself to easily propel himself through the air. Physical health, fantastic. His strength and muscle tone is extraordinary for his age, and as long as he avoids too heavy free weights in his training regimens, he should be able to maintain this. Mental health, enthusiastic about heroism and respectful and admiring of his recommender. Halfway through the exam, after a break, he returns sullen and resentful. Unsure of the cause, but he seemed to be unusually fixated on the Todorokis. If they are in the same class, observation recommended. Field of heroics. Quirk and personality seem most suited to villain apprehension, but if Quirk is able to provide extra sensory information, that coupled with his stunning control would make him an outstanding rescue hero. Entirely unsuited for intelligence and covert ops. Weaknesses. At this point, he doesn't seem able to use his quirk to predict sneak attacks, so at this point in his training, considering his skills and his personality, a quick, fast strike would be the most successful method of attack. Considering only his quirk, a combination of a hero with a gun license and infrared goggles and a hero, like Desert or Rockslide, who could create obscuring particles that would be swept up in his wind. Once Yurashi's wind is clogged with particulates, he would cut off his quirk to clean it out and restore his visibility, and during that break, he would be unable to react in time to deflect a bullet. It is likely that you could increase the chances of this working by riling him up, as he doesn't seem to have good situational awareness or emotional control. Kaken. Hey Deku, did you really drop out of school? Kaken. Are you that much of a loser? Kaken. I said, are you that much of a loser? Kaken. Hey fucker, don't ignore me. Kaken. Deku, I'm gonna F you up. Izuku. Oh, too late Kaken. Izuku. I'm already in the hospital. Izuku. Next time, maybe. Kaken. Deku, what the F? Kaken. Why are you in the hospital? Izuku. That's classified, Kaken. Kaken. Cut the crap, nerd. Izuku. What did you even want, Kaken? Kaken. Did you really drop out of school? Kaken. Auntie Inko said you are not coming back. Izuku. I finished the curriculum. Izuku. So no, I didn't drop out. Izuku. Kinda the opposite of that, really. Kaken. How did you swing that, you fucker? Izuku. Classified. Kaken. What the nerd? Kaken. I'm gonna explode your face. Izuku. You know Kaken. Izuku. You're not really that scary, are you? Can say that to my face, you offend Deku. Kaken. I'll show you scary. Izuku. I'm sure. Izuku. Later, Kaken. Kaken. I'm not done yet, fucker. Kaken. Don't ignore me, you a-hole. Kaken. Handy Deku. From Sir Night Eye at nighteye.or.jp to Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighteye.or.jp. Subject. Moving forward. Midoriya-kun. After discussions with your mother, as well as Centipeter, Bubble Girl, Eraserhead, and Tsukachi-san, who all felt like they had a stake in this, I've decided to take you off of active duty for a month. During this time, you should complete your UA admittance test and then relax. We're not sending you back to school, so you may come into the office if you want. However, everyone is banned from talking about active cases with you, so don't try to ferret out any information about them. After a month, you'll be back on active duty, but until you graduate UA, you will never be either the sole or primary analyst on a case. None of this is punishment, so don't view it through that lens. I know that this feels like we're grounding you, but all of us just want you to recover, both physically and mentally. And I think we need to repair trust on both sides. From Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighteye.or.jp to Sir Night Eye at nighteye.or.jp. Subject. Moving forward. Sir. I understand. I'll still visit the office enough that you'll all get sick of me, so don't worry. Mom says that I should tell you that she actually grounded me. Also, my injuries are healing well, although I'll need some physical therapy for my shoulders and the cuts on my cheeks are going to scar. I'll do better, sir. I promise, I'll show you that you can trust me. Midoriya Izuku. What has a knife, one eye, and is covered in dirt? Profile for UA admittance 2-4. Analyst, Midoriya Izuku. Name, Hananuki Juzo. Quirk, softening. Quirk analysis, versatile. Hananuki is already highly creative with it, although his default move of softening the floor beneath his opponent quickly becomes predictable in a drawn-out battle. Can he also soften organic material? If so, he could use his quirk against villains to disable them. It might end up being too lethal, however. Physical health, very good. Has obviously undergone a fitness regimen appropriate for his age. He is quick and strong enough. His trainer seems to have concentrated on endurance, which was a good choice. Mental health, excellent. He is calm under pressure and seems friendly and willing to work with others. A healthy sense of competition, but takes losing graciously. Has a close but respectful relationship with his recommender. Field of heroics. His quirk and personality are such that he could go into any field and do well. Rescue would be the trickiest for him, as he'd need specialized training to be able to calculate which parts of disaster scenes he could and should soften. His quirk is not especially suited to information gathering, but it is perfect for sneak attacks and for subtle sabotage, so intelligence and covert ops is a good option. If he gains more diversity in battles against an opponent, he would also shine in villain apprehension. Weaknesses, as noted above, his go-to attack is predictable and easy to counter. Any heroes with quirks that let the user hover above the ground or fly, hawks, starshoot, would easily take him down. However, the true danger is his ability to undermine the structural stability of any buildings around him. Fighting him in an open area is preferable. Excerpt from A Pedigree Study of Quirks by Chung Yaling. When the quirk gene on chromosome 20 was discovered in 2024 by Winston et al., it was assumed that quirkness might follow Mendelian inheritance patterns. However, it soon became clear that it was nothing so simple. In this paper, we will discuss how results from several pedigree studies point to the quirk gene being subject to imprinting. Although a copy of the quirk gene is inherited from both the mother and the father, the copy from the mother is entirely silenced. Only the father's copy of the quirk gene will be expressed. For example, if a man carries both the normal and the mutated form of the quirk gene, half of his children will be quirkless and half will be quirked, no matter the genotype of the mother. It seems that the nature of the quirk, if there is one, is inherited normally from both the mother and the father. Izuku's notes, scrawled in the bottom margin, Hisashi must have carried quirkless allele of quirked gene. Doesn't matter now. Hey, Mirio-senpai. Midoriya seemed in good spirits, but the scars across his cheeks stood out starkly against his freckles and he still moved his shoulders gingerly. Hey, Midoriya-kun. Mirio replied, trying to sound as upbeat as he could. He knew it was futile, he wasn't really good at this subterfuge thing, and Midoriya was the sharpest kid he knew. He'd been scary when Mirio had met him as a 13-year-old, trembling from nervousness and hero worship and still able to analyze and pick apart Sir Nightai's quirk in front of the entire agency, and after 1.5 years in the crucible of underground hero work, he was terrifying. Sure enough, Midoriya's eyes sharpened, darting from Mirio's face to his body and then to his book bag and the rest of the room. Senpai? Is something the matter? Is it something to do with what you wanted to talk about last week? Mirio gestured to a chair. Please sit down at least. Midoriya cautiously lowered himself into a chair across the table from him. Mirio had asked Sir Night-Eye for permission to use one of the soundproof conference rooms for this meeting, and Sir had agreed. Mirio knew that Midoriya was probably confused by it. They'd hung out together many times in the break room or in the cafe across the street, and this strangely formal venue was alien and off-putting. But it was necessary. What is this about, Mirio-senpai? Midoriya asked. He fiddled with the strap of the sling that supported his right shoulder. Mirio had heard that Midoriya's shoulders had been severely strained, but he hadn't been allowed to know any of the details of the case. He yearned to ask Midoriya about it, but that wasn't why he was here. Sir told me that you were the only other person in the agency I could talk about this to, Mirio replied. Midoriya still looked uncertain. I'm not? One for all. Midoriya jolted in his seat. What? Are you? Sir knows about this? Well, yes. You do know that one for all is an inherited power? Passed down? Mirio asked awkwardly. All Sir had told him was that Midoriya was in the loop, and that the boy knows more about all for one than any of us, and that was surprising enough that Mirio hadn't followed up and asked what exactly he did know. Yes, I do. And you do too. Midoriya ventured. Yeah, All Might wants me to inherit it. It came out as question, uncertain. What? Midoriya shrieked. Mirio was glad that he had chosen to do this in a soundproof room. Wow, really? Yeah, Mirio said, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head and looking away from Midoriya. I was surprised too. Inherit one for all. What? No, Mirio-senpai. Midoriya leaned across the table to grasp Mirio's hand. He winced as he shifted his shoulder too much. No, you aren't a surprising choice. Conviction filled his voice. I could hardly believe that All Might's chosen successor would be someone I know, but out of everyone, I agree you'd be my top choice as well. What? Mirio blinked at Midoriya, stunned. Yeah. Midoriya stuttered, releasing Mirio's hand to retreat back to his side of the table. And not that I could, I mean, All Might knows better than I do, and I wouldn't dash. Buddy, Mirio laughed, reaching across the table to ruffle Midoriya's hair. I get it and I appreciate it. I haven't said yes, anyway. What? Midoriya looked adorably confused, his hair sticking up all over the place. Why not? I don't know, Mirio confessed. I mean, it's All Might's power. Am I the best person to wield it? I'm proud of how far I've come with my permeation quirk, and I know that I'm going to be a good hero, I can save people, and really, that's what matters. All Might's quirk? That's no way to think of it, Mirio-senpai. Midoriya replied, shaking his head firmly. All right, Mirio acquiesced good-naturedly. How do you see it? You'll save 1,000,000 people with your own quirk and your own training, Midoriya said, conviction burning in his eyes. You've declared this, and I believe you. We all believe you. But, how many more people would you be able to save if you also had one for all? Oh. Somehow, it was so clear when Midoriya put it like that. Mirio was suddenly, viscerally grateful for the younger boy. Yes, I just had to think of it like that, didn't I? Midoriya smiled. You're gonna be a great hero either way, Mirio-senpai. Lemillion. Mirio returned his smile, reaching out to ruffle his hair again. So will you, Midoriya-kun? If you avoid killing yourself first. Midoriya pouted as Mirio laughed, feeling lighter than he had since he had first talked to All Might. Midoriya was right, it really was very simple, wasn't it? Excerpt from Big Brother is Watching You, by Minami Kenichi, written in 2129, banned in 2131. Quirk registration was one of the more insidious policies to emerge from the aftermath of World War III. Billed as a necessary measure to keep track of quirked people and to prevent foreign nationals from infiltrating the country, quirk registration legislation first appeared in China. Other countries rapidly adopted the idea. While small groups of quirked activists protested it at the time, quirk prejudice was at an all-time high, and the motions passed in all countries. As the number of quirked people rose, the idea was already so entrenched in society that nearly no one challenged it. Quirk registration set a precedent for a slew of laws that targeted or severely impacted quirked people. Even today, Japanese laws concerning quirk usage are backwards and unnecessarily restrictive. To use a quirk in a business or in everyday life, one must apply for a quirk license, which are arcane and fiddly bits of paperwork that have a steep fee attached to them. Mutation and permanently on quirks are exempt from this, but these quirked people must register as such, and any businesses that hire them must also fill out paperwork pertaining to their quirk usage. In a world that already discriminates against mutation quirks, this extra step hurts the employment prospects of a marginalized group of people for no satisfactory reason. Quirk registration is the basis of this restrictive government control and must be dismantled before anything else can be changed for the better. From Tsukachi Neomesa, Tsukauchin at npago.jp, to Sir Night I at nighti.or.jp, Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp, Centipeder at nighti.or.jp. Subject: Urgent Sahara dead. Nakahara Nobu was found dead in his cell, no signs of foul play or any signs of forced entry. The guards heard nothing, and the cameras malfunctioned, so we don't have any recordings around the time of death. We had barely started questioning him the day before, so we have nothing. We'll do an autopsy, but I'm not sure if we'll find anything. I'm sorry. Tsukachi Neomesa. From Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp, to Tsukachi Neomesa, Tsukauchin at npago.jp, Sir Night at nighti.or.jp, Centipeder at nighti.or.jp. Subject: Urgent Sagahara dead. Tsukachi? When you do an autopsy on him, and actually, when you do an autopsy on Goru as well, can you make sure to look for the presence of the extra toe joint? And can you save some genetic material? I don't know where I'd find anyone who does genetic testing anymore, but I have a few theories that I want to test. Thank you. Midoriya Izuku. From Tsukachi Neomesa, Tsukauchin at npakgo.jp, to Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp, Sirnighti at nighti.or.jp, Centipeder at nighti.or.jp. Subject: Urgent Sagahara dead. Midoriya? Sure. That's easy enough. I'll let you know what we find. Tsukachi Neomesa chapter text. Profile for UA admittance, 3-4. Analyst, Midoriya Izuku. Name, Yaoyorozu Momo. Quirk, creation. Quirk analysis. The possibilities of creation are almost limitless, and Yaoyorozu is well aware of this. She's able to create a wide variety of materials as well as complex machinery. She has unyielding control and amazing flexibility over a quirk that requires a great deal of determination and intelligence to use well. Physical health. For a quirk that uses her body fat, she has a very low amount of it. It seems that she builds up enough to use her quirk and then blows through it quickly. Such a strategy doesn't seem healthy or smart, and she's intelligent enough to know that. Mental health. Intelligent, creative, and friendly. Seems a little too willing to defer to others, but that's not a huge issue. Biggest issue is why she's not building up a store of body fat. Weaknesses. With a limited amount of body fat, she likely has low stamina. It would be easy to outlast her. If that were not the case, her flexibility would be difficult to overcome. A team of people with diverse quirks would be necessary, since she wouldn't have the ability to quickly counter them all. Excerpt from Unsolved Mysteries, Volume 3, by Midoriya Izuku. Chiba Prefecture missing persons, reported missing since last year, who were not found in Nakahara Sting. Matsuoka Ken, 19M. Quirk, cough up. Can regurgitate anything inorganic that he has swallowed, perfectly preserved. Reported missing by his mother on June 4th, last seen leaving school on June 2nd, Oshiro Cannon, 34, F. Quirk, beak. Mutant-type quirk. Has a beak. Worked as a cleaning lady for several local businesses. Single, lived alone. Was reported missing by her boss on December 12th, last seen at work on December 6th, Yukimura Yumiko, 29, F. Quirk, quirkless. Not part of the group of 5 quirkless people who were kidnapped in early September. Working as a journalist. Reported missing by her boyfriend on January 29th. Last seen leaving work on January 28th, Hisakawa Hideki, 88, M. Quirk, shock absorption. Retired, living with his daughter and her family. Reported missing by his daughter on November 30th, last seen earlier that day at his daughter's house. No signs of a break-in or any signs of a struggle. Mutation, 2045. Rated R, 1 hour 23 minutes, horror, October 4th, 2045, USA. 7.410 stars, 92,101 reviews. A night-in turns into a nightmare when a mysterious figure with a dangerous quirk invades a family's home. How can they fight against an intruder who can turn their bodies against themselves? Review by HorrorFlicker, still a classic. It's a shame that it's not rated higher. Even now, there's something very scary about someone being able to use your DNA against you. Everyone deeses this movie because of the weird mutation-type quirks that the family has developed at the end, and yeah, the special effects aren't great, but the part that's really horrifying is the terror of the kids and the parents when they're trapped in these twisted bodies that don't feel like theirs. Review by Leaf Milone, a piece of quirkist garbage. I know it was back in the day, but like, God. Portraying mutation-type quirks as this horrible affliction and this whole, trapped in a terrible body, it's just really gross. Not to mention the whole idea of a criminal quirk. It's trash, don't waste your time. Profile for UA admittance, 4-4. Analyst, Midoriya Izuku. Name, Todoroki Shudo. Quirk, half hot, half cold. Quirk analysis, would be an overwhelmingly powerful quirk, but for some reason Todoroki only demonstrated the half-cold part of his quirk. His control over this half is fantastic, and it is also powerful in its own right. However, like all people with ice quirks, it's likely that a consequence of overuse is hypothermia. Using fire would balance that out. I don't know for sure why he's crippling himself, but I have my suspicions. Physical health, fine, normal for an athletic boy of his age. Likely does a light routine of fitness training. Could be severely impacted if he continues to overuse his ice without using his fire to balance out its effects on his body. Mental health. Todoroki is cold, closed off. He responded poorly to the other students' overtures of friendship, and even worse to every adult who interacted with him. His reflex is to hide his emotions away from others and to limit contact with adult men. He is utterly controlled around his recommender, and it's generally difficult to read him, but when Endeavor lost control of his emotions during Principal Nedzu's opening statements and allowed his flames to flare, Todoroki reacted with fear and disgust. This is not a healthy relationship. There is something very wrong here. Weaknesses. The aforementioned reluctance to use fire is his biggest weakness right now. It would be easy to drain his stamina and force him into hypothermia. Should he use his fire, it would likely be less controlled, and he wouldn't be experienced with switching between the two. A variety of attacks should keep him off balance and easy to defeat. Additionally, his negative relationship with his father could be exploited as a source of psychological stress. Excerpt from A Proposal for a New Classification of Quirks by Yamamoto Kazuo, published 2140. Mutation, emitter, and transformation. This classification of quirks emerged in the early 21st century and has remained mostly unchallenged since then. Like Carl Linnaeus' taxonomic system in the 1700s, this classification was based on simple observations of how quirks presented their phenotypes. Was the person strangely shaped, or did they have weird features? Mutation. Did they change their body in any way? Transformation. Did they have some other power that wasn't linked to their physical form? Emitter. This system worked as long as the underlying basis of the quirks wasn't examined too closely or the quirks in question weren't too complex. But as quirk science has grown and quirks have become more diverse, this system has shown itself to be too simplistic. I propose a new system based not on a sliding scale of obvious physical mutation, but on a combination of blood tests, brain scans, and pedigree analysis. It has been a long-established test in quirk science to use a panel of metabolites in the blood to assess quirk factor. The term is catchy and vague and does not capture the range of variation that can be observed in a quirk factor test. The balance of quirk use byproducts can give information about the mechanism of action, as well as the frequency and intensity of its general use. Functional MRI scans of the brain during quirk use can further elucidate how the quirk is controlled by the user, and pedigree analysis can reveal the genetic factors that would influence the quirk. For example, a 38-year man who could vomit out fully formed snakes was admitted to our clinic. He couldn't always control this snake vomiting, and some were unfortunately very venomous. In the past, quirk therapists had classified this as an emitter quirk, since although he had very thin lines of scales across his body, they were determined not to be related to his quirk. We did a blood profile to observe his quirk factor, and we found that he was always using his quirk at a very low level. fMRI revealed that when he vomited snakes, his sympathetic nervous system was activated and in fact, looked no different from another person vomiting normally. When we conducted pedigree analysis, we found that his mother had a reptilian mutant quirk and his father generated lava in his stomach. Based on all of these tests, we were able to determine that this man was generating snakes in his stomach, and the vomiting of them was not his quirk, it was the generation of them. He couldn't control the vomiting until he controlled the genesis of them. Technically, this is an emitter quirk, but labeling it as such was useless for therapy. The term emitter led everyone to believe that his quirk worked very differently than it actually does. With accurate information, we were able to successfully help him control his snake genesis quirk. From Tsukauchi Neomesa, Tsukauchin at npago.jp, to Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp, Sernite at nighti.or.jp, Centipeder at nighti.or.jp. Subject: Results from autopsy. Midoriya: No idea how you knew, but Nakahara Nobu and Goro both had the extra toe joint in their feet. By all rights, they should have been quirkless. We've saved some blood and tissue for you, and we can send them to a geneticist when you're ready for us to do so. The full autopsy report is attached below and doesn't contain any other surprises. I'm not going to ask, but just know that I am friends with All Might, and I can hazard a guess to what this is about. Don't be afraid to reach out for help. Tsukachi Neo Mesa. Script from All Hero Merchandise, commercial number 2, aired in 2170. Announcer, are you tired of missing the release of that new Endeavor limited edition shirt? Frustrated when your local store keeps selling out of your favorite All Might plushies? Wondering if you can ever get your hands on a Crimson Riot mug? Animated All Might. Fear not, citizens. For All Hero Merchandise is here. Announcer, a new partnership between all your favorite hero merch providers. We're bigger, brighter, and better than ever. Visit us at our new locations today, or order online without hassle. If you sign up for our newsletter today, we'll give you 20% off your first purchase. Animated All Might, what are you waiting for? There are villains on the loose. Run to your nearest All Hero store and help me defeat them today. From UA admissions at ua.ed.jp to Midoriya Izuku smallmight101@gmail.com. Subject: UA decision. Midoriya Izuku. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted into the management department at UA for the coming year. Please let us know if you plan to attend by January 1st, plus Ultra. Principal Nedzu. From Nedzu at ua.ed.jp to Midoriya Izuku midori@nighti.or.jp. CC, Sir Nighti at nighti.or.jp. Subject: Logistics. Midoriya-kun. Welcome to UA. You might have received your UA acceptance form letter. It needed to be sent so that it was on record, and you also have to send a formal note confirming your attendance. But now we can discuss the particulars. Officially, your homeroom is 1I. This way you'll escape the media attention that is inevitable for our Hero Core students. However, your homeroom teacher, Itamao, will be your homeroom teacher in name only. Unofficially, you are under the joint purview of Aizawa-san and myself. If you have any problems, report them to one of us. I've already received your scores for English and History and have confirmed that you've successfully tested out of both of those subjects. How is your math curriculum progressing? You'll need to test out of it by the beginning of the year in order for your modified schedule to be possible. I've attached your schedule. As you can see, you'll be spending your afternoons either with Class 1A, when they have a practical exercise, or with me. In the morning, you'll attend the computer coding class with the support students, the finance class with the management students, and the science and literature classes with the general education or the management students, depending on the day. When internships occur for the Hero course, you have the choice to participate, though only with agencies other than Night Eye Agency, since Sir Night Eye has informed me that you'll be continuing to work with him after school. I'm thrilled to welcome you to UA, Midoriya-kun. Plus Ultra. Let's go beyond. Plus Ultra. Police case #047-2008-408, Chiba Prefecture, Chiba City. Time: April 8, 2008, 7:22 a.m. Victim: Moto Shiro. Perpetrator: unknown assailant, male, teenager. Situation: reported as a domestic disturbance. Officers arrived at Moto-san's apartment at 7:29 a.m., 5 minutes after the emergency call was received. Moto-san was dead on arrival. His body was riddled with wounds that looked like bits of flesh were cleanly scooped from him. His eyes were missing but were later found on his kitchen counter. Neighbors reported that they heard shouting from the apartments, mostly Moto-san, who was yelling that he didn't do it and that his assailant didn't understand. Neighbors only heard the other person yell, "For what? Why?" One of the residents of the building, Yamasaki Mai, claimed that she saw a dark-haired teenager leaving Moto's apartment at 7:25 a.m. Moto Shiro possessed a quirk, which he apparently called ice cream scoop. It could take even-sized scoops out of any matter. This is consistent with the wounds on Moto-san's body. It is unknown how or why he would inflict these wounds on himself, since it is clear that some of them would have been impossible, he would have passed out from pain or blood loss long before he was finished making those wounds. They are possibly the result of a quirk-related unconscious backlash. From Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp to Sir Nighti Sir Nighte at nighti.or.jp. Subject: officially ungrounded? Sir, it's been a month since the incident. Can you give me an assignment? I haven't worked on or even asked about any active case. Please. Midoriya Izuku. What has 3 legs, 2 wheels, and 1 direction? From Sir Nighti Sir Nighte at nighti.or.jp to Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp. Subject: officially ungrounded? It's 4 a.m. Sir Nighte, please sleep. From Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp to Sir Nighti Sir Nighte at nighti.or.jp. Subject: officially ungrounded? Sir, sorry. I'll ask you in the morning, then. Midoriya Izuku. A 3-legged dog on a bicycle, careening down a hill. From Sir Nighti Sir Nighte at nighti.or.jp to Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp. Subject: officially ungrounded? Wait a second, what are you doing up? From Sir Nighti Sir Nighte at nighti.or.jp to Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp. Subject: officially ungrounded? Any active case. Any active case. God damn it, Izuku. Excerpt from Trigger, a Biochemical and Biological Profile by Takahashi Sho. The mechanism of action of trigger is still unknown, but we do have several key clues. First is the effect of trigger itself. It enhances quirks while also turning the tongue black. In a traditional blood quirk factor profile, one of the metabolites accessed is benzoquinone acetic acid, which, when polymers of it accumulate in the skin, would turn it black. It is therefore likely that trigger is STMLTNG or enhancing the pathways that produce this metabolite. Principal: Aizawa, you put problem child in my class. Aizawa, really Nedzu? Nedzu, no need to pretend with me, Eraserhead. If I had put him in anyone else's class, you would have protested that decision. Aizawa, if anything happens to him, Night Eye will have my head. Nedzu, if anything happened to him under anyone else's watch, you would have theirs. Nedzu, no need to tell me I'm right, Vizai. From Sir Nighti Sir Nighte at nighti.or.jp to Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp. Subject: keeping you out of trouble. Midoriya-kun, your month of forced relaxation is up. Until UA starts, I'm going to put you on a regular schedule. Your workday is 9 hours and you must sleep 8 hours. Eating and other life necessities will take about 2 hours per day. This means that you have 5 hours for recreation every day, and I am requiring you to relax. Play video games, exercise, take up knitting, I don't care what, but if your recreation is work on cold cases, I'm banning you from the office until the start of the school year. Choose wisely. Sir, and if you work on active cases for recreation, you're banned from this office until graduation. Formal correspondence between Nakashima Kyo, head of Ayakuk, and Oshiro Mika, Japanese Minister of Defense. Oshiro-san, I can say this to you no more plainly, unless there is a concerted effort to recruit underground heroes, international defense efforts will be compromised. Your recently unveiled plans of a 20% increase in intelligence agents placed in China, Korea, and Russia would draw directly from my organization, and frankly, we don't have the personnel. Underground heroes and our supporting intelligence and covert ops agencies are stretched to the limit. No, excuse me, that is false. We were stretched to the limit 10 years ago. We are now past the breaking point. Data from the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare found that heroes, on average, report a 9-hour workday. However, if you restrict that to mainstream heroes, the number drops to 7 hours. If you restrict it to Ayakuk heroes and related personnel, the average is a 10.5-hour workday. Even with that, we have more cases than we can handle. While the number of students entering the mainstream hero force is exceeding the number of heroes retiring, Izuku has been barely breaking even in the last couple of years. We can't spare any veterans or new recruits for your intelligence program, not if you don't want to compromise national law enforcement efforts. Talk with the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications and persuade them to modify their propaganda. Increase recruitment efforts at the school level. Tighten the restrictions on mainstream hero licenses. If you do, you might be able to get the spies you want in the next couple of years. But it's not possible now. Game chat. No brainoging. Hey? Might I? Sorry, I know you don't know me. Might I? But we're gonna lose and you're the only one on the team who isn't rushing in blindly. No brainoging. Yeah, I can't do that anyway, I'm a squishy DPS, not a tank. Might I? That's not stopping any of our other teammates. Might I? Listen, I'll buff and pocket heal you. Might I? We just have to flank. No brainin. K fine, let's go. Might I? Nice job. Might I? You were awesome. No brain no gain. Couldn't have done it without you, our heals. Might I? Wanna play again sometime? Might I? I mean, you don't have to. Might I? I'm not great at this game. Might I? You probably don't want to, sorry. No brain no. Calm down. No brain no gain. Just sent you a friend request. No brain no gain, and you are fine. No brain no gain. You are good for a newbie. Might I? Oh, thanks. Might I? I haven't played video games in a while. No brain no gain. School? Might I? Kinda. Might I? Internship? Might I? My boss is forcing me to relax now though. Might I? So I have to figure out things to do. No brain again. Oh no, you are one of those types. Might I? No brain no gain. You unironically say that you can sleep when you are dead. Might I? No comment. No brain. Might I? You don't have a leg to stand on though. Might I? It's 3 a.m. No brain again. You are wrong, I have exactly one leg to stand on. No brain again. Insomnia. No brain. Might I? Insomnia. No brain. Might I? Insomnia. No brain again. Insomnia. Might I? That no sleep juice? No brain no gain. You are not wrong. No braining. But now it's you with no legs. No braining. Go to sleep, might I? No brain no gain. We can play later. Might I? Alright. Might I? And my name is Midoriya BTW. Might I? Good night. No brain no gain. OMG, don't just give out your name, you dork. No brain no. Good night. No brain no gain. Im Shinso. I have assembled a pedigree of the Nakahara family to prove that Nakahara Nobu and Goru could reasonably have been born quirkless. Red marks quirked individuals. Circles are females, squares are males, and a line struck through the symbol indicates that the individual is deceased. Both are marked as quirkless and deceased at the bottom of the tree. Of their parents, I have found that the father was quirkless and deceased and the mother was quirked. However, quirkedness is only inherited through the male line, since the mother's quirk gene is silenced in her offspring. Therefore, for now, we can ignore Nobu and Goru's mother's side. Their father was quirkless, so of course it is possible that he passed the quirkless allele to both of his sons. To rule out the possibility of him carrying an indetectable quirk, we cannot exhume the body simply to check his toe joints. We can take a look at his parents and siblings. His father was quirked, but about half of his father's offspring are quirkless, one of those confirmed with an X-ray of the foot. This suggests that Nobu's father's father was heterozygous for the quirk gene. He carried both the quirked and quirkless allele and could have passed either on to his children. Thus, it is reasonable that Nobu's father had at least one copy of the quirkless allele. Nobu's father's mother was also quirkless, so it is also possible that Nobu's father could be homozygous for the quirk gene. He could have carried two quirkless alleles, meaning that all of his offspring would be quirkless. In summary, it is very likely that the two brothers were born quirkless, and only later somehow acquired a quirk. From Mirio Tagata Elimillion at nighti.or.jp to Sir Nighti at nighti.or.jp. Subject: Is he supposed to be doing this? Sir Midoriya-kun has been joining my workouts with All Might. It's very fun. I love having him there. He's very dedicated and honestly inspires both me and All Might to do better. But is he allowed to do this? Just thought I should check. Mirio Tagata. What's a ghost's favorite kind of fruit? From Sir Night I at nighti.or.jp to Mirio Tagata Elamillion at nighti.or.jp. Subject. Is he supposed to be doing this? Mirikun. He's on an enforced 9-hour workday, so if he talks to you about a case or uses your workouts to investigate something, then no, he's not allowed. If he's exercising a moderate, healthy amount, then that is acceptable and should be encouraged. Sir, I don't know what? From Mirio Tagata Elamillion at nighti.or.jp to Sir Night I at nighti.or.jp. Subject. Is he supposed to be doing this? Sir. Okay, he's definitely not working on any cases when he's with us. Is he doing this in moderate amounts? It's Midoriya moderate, though, and that's as much as we could have hoped for. Mirio Tagata. Uberi. Game chat. Might I? Hey, you haven't been on in a while. Might I? Everything okay? No brain no gain. Hi, yeah, sorry. No brain no gain. I'm applying to high school's RN. No brain again. It's a time. Might I? Good luck. Might I? You're gonna do great, Shinsukuin. No brain again. I'm not so sure about that. No brain no. Thanks though. From Awada Karakoko Bubblegirl at nighti.or.jp to Sir Night I at nighti.or.jp. Subject. Sir. Midoriya-kun gave me a knit hat today. He also gave one to Centipeder. It even has holes for his antennae. Can you give me an explanation for this? Awata Karakoko. How many bureaucrats does it take to change a light bulb? From Sir Night I at nighti.or.jp to Awata Karakoko Bubblegirl at nighti.or.jp. Subject. I firmly suggested to Midoriya that he get a hobby outside of his work at our agency. He seems to have approached it with his usual determination and lack of moderation. Given that I doubt these hats are the key to solving one of our cases, we should reinforce this behavior. I hope you thanked him sincerely for the hat. Serne. Pamani. From Awada Karakoko Bubblegirl at nighti.or.jp to Sir Night I at nighti.or.jp. Subject. Why? Sir. Of course I did. I'm not a monster. Awata Karakoko. 3. 1 to file the paperwork in triplicate, 1 to assure the public that everything possible is being done to change the light bulb, and 1 to screw the light bulb into the water faucet. Excerpt from UA, The Rise of a Giant, by Taguchi Sho. But the most important battle against the government was yet to come, and although no one knew it, UA's staunchest general was already within its hallowed halls. Nedzu arrived at UA as part of a protection program. He had been found in an illegal genetics lab, the biggest and most complex that has been uncovered since the infamous 2064 bust in Yokohama. 25 quirked animals were rescued from it, 15 with human intelligence or greater, including Nedzu. Heroes were required to guard these animals as they waged a two-pronged legal war. In one court case, they brought charges against their captors, and in the other, they applied for the right to be considered alive and sentient human. It was controversial, but the animals won in both cases. Nedzu was the face and the driving force behind both legal cases, and so after the decisions, heroes had to guard Nedzu for his own safety. It is unknown why, but several years after he was declared legally human, Nedzu announced his intention to become a hero, specifically with an intelligence and covert ops specialization. In interviews, Nedzu has always claimed that he was inspired to public service, but will say no more than that on the subject. Serne. Izuku, Heiso. Izuku, Mirio-kun may have a. Izuku, broken his legs. Izuku, both of them. Night I, where are you? Night, stay right where you are. Night I, I'm coming. Izuku, we're at Dagoba Beach. Izuku, and we're not moving anytime soon. Chapter text. Katsuki was already FNG sick of these extras, and it hadn't even been a full day yet. Their weird but teacher had let them show off their quirks, and the rest of the class had started beaching about the threatened expulsion. It didn't FNG matter, Katsuki was going to beat them all anyway. If someone got expelled, they weren't strong enough to be at UA in the first place, simple as that. Turns out that the teacher didn't even expel anyone anyway, even the little fucker who had come in last. And more importantly, Katsuki didn't come in first. Creation Girl and the half and half BSRD had beaten him. Next time, though, he'd kick their butts. "Hey sensei," one of the girls asked, "why do we only have 19 students in our class anyway? I heard the other hero class has 20. "We do have 20, sensei told them. Some of the idiots started looking around like the missing student was hiding in the corner. "He should be here soon." "He's running late?" Private School yelled, chopping his hands through the air. "Is that allowed at a prestigious institution like UA?" Sensei sighed, rubbing at the bridge of his nose. "Not that it's any of your business, but no. He can explain more later if he wants." Almost if summoned, the door burst open, and an unfortunately familiar head of green hair tumbled in. "What the hell? What the hell?" Katsuki demanded. "What the F are you doing here, Deku?" Deku turned to face him, and Katsuki twitched in surprise. Two thick scars ran diagonally down his cheeks, just under the line of his cheekbones on either side of his face. They started under the outside corner of his eyes and ran almost to his nose, the left one a little longer than the other. The nerd's hair was as messy as ever, and he still had prominent bags under his eyes, but he was paler than Katsuki remembered. Not that he thought about the nerd much. But those scars. "I'm in the hospital." That's what Deku had told him months ago. He hadn't really considered what had even happened to the nerd. Not that Katsuki actually cared. "Kaken," Deku replied evenly. "What the f was this?" Deku should be cowering away, like the useless, quirkless coward he was. Not staring at him like. "Fancy seeing you here," Deku continued. "I didn't know dash." Sensei snorted, cutting Deku off. "If you didn't get a copy of the class list already, I'll eat my hat." Deku ducked his head and muttered something about spending too much time and a centipede. "Sit down, you're already causing problems." "You can interrogate Midoriya on your own time," Sensei told the class as Deku sheepishly sat at the sole empty desk. And what was this? Sensei seemed to know Deku well enough to know both his name and his FING weird habit of squirreling away stupid, meaningless bits of information. How did shitty Deku know a pro hero? "I'm not paid enough to deal with this." Oh, he'd certainly interrogate Deku, Katsuki resolved, glaring at the back of that mess of hair. He'd get the FING answers he wanted, one way or another. And if reminding shitty Deku of his place was a side effect of that, so much the better. From All Might at mighty.or.jp to Sir Night at nighti.or.jp. Subject: Court Control. You'll be glad to hear that Mirio's control of One for All is progressing well. His experience with permeation is serving him well. Between that and Midoriya-kun's constant and creative advice, he's improving faster than I ever thought possible. The broken leg incident was a combination of him trying to use permeation and One for All simultaneously. In the future, I think this will be a very effective strategy. Just ask Midoriya-kun for his notes if you don't believe that. I think he's already filled half a notebook while watching Mirio-kun's training. However, he's now aware that this technique isn't possible at his current level of skill, and hopefully this won't happen again. "I have eaten twice today." From Sir Night at nighti.or.jp to All Might at mighty.or.jp. Subject: Court Control. I know I yelled at you on the phone after I took Mirio-kun to the hospital, and I'm sorry about that. I'm fully aware that the fault lies with Mirio and Midoriya. Mirio-kun generally has good judgment, but Midoriya-kun's insanity can often be very persuasive. Honestly, Toshi, now that I've calmed down, I'm just very, very glad that you didn't give it to Midoriya. Do you know how many broken bones we'd be dealing with at this point? That's encouraging news. My caseload has eased somewhat, so let me know if I can do anything to assist in Mirio-kun's training, besides forcing Midoriya-kun out of the office at a reasonable time. Also, I hear that you're scheduled to teach Midoriya-kun's class tomorrow. Let me know how that goes. Ah, Midoriya-kun. Netsu greeted him. Come in. Have you enjoyed your first day of school so far?" Izuku thought about the weird stares he'd gotten in every class thus far, the strange behavior of the teachers. He only knew Aizawa. He didn't know why the rest of them were acting so twitchy around him, and the lunch PRD that he'd spent dodging Kaken's attempts to corner him. Yep, he lied brightly. Nedzu hummed in response. Izuku suspected that he didn't buy it, but he mercifully didn't call Izuku out on it. Well, good, Nedzu continued. Would you like some tea? Izuku declined, but Nedzu didn't seem put off. Okay, down to business then, Midoriya-kun, what do you expect out of these sessions? I don't quite know what you mean, Izuku admitted. I assumed that these would be, I don't know, a grab bag of advanced subjects that would be useful? I'm not sure why you scheduled them, to be honest. Nedzu shook his head. No, I can see why you would think that, Midoriya-kun, especially when we consider the structure of education in Japan. You're used to teachers dictating facts to you, telling you what is and is not true, but you've seen the wider world, Midoriya-kun. Tell me, how helpful have the facts been? Izuku shrugged, unsure what to make of this conversation. Unexpectedly helpful, sometimes, but on the whole. Nedzu nodded enthusiastically. Yes. The facts alone do not an education make. The point of education is not to teach students the truth, but how to distinguish between truth and fiction, that is, how to think. I'm aware that you already approach problems from unconventional angles. I've read your intelligence briefs, but I think that together we can expand on the foundation that you've built. Izuku nodded slowly. I understand that. How are we going to go about that, then? Are we going to review my past cases? No, I don't believe that concentrating on the past would be beneficial. Nedzu chirped. That sort of reflection has its time and place, but now is the time for advancement. Izuku bit his lip thoughtfully. Considering all of that, teaching me to think, I think that I want to focus on being more proactive, if that makes sense. It's easy for me to reconstruct something from evidence, like how or why a crime happened, but I'm not good at predicting what a villain would do. Nedzu clapped his paws together and sprung to his feet, landing on the table. Yes, exactly, Midoriya-kun. I knew that it would be a pleasure to teach you. That's precisely what I'd noticed in my review of your cases. To that end, I feel it best to start with a sort of evaluation, so I can see how you approach this kind of prediction. What sort of evaluation? Nedzu gave him a bright smile, and Izuku felt the stirrings of dread in his stomach. I thought we'd start close to home, as it were. Midoriya-kun, by the end of the week, I want you to infiltrate UA. Izuku blinked at him, frozen in surprise. What? Nedzu chuckled. Not actually, of course. You do have permission and you're not an enemy agent. But I want you to find the flaws in our security. That includes the physical building, our computer networks, our surveillance systems, and of course, our personnel. You'll need to be able to predict how people and systems will react to your investigations and how to preempt these responses. For this assignment, you'll have the advantage of already being in the school, but that's it. Anything goes, Midoriya-kun, as long as you don't actually compromise our security. Anything. Izuku repeated. Anything. Nedzu nodded firmly. Recruit your classmates, hack our systems, engage in psychological warfare, do your best. I look forward to seeing the results of your efforts, Midoriya-kun. Excerpt from A Discussion of Quirk Factor, Why We Need a Scientific Revolution, by Kitamura Gaku, written in 2132. It has become clear from 100 years of quirk genetic research and pedigree studies that we can conceptualize the inheritance of quirks on two axes. First and foremost, there is the quirk gene that is located on chromosome 20 and is linked to the phenotype of the missing toe joint. Only the allele inherited from the father matters in this case. If the child inherits the quirkless allele of the quirk gene, they are quirkless, and if they inherit the quirked allele, they are quirked. The copy of the gene from the mother is silenced, and thus does not matter in determining the presence or absence of a quirk. If the child does inherit the quirked allele from their father, then the second axis of quirk inheritance comes into play, the nature of the quirk. This is inherited from both the mother and father and is usually similar to one or the other, or, more rarely, a combination of both. Quirks that resemble neither parents are vanishingly rare. It is difficult to predict what specific quirk a child will inherit, although it is very easy to predict if they will be quirked or quirkless, at least if genetic information is available. The implication of this, of course, is that there exists a common quirk pathway that leads to the development of all quirks. For all the phenotypic diversity of quirks, there is a unified biological pathway that accounts for the existence of all of them. Quirk scientists in the 2040s capitalized on this fact and determined that there were a set of small molecules that could be detected in the blood that were a result of quirk use. The balance and relative abundance of each of these small molecules were affected by the type of quirk and the long-term and short-term use of it, as well as the usual suspects, age, SEC, and general physical health. In the absence of genetic methods to investigate quirks, quirk scientists fixated on this quirk factor blood test. It has been an accepted diagnostic test and research assay since the early 2080s, and it would be difficult to find a paper in the last 50 years that doesn't reference the method. However, metabolomics has never been a precise science, and without a genetic basis for their conclusions, scientists and quirk counselors have been relying far too much on this limited panel of small molecules to tell us about the nature and function of quirks. The time has come to consider how to expand our diagnostic methods and to create a new standard of quirk testing and measurement that is based on a more complete biological understanding of quirks. Izuku's notes, scrawled in the margins, quirk factor is still a vague term and unhelpful. Seems like outdated term and scientists can't use genetics to update. Police case #081-2008-711, Chiba Prefecture, Funabashi. Time, July 11, 2008 9:01 p.m. Victims: Yamaguchi Sho, Yamaguchi Hiro, Asanuma Nagao, Ito Shuyo, Takahashi Q. Perpetrator: unknown assailant M, teenager. Possible unidentified others. Situation: reported as a domestic disturbance, officers arrived at the Yamaguchi's apartment at 9:12 p.m., 11 minutes after the emergency call was received. All 5 men were found dead on arrival. Coroner reports indicate that they all died from blood loss. Their bodies were riddled with wounds that looked like someone had cut perfect spheres of flesh out of them many, many times. All were missing their eyes. They were not found in the apartment. According to neighbors, the Yamaguchis and their associates had spent an abnormal amount of time during the past 2 months inside their apartment. They were twitchy. I swear that Yamaguchi-san's friend almost punched me when I came up behind him on the stairway one time, said Miyagi Miku, the neighbor who called the police. She also reported seeing a young boy exit the Yamaguchi apartment after the screaming began, and she opened her door to investigate the noise. There had been yelling before the screaming had started, she also reported, though she couldn't make out any of the words. Excerpt from Yue, The Rise of a Giant, by Taguchi Sho. Nedzu's decision to become a hero created legal ripples throughout Japan, but his actual schooling and licensing went remarkably smoothly. His provisional exam was of a special note. Despite his stature and his lack of physical strength, he obtained a perfect score. At the time, it was written off as a fluke, and in hindsight, this was likely exactly what Nedzu wanted the public to believe. Nedzu never competed in any of Yue's sports festivals or other public events. He graduated with honors and then quietly disappeared into the world of intelligence and covert ops. Attempting to trace his history during this time is utterly impossible, as every mission that he could have possibly participated in is classified. Did he stay in Japan, working as an underground hero? Did he go abroad? Nedzu has never answered these questions, and it's likely that he never will. He re-emerged 15 years later, in 2150, to become a teacher at UA, and then, 3 years later, the principal of the school. His appointment generated an outcry in certain sectors, but opposition disappeared remarkably quickly. Most of that can be attributed to the intense publicity regime that Nedzu began that ultimately boosted UA's reputation while simultaneously obscuring the man behind the curtain. Throughout Nedzu's career, this pattern, achievement followed by an intense obscurity, repeats over and over, and it has been highly effective. Incident Report, April 6, 2179. Student, Bakugu Katsuki. Class, what? Supervising teacher, Almate. Homeroom teacher, Eraserhead. Summation of incident. During a practical foundational heroics class, Bakugu Katsuki displayed belligerent and antagonistic behavior toward one of his classmates, Midoriya Izuku. For this exercise, I sorted the students into pairs and randomly assigned them to either protect or capture a fake bomb. For most pairs this was a straightforward exercise, but considering Midoriya's focus on intelligence and covert ops, I decided that Midoriya would direct his other teammate, Uraraka Ochako, through the simulation, and to make it fair, I allowed them an additional 15 minutes to set up defenses around the bomb. Midoriya and Uraraka's plan was ingenious and included an array of traps and a final dilemma that forced Bakugo to choose to attack Uraraka and in effect to set off the bomb, or allow her to escape the building with the bomb. He chose to attack and thus lost the exercise. Bakugo was visibly enraged, but ignored both Uraraka and his own teammate. He stormed into the simulation room and confronted Midoriya. He threatened Midoriya with his quirk and Uraraka intervened. Uraraka will not be subject to any disciplinary actions. For Bakugo, I recommend detention, and if this occurs again, suspension. Homeroom teacher's notes. Once again, I must reiterate, leaving All Might, who does not have a teaching degree or any sort of experience with children, in charge of a bunch of rowdy teenagers with dangerous quirks is the height of folly. You can see it even here. His description of the situation only contains cold hard facts, and he does not show an understanding of the deeper issues of any of the children involved. It has become clear that Bakugo and Midoriya have a history, and that this history is not a good one. I was not aware of this, and I feel like I should have been, considering that Midoriya knew since at least yesterday that Bakugo is in this class. If Midoriya did not know that this sort of situation was imminent, then either he has a blind spot concerning Bakugo, or we have been gravely overestimating his intelligence all this time. I think it far more likely that he decided not to tell us, and this speaks to the amount of work we still have to do concerning his need for self-destruction. Did All Might notice this? Apparently not. Bakugo's anger problems are troubling. That he was provoked to this level of rage not only because of losing, but because of losing to a specific person, would already be a red flag for me. The fact that this specific person displays skills and behaviors that are often linked to abuse or childhood bullying is even more of a concerning detail. A responsible adult should always be supervising when Bakugo and Midoriya are together, at least until we get a clearer picture of the situation. It is also worth noting that, on the second day of classes, lines are already being drawn in the sand. A severely fractured class is rarely a successful one. While it is heartening that Midoriya already has a friend in Class 1A who is willing to leap to his defense, Bakugo is still at risk for ostracization due to this incident. Let me be clear, I do not condone his behavior, and think that the punishment assigned by All Might is sufficient. I am also worried for Midoriya's continued health around this student. But I think he has potential, if the situation is handled carefully. I do not trust All Might to be careful with anything. From Centipeder at nighti.or.jp to Sir Night at nighti.or.jp, Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp, subject, Financial Analysis, Nakahara Case. Sir and Midoriya-kun, attached is my financial analysis of Miku's construction, the shell company that ostensibly owns the ruin of the Funabashi Bank. During the Midoriya rescue operation we already found the connection to Chishiki, and I need far more than 9 months to get anywhere with that mess of a company, especially considering our recent workload. Maybe Midoriya-kun can pitch that to his management class as a final project. However, I didn't turn up that much more about Miku's other source of income, Hisakazu. The name is written with the kanji for long life and one. That's the only name that was given on the donation records, and it is a donation. It's within the limits for legal donations and the amount is low enough and dispersed frequently enough that it didn't draw any government attention. The bank accounts used for the donations are impossible to track, mainly because they were opened at the branches of banks that would be hit by Goru's band of robbers after the accounts were opened. The banks only retain the information that the accounts were opened, but somehow lost all other info about them. Each account was closed 6 months after the bank was robbed. The last donation and the last account termination occurred 6 months after the Funabashi heist. I assume most of the donations were used to buy the bank ruin, and the funds from Chishiki were used for upkeep of the shell company. I'm sorry that I can't find more about this Hisakazu fellow. Centipeder. Ask me if I'm a penguin. From Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp to Sir Nighti Surnite at nighti.or.jp. Centipeder at nighti.or.jp. Subject: Financial analysis, Nakahara case. Centipeder. Thanks for this and thanks for the advice about my management final project. I like the idea. It's only been 2 days of school and I already miss seeing you guys at the office every day. Bubble Girl's been sending me pictures of you all wearing the hats I gave you, though, so that's helped. I'm glad the antennae holes have been working out well. Midoriya Izuku. Are you a penguin? From Sir Nighti Surnai at nighti.or.jp to Centipeder at nighti.or.jp. Midoriya Izuku Midori at nighti.or.jp. Subject: Financial analysis, Nakahara case. Centipeder and Midoriya-kun. First, Centipeder, thank you for your work on Hisakazu. I know it doesn't seem like you've uncovered much information, but I think it might be unexpectedly helpful someday. We'll see. Second, don't give Midoriya-kun ideas about his final projects already. By the time final projects actually come around, he'll have researched and developed them until they're so huge that he won't have time to sleep for months. And Midoriya, you'd think that I'd banished you from the office for a year, not 6 days. I just want to make sure that you have a week to adjust to school. Also, thank you again for the hat, it's very soft. Sir, don't ask him if he's a penguin. Centipeder, please find a new joke. From Sir Nighti Surnai at nighti.or.jp to Tsukachi Neomesa, Tsukauchin at enpago.jp. Subject: Forward. Financial analysis, Nakahara case. Tsukachi. Midoriya-kun's theory about the Nakahara brothers' connections has gotten even more support. Centipeder's financial analysis of a man known as Hisakazu is attached. Star Trek, To Boldly Go. James T. Kirk returns to the Starship Enterprise, but this time, with a quirk. Return to the nostalgia of the Star Trek universe, but updated for the modern age. James T. Kirk is living in Iowa, a genius kid with an unhelpful and unwieldy propulsion quirk. His dad, he's been told, had a flight quirk, but he's never known either of his parents. When a Starfleet recruiter comes to town, Kirk realizes that he's belonged to the stars all along. Coming soon to a theater near you. Excerpt from the Newbie Officer's Guide, an unofficial document archived on police servers, written circa 2150 and updated every year. Chapter 7. Collaboration with Heroes. Collaboration is the fancy term for it, and it's what your CO will call it. This case will be investigated in collaboration with Ingenium's office, or we're collaborating with Endeavor's HOSA branch. What they mean is that you'll be doing the grunt work, and the heroes will get the pay and the prestige. But there are agencies that officers will fight to collaborate with, and agencies that experienced officers won't touch with a 10-foot pole. Here's your quick who's who of police collaborators. Agencies that you want to work with. Ayakuk. Even if you didn't want to work with them, you'd have to. Underground heroes collaborate with us all the time, to the point that we're all pretty much the same division. We have a mutual understanding with them, and most officers have at least a couple of underground heroes that they go out with for a drink occasionally. However, do not date any of them. There's a reason they chose to be underground heroes, and whatever it is, I can promise you that it's not conducive to a healthy relationship. Night Eye Agency, the best of the independent agencies. Sir Night Eye was once a sidekick in Mighty Agency, which was a headache to work with mostly because of the media circus that you'd have deal with. But even then, he was a fair man who ran a tight ship. When you work with Night Eye Agency, you know that Sir and his team give your words and ideas as much weight as they give contributions from licensed heroes, sometimes more. He's exactingly fair. If you do a good job and go above and beyond, he'll report that and make sure you get the compensation you deserve. If you F up, he will also make sure that you're given what you deserve. He's not skimpy on the official reprimands. He also doesn't care about age, SEC, or quirk. A true merit-based agency. Note, Night Eye Agency is primarily composed of the intelligence infrastructure of Mighty Agency that broke off to follow Sir Night Eye when the two split. This includes the investigative contracts that the police department had with Mighty Agency. Thus, We don't work with Mighty as much as we did. Gunhead Hero Office, one of our favorite criminal management offices. Gunhead is skilled and polite. He and his office respect the police force and do their job with a minimum of fuss. Anyone who's worked or interned in his office is also likely morally upright and hardworking. He has a good sense for that sort of thing. Fat Gum Hero Office. Fat Gum is a long-term collaborator, and he's always professional, yet cheerful. Like Sir Night Eye, he is very fair and egalitarian. His interns and sidekicks are always interesting, since he just seems to attract colorful personalities. But they're always fun, and this agency is one of the most entertaining to work with. Agencies that you don't want to work with. Endeavor Agency, run far away. Endeavor doesn't like the police, and we don't like him. His singular focus is villain apprehension, and he doesn't care about collateral damage. He won't take anything you say into account, even when your advice would save lives. He might listen to his fellow pro-heroes, but that's a long shot. Your best bet is to just clear the area quickly and keep an eye on the surrounding infrastructure in case you have to evacuate a burning building or two. And don't expect that you'll earn anything more than the base compensation. No police officers have ever been mentioned in any of Endeavor Agency's official briefs. Several police officers have tried to burn our bridges with this agency, so to speak, but Endeavor dispenses so much bullshit that it seems that he's immune. It's hard to insult someone who doesn't even know you exist. Hawk's Hero Office. Hawks is a nice guy, and he'll at least listen to you, so that's a plus. However, his hero office is a mess. The PR department is solid, but his financial and analytical departments are disorganized and they squabble over everything. Honestly, it's even odds that he's even aware of the problem. Also, there's something particularly grating about coming off a 12-hour shift and hearing a pro-hero talk about his dream of having no work. Don't expect to be mentioned in any official briefs in this office, but that's because the intra-office politics overshadow everything else. Miruko Hero Office. Any hero that doesn't believe in cooperation is going to be a pain to work with, but Miruko is worse than most. Ask the older officers if you want details on the clusterfuck that went down with her office. The only upside to that incident is that now Miruko Hero Office avoids working with us whenever possible, which is fine with us. Hatsume was bored. Bored. Power Loader refused to let any of the support students into the workshop yet, and May needed a project or she'd go insane. She tried to break into the workshop 3 separate times, and was just waiting for the numbness in her hands to go away before she made a 4th attempt. Power Loader was fond of trapping the locks with electricity, but that would be his downfall. Somehow, May had a couple of ideas. Maybe one, maybe none. But she needed to get into that workshop. She was preparing to make another raid on a janitor closet when she ran across, almost literally, a floating boy and his friend. The girl that May ran into jumped and yelped, and with a short scream, the boy pool-meted to the floor. They were all a pile of limbs for a moment, but they eventually managed to sorry themselves out. Sorry, May chirped. I didn't mean to interrupt. No, it's fine. The green-haired boy shook his head frantically. It was our fault. What were you doing up there anyway? May asked. Was that your quirk? Can you fly? Nope. Green shook his head. That was Uraraka-chan's quirk. A quirk that could make people float. That was even better than a flying quirk. What's your weight limit? May wanted to know. How much concentration does it take? Can you lift multiple items at once? Could you use your quirk and operate tech at the same time? Gravity Girl stuttered. She was pretty cute, May noticed. We don't really have time right now, but I could tell you about my quirk later. Oh right, what these kids were up to. She'd forgotten about that. Yeah, what were you guys doing? Green and Gravity Girl shared a long look. May waited patiently. Finally, Green nodded firmly to Gravity Girl and held out his hand to May. Nestled in the center of his palm was a tiny camera. It wasn't very interesting. You could easily buy the same model at any old store. I'm trying to set up my own surveillance system of UA, Green told her. It's for an assignment, although you have no reason to believe me. He paused. You can help if you want. You don't have to though, he stammered, waving his hands urgently. You could even report us if you wanted to dash. Midoriya-kun. Gravity Girl hissed, but May wasn't really paying attention. Project? The chance to build some babies. She'd make Spy Kid as many tiny cameras as he needed, and they'd be so cool. Heat vision, motion sensors, night vision, and legs for independent movement. But why stop there? Wings. A self-defense system. Lasers. Miss. Spy Kid seemed to be trying to get her attention. Yes, she replied, her head still swimming with camera plans. So you'll help us? She grabbed Spy Kid's hand in hers and shook it vigorously. Get me into the workshop and I'll make you the best cameras you've ever seen. Not quite the help we were expecting, but okay, Gravity Girl muttered. And there are some people you should meet. May continued. She wasn't good at names or people in general, but she was good at remembering potential collaborators. There was that one guy in her class that was into security, cybersecurity, but it was the same thing really. And another that was into face and voice recognition software. Oh, this was so interesting. Hatsum May certainly wasn't bored now. Notes of Abdul Adder, social scientist studying the nomadic Bijou people of Southeast Asia, 1960. As for the son of Japman, I still have not seen the boy. I have overheard some of the older folk talking about him fearfully, although whether they are afraid for him or of him, I am unsure. The Bijou language is an amalgamation of Southeast Asian languages, and I am still not completely fluent. I heard them mention their old gods, the ones that existed before Islam came, and something about breathing the water, although this is likely metaphorical. It is true that Japman's wife sells more fish than the other families, and the fish are often bigger and healthier. And last week, she was selling a small bluefin tuna, but it looked as though it had been killed by a spear gun. The tuna have already dove to depths that are unreachable by free divers. Perhaps the boy is a very good and dedicated fisherman. Perhaps he is just very lucky. Perhaps, game chat. Might I? Hey, you're on. No brain no gain. I needed a break, I guess. Might I? How's high school going? Did you get into the one you wanted? No brain no gain. Hey, your name is really Midoriya, right? Might I? Yeah? No brain no gain. Weird question, but. No brain again. Do you have 2 scars? No brain no gain. Like on both cheeks? Might I? Wait. No brain no gain. I'm in your science class. Might I? I would have noticed. Might I? I even have the class list, but like. Might I? This week has already been crazy. Might I? Wait, I thought you were going for heroics programs. No brain no gain. Yeah, like that was actually going to happen. Might I? No brain no gain. I don't have a heroic quirk. Might I? Oh yeah, that can make mainstream heroics difficult. Might I? But listen, I wouldn't write it off. No brain again. Oh, you wouldn't. No brain again. Great, fantastic, good to hear. No brain again. What good advice from the recommended student. Might I? Oh, sorry, that might have come off wrong. Might I? I mean, there's a lot of diverse quirks in mainstream heroics. Might I? There are even some mainstream heroes with underground-type quirks. Might I? So don't give up. No brain no gain. Underground-type quirks? No brain again. Are you sure you don't mean villainous quirks? Might I? No. I mean quirks that are suited to covert ops. No brain again. Oh yeah, that makes it so much better. No brain no gain. Deception and trickery and manipulation. Might I? That's a really reductive description of underground heroics. No brain no gain. It's almost like I haven't had PPL telling me that I'd be a great hero. No brain no gain. You know, as long as I become one of those underground heroes. No brain no gain. Either that or a villain. No brain no gain. You know that underground heroism arose out of a criminal rehabilitation program? Might I? Yeah, but that's missing about half the context. No brain again. Everyone's real fond of telling me that. No brain again. Oh yes, the context. No brain no gain. Whatever. No brain no gain. You wouldn't even be talking to me if you knew what my quirk was. I doubt that. Might I? I have a lot of friends who have underground quirks. Might I? So whatever your quirk is, it won't change what I think of you. No brain again. Really? No brain. Haven't heard that before. No brain no gain. Especially not from PPL who are FANG blessed. No brain no gain. I bet you don't care what quirks people have, right? Might I? Shinso, it's not what you think. No brain no gain. You see the person, not the quirk. No brain no gain. Real easy to do that when. Might I? You're making a lot of assumptions, and if you'll let me explain. No brain again. Your quirk makes PPL think the sun shines out of your butt. No brain again. Oh, I am the one making assumptions? Might I? Why won't you listen to me? No braining. I'm too tired for this bullshit. No brain no gain is offline. My Shinsa. Bai is typing. Never mind. UA takes defensive measures against reporters. With All Might teaching at Japan's premier hero school, the spotlight is on UA more than ever. But can they handle it? This morning, UA triggered its front gates as a flood of reporters descended on the school, hoping to get a few words from the students and the teachers about the #1 hero. According to the official statement by the school, the gate was triggered by the reporters passing the threshold of the school without a badge, but the reporters present claim that they didn't trespass on UA grounds. Our primary concern is the health and safety of our students, Principal Nedzu said in an impromptu press conference outside the school's closed gates. We are thrilled to have All Might impart his knowledge to the next generation. We understand his unique position as both a teacher and a public figure, but we cannot compromise the security of UA to satisfy the curiosity of the public. We are an institution that exists, first and foremost, to nurture and to educate our students. 2 weeks ago, Ibyu Ryuzaki, Japan's Minister of Education, released statements that condemned UA's refusal to follow government-mandated standards of education. In the press conference about these statements, Principal Nedzu claimed that UA's independence was necessary to maintain both its standards and its security. Specific examples of instances where this security was needed were not provided in either that conference or the most current. I appreciate my fans and their continued support. All Might told reporters at the end of the press conference. But my #1 priority in the coming year is my students. I must request that you treat them with all the respect that you treat me. Please don't harass them, and please contribute to their education in any way that you can. Excerpt from the notes of Abe Haney, archived in police storage, and recovered from the 2064 Yokohama bust of an illegal genetics lab. The quirk region on chromosome 20 seems to be dosage-dependent, as expected. The silencing of the mother's copy of the gene did seem to indicate that more than one active copy of the gene would spell disaster. We've confirmed it. Also, knocking out the gene, removing the gene completely, leads to death. Below I will summarize years of mouse research. I sincerely hope that even if we can never be published, other scientists in the field will see this. I hope that our efforts were not in vain. We began with 2 mouse lines, one that was homozygous for the human quirkless allele and one that was homozygous for the quirked allele. The human allele was successfully inserted, and the mouse's natural chromosome 20 region was excised. Silencing was allowed to happen normally. The mice were able to survive and thrive with the human sequences. The quirkless mice were normal and lived a normal mouse lifespan. See table below, reference ID 1. The quirked mice did indeed display quirks. They could be subtle, but all mice underwent frequent blood tests, and the quirked mice all generated metabolites that are assessed in quirk blood tests, too. Some quirks included acid blood, increased speed, and the ability to phase through walls. Mouse containment was certainly a challenge. However, this early success galvanized our team, and we began to generate more complex mouse lines. First, we decided to assess the outcome of having 2 unsilenced quirk genes. When the second copy of the allele was unsilenced in the quirkless lineage, the mice were more sickly than normal and died earlier. There seemed to be neurological abnormalities. 3. In quirked lineages, the mice with 2 unsilenced copies of the allele died in utero. 4. In order to try to understand why the dosage of the gene led to death, 1 copy of the gene was silenced in the quirked mice throughout development, and then both copies of the gene were unsilenced when the mice reached adulthood. 5. The mice died fairly quickly once that occurred. They became voracious and ran fevers as their energy output increased. At the same time, quirk use byproducts began to build up in their tissues. The most noticeable of these was benzoquinone acetic acid, which appears black when it is deposited in tissue. By the time of death, all mice had turned entirely black. They also developed neurological tics. Autopsies revealed an intense degradation of brain tissue, especially in the frontal cortex. Knocking out the gene also resulted in fetal death. 6. Decreasing the expression of the gene significantly in adulthood led to a slow death in both lineages. 7. The mice began to display erratic behaviors and refused to eat. They died from starvation. The autospies showed slight degradation of brain tissue, and it seems likely that a lack of the gene interferes with neurological function. The table above summarizes our results with respect to genotype and gene expression. In conclusion, too many copies of the quirk gene results in fetal death, and if introduced in adulthood, the body and the quirk going into overdrive, destroying the organism by depleting its energy and cannibalizing its brain tissue. No copies of the gene also leads to fetal death, and if the gene expression is decreased in adulthood, a sharp decline of neurological function and a slow death from starvation. Spy Kid. May, hey, I have a guy you should meet. Soon. May, after school? Spy Kid. Yes, Hatsum, sorry I'm in class. May, that's boring. Spy Kid. Yeah, we can meet up after school. Spy Kid. What's this guy's name? Spy Kid. He's actually down with infiltrating the school? Spy Kid. Knowing that I don't actually know the consequences if we get caught? May, I don't know, but he's a hacker. May. He says that he really wants to hack UA. May. So I think we have everyone we need to get me into the workshop. Spy Kid. Alright, sounds good. Spy Kid. See you then. Excerpt from Hero Analysis for the Present, Volume 4, by Midoriya Izuku. Tactics, stalling. Most useful, hostage situations, cooperative missions, covert ops. Least useful, solo missions, rescue missions. Heroes that rely on it. Mask, Puppeteer, Sound, Fury, Scheherazade. Tactical breakdown. Many mainstream heroes wouldn't even count stalling as a heroic tactic, but it is, as evidenced by the number of underground heroes who have made a successful career out of it. Stalling is most useful when working with others and/or when timing is a crucial element of the mission. Has the villain arrived too early? Are reinforcements late? Is the sniper not yet in position? Stall. Some underground heroes have quirks that were made for it, namely Scheherazade, but others have had to adapt by adopting skillful stalling methods in order to utilize their quirks, like Sound and Fury. Sound and Fury have fairly well-documented quirks because they're twins who had the rare phenomenon of complementary quirks that are functionally useless without the other. Sound can make everyone in an area hear a specific frequency of white noise, and Fury can influence emotions, but only the emotions of anyone who is hearing the frequency of sound that sound produces. This effect is lost as soon as the target leaves the radius of Sound's quirk, so the twins have developed methods of luring targets to stay in their radius until their mission is completed or backup arrives. Sir Nightie's insight when I asked him, the two of them tell me that the key is to give the target part of what they want. You can't give them everything they want, or they won't have a reason to stay, no matter what emotions Fury evokes in them. But you also can't endlessly string them along, because they'll get too frustrated for Fury to affect. You have to tease, imply that they'll get everything they desire if they just stick around for a while. I've never put their lessons to use, but I've seen the results of their missions. Their methods are very effective. On the other hand, Mask and Puppeteer have quirks that they could use in other ways, but they most frequently use them for stalling. Mask can make anyone look like someone else, but she can't do this to herself. She frequently switches people's faces in high-tension situations in order to sow confusion. She then plays off of this chaos, encouraging suspicion and complicating the situation until other teammates are in position or escaped in the confusion. Puppeteer can control the actions of others, but only if they have a strand of the target's hair. Puppeteer has to move and speak like they want someone under their control to do, which makes their quirk use not very subtle. However, Puppeteer can act at a distance. In emergency situations, Puppeteer can sow discord and stall from within the villain's ranks while physically in the mission control center. They are often used as a backup and a last resort on many underground missions, and many underground heroes collect the hair of villains that they encounter in order to turn them over to Puppeteer later. Personal notes. I had to stall with Nakahara Nobu, and I didn't do it well. I dream about it. I say something wrong, and the knife goes into my throat instead. It's hard to think about it, but I have to. It was only my life on the line last time. Next time that might not be the case. I've written everything I can remember of the days of conversation in a different notebook. Sir wouldn't be happy if he knew that I'd been doing that with my free time. But there are lessons there. I have to get better. I have to be better. If I don't use this to save more people, then what was the point? I've told Sir that I'm trying to put it all behind me. That I'm moving on, that I'm not dwelling on it, not thinking about it. I've told him that my continuing interest in the Nakahara brothers is simply because of All for One. That I don't have nightmares, that I don't wake up in a cold sweat, that I don't see the shadow of them dogging my steps. Nobu was right. Every good lie is a little unbelievable. From Eraserhead at ed.jp to Snipe at ua.ed.jp, Cementos at ua.ed.jp, Glitch at ua.ed.jp, All Might at ua.ed.jp, Au at ua.ed.jp, CC, Nedzu at ua.ed.jp, Itoam at ua.ed.jp, Subject, Sir Night Eye isn't that scary. Please stop making my student twitchy as hell. Midoriya Izuku has trained under Sir Night Eye for 2 years, so he's smart and observant, which means that you're not being half as subtle as you think you are. I know that you're all terrified of something happening to him under your watch and Sir Night Eye coming to rain down fire and brimstone on you. Let me make this perfectly clear. If you don't stop making him uncomfortable with your weird behavior, such behaviors include staring at Midoriya, refusing to look at him, stuttering when you talk to him, keeping at least 5 meters between you at all times, etc., Sir Night Eye will be the least of your problems. If Midoriya is still paranoid because of you fuckers come Friday, I will be knocking on some doors. I know where you all live. Treat Midoriya like any other student, or answer to me. Bizawa. From Itoam at ua.ed.jp to Snipe at ua.ed.jp, Cementos at ua.ed.jp, Glitch at ua.ed.jp, All Might at ua.ed.jp, Au at ua.ed.jp, Eraserhead at ua.ed.jp, CC, Nedzu at ua.ed.jp, Subject, Sir Night Eye isn't that scary. Threatening other teachers with bodily harm is against UA policy. Section 2.1a and 1b. Physical harm against another teacher will be subject to disciplinary action at the discretion of the principal. Threats of physical harm are also covered under these guidelines. From Eraserhead at ua.ed.jp to Snipe at ua.ed.jp, Cementos at ua.ed.jp, Glitch at ua.ed.jp, All Might at ua.ed.jp, Au at ua.ed.jp, Itoam at ua.ed.jp, CC, Nedzu at ua.ed.jp, Subject, Sir Night Eye isn't that scary. I only looped you into this because you're his official homeroom teacher. Don't quote UA policy at me, especially when you're deliberately misinterpreting my words. Bizawa. From Itoam at ua.ed.jp to Snipe at ua.ed.jp, Cementos at ua.ed.jp, Glitch at ua.ed.jp, All Might at ua.ed.jp, Au at ua.ed.jp, Eraserhead at ua.ed.jp, CC, Nedzu at ua.ed.jp, Subject, Sir Night Eye isn't that scary. Am I? Your missive seemed fairly clear. Regardless, I feel that official complaints against offending teachers would be a better solution and one that is not against school policy. Section 5, subsection 3, points 2 to 4. To file an official complaint, the offended party should fill out and file the UA complaint form in triplicate. 1 copy should be kept, 1 given to the subject of the complaint, and 1 filed with the principal's office. The principal will moderate all complaints and determine what action, if any, should be taken in each case. He is officially one of my homeroom students, and I will file any necessary paperwork. Threats are not allowed and are not needed. Don't overstep your bounds, Eraserhead. From eraserhead@ed.jp to snipe at ua.ed.jp, cementos@ua.ed.jp, glitch at ua.ed.jp, all might at ua.ed.jp, au at ua.ed.jp, idamam itoam at ua.ed.jp, cc, nedzu at ua.ed.jp, subject, Sir Night Eye isn't that scary. Great. You do that. I'm sure that quoting the UA rulebook will be very helpful in this situation. Meanwhile, I'll take care of my actual homeroom student in the way I see fit. We all know he's in your class for appearance's sake. He's really one of mine, so don't tell me not to overstep. Izawa. From snipe at ua.ed.jp to cementos at ua.ed.jp, glitch at ua.ed.jp, all might at ua.ed.jp, au at ua.ed.jp, idamam itoam at ua.ed.jp, eraserhead at ua.ed.jp, cc, nedzu at ua.ed.jp, subject, Sir Night Eye isn't that scary. As entertaining as this sing contest is, I think it's time to stop. We got it. No paperwork will be necessary. Eraserhead pointed out the problem and we'll all fix it. Thanks for the heads up. Yasu honestly didn't know how he'd gotten dragged into this. He'd heard rumors about the insanity of the UA support department, but he wanted to eventually design network security protocols for hero agencies, and UA had the education and networking opportunities necessary for that. He didn't expect to be undermining his school's cybersecurity in his first week of classes. But Hatsume was a force of nature, and this Midoriya kid was weirdly intense too. And they made good points about discovering flaws and being able to report them to Nedzu. Although Yasu wasn't too sure how necessary that was. He wasn't a god-tier hacker, which you'd have to be to breach the UA network offsite. So he was crouched in the corner of the UA computer lab, plugged into the network via an Ethernet cable. They'd have to get in here first, he'd pointed out to Midoriya, who seemed to be the leader of the operation. Easier than you might think, Midoriya had countered, and then Hatsume ran in babbling about an electric generator, and locks, and power loader sins, and that was the end of that conversation. Yasu was currently waiting for the power to cut out. He wasn't quite clear what the main goal of this was. Asking Uraraka had seemed like the safest option, but she had only looked Yasu dead in the eyes and said, chaos. Absolute chaos. He didn't know why he had expected anything different out of a girl who willingly spent time with Midoriya and Hatsume. Uraraka looked sweet, but she was obviously insane as well. Anyway, he was clear on the secondary goal at least. He'd sent a fake update to the system that would install when the system rebooted after the power failure. All it did was establish a login for him. He wouldn't even have administrator privileges. But he'd be able to get a window into UA's systems, and Midoriya had assured him that a glimpse was all that he needed. Around 4 p.m., on schedule, the power shut off. Yasu waited for it to turn back on. And waited. And waited. Distantly, he heard the sounds of screaming. Put it back, put it back. Midoriya's voice echoed in the halls. No, I'll die, wailed Uraraka, and then there was Hatsume's loud raucous laugh, and then the screaming was back again. Yasu did not move. He was safe here. No way was he getting dragged into whatever was happening. Finally, the lights flicked back on, and the network booted back up. Yasu smiled to himself in satisfaction as he was able to successfully log on with his new account. He amused himself by browsing through their systems, looking at student disciplinary records, while the hero students got into a lot of archived purchasing orders for the support department. Did they really need that many power tools? And a log of network changes? How they really? Wait. Something strange caught Yasu's eye. Ostensibly an update pushed from the manufacturers of the servers a couple of days ago, it was surprisingly small. And it didn't seem to affect any major systems. But it had thrown up an error when the system tried to run it, which is why Yasu had even noticed it. Yasu surveyed the handful of lines of code, and then read them again, more urgently. He dialed Midoriya's number. "Hi Arai-kun," Midoriya answered, panting as if winded. "Sorry for the delay, we'll be right there dash." "We're not the first," Yasu cut him off. He didn't know what to do, but maybe this intense boy with a million insane plans would know. "Midoriya, we're not the first. Someone hacked in days ago. I'm looking at the code right now and I think the gate activation this afternoon was planned." There was a pause. "Stay where you are." Midoriya sounded more serious than he'd ever heard him. "I've got to make some calls. Uraraka-chan and Hatsum-chan are coming to you now." "Okay. Do the hackers know that you've discovered this?" "They shouldn't. There'll be a record of me viewing it, but their code is very limited. I think it's already done what it's meant to do." "Okay." Midoriya took a deep breath. "Alright. Just in case, make a record of what you found. Write it down on paper." Yasu nodded, and then realized that Midoriya couldn't see it. "Sure. I'll do that. But I'm going to call Nedzu-and sir, and then I'll meet you all there." He hung up before Yasu could reply. "Call Nedzu?" Yasu wondered, staring blankly at his cell phone. "How the F? Does he have the principal's number? And who is sir?" Script from Shibuya Insurance Commercial Number 4, aired in 2175. Almost 40% of buildings in Tokyo have suffered from heroics-related damage during their lifetimes. A video of a ruined and smoking skyscraper surrounded by helicopters, footage taken from a 2102 incident that famously ended with the death of both the hero instrumentive and the villain bombardier. A recent survey found that 1 in 20 urban landowners in Japan will have to deal with moderate to severe property damage as a result of purposeful villain sabotage or collateral damage from villain apprehension missions. A video of a row of collapsed buildings in Tokyo, 2072 footage from the destruction caused by Abhorrence's infamous confrontation with a branch of the Yakuza. Don't let it take you by surprise. A video of a high-rise on fire, a 2166 incident involving Endeavor and a gang of burglars. Protect your investments and your property today. A photo of 2 smiling middle-aged women. The Shibuya family has been insuring your life and everything in it since trust us to be there for you when the worst happens. Excerpt from The Dangers of Unbounded Discovery, Why the Government Should Limit Genetic Research by Kato Tomiko, published in 2144. Groups such as Unbounded Discovery, which advocate for the abolition of government restrictions on scientific research, specifically biological research, point to the good that will result from the discoveries that will be made if scientists are once again allowed to use gene editing software on vertebrates and human cells in cell culture. They claim that a full understanding of quirks can't be obtained from genetic studies on invertebrates or single-celled organisms, or from non-invasive human clinical studies. They can only learn so much from organisms that don't have similar physiologies or cellular mechanisms, they say. And they are correct. If the government were to allow full access to gene editing software, our understanding of quirks would increase exponentially. We would be able to build better quirk technology, provide better quirk counseling, and generally deal with quirks more effectively as a society. But this would open up the doors to a host of abuses. A world where genetics has meant more to humanity than any other time in its history, the ability to edit our own genomes would be a terrible temptation, and as history has shown, someone would eat the forbidden fruit. Imagine knowing what combination of genes would lead to a child with super strength, or one with the ability to fly, or one who could fly and control fire and lift buildings. For the first time in human history, we could create humans with powers that comic artists and fantasy writers in the 20th century could only dream of. The prevalence of eugenic quirk marriages at the turn of the century demonstrates that the draw of perfect, powerful quirks would be too much to resist. We still don't understand how the machinery of quirks truly functions. And yes, we might need gene editing software to uncover the truth of this machinery, but the destructive potential is too great. Genetics is more limitless than we ever imagined. With that power, we could very easily create gods or monsters. Your first week in school, Sir Night-Eye said into his hands. Your first week in school, and you discover a conspiracy. When Ochako had been introduced to Sir Night-Eye, Her first impression was that he was intimidating. Not because he was particularly muscular or tall, like All Might, or because he was too pretty, like Midnight, but because he had this intense aura around him. He seemed to be constantly cataloging your every move while somehow keeping an eye on the rest of the room as well. Well, she still thought he was intimidating, but there was something very relatable about his despair over the fact that her new friend seemed to perpetually attract trouble. I understand, she wanted to tell this lanky, sharp-eyed man. I've only known Midoriya-kun for a week, and I've already been involved in, hopefully school-mandated, sabotage, doused 3 teachers in body paint, and learned the position of every surveillance camera in the school. I've also punched a boy in the face for him. So, I guess that's that. Okay, Midoriya-kun argued, a mulish set to his mouth. To be fair, this one was not my fault. No, not your fault. Netsu agreed, clapping his paws together. It was simply serendipity. He somehow managed to survive the glare that Sir Night-Eye fixed on him. You do have a peculiar kind of luck, Midoriya Izuku. Don't encourage him, Sir Night-Eye muttered. But to the point, Netsu continued, this is indeed a boon. We could have been caught unaware. Now we have the time to plan. Arai-kun, would you mind outlining the malicious code that you discovered in our server? Arai looked shell-shocked, but Ochako wasn't certain if that was the situation or just how his face was. He'd had that same expression ever since Hatsum had introduced him to them. Well, the boy began, I mean it's not very complex. It just copies certain files to an external drive. The error that the system reported was because that location no longer exists and the path was invalid. Sir Night-Eye and Midoriya-kun had startlingly similar grim expressions. It was difficult to read Netsu's body language, but he was no longer smiling. They've already retrieved it, Midoriya-kun said darkly. The gate incident? Arai shook his head. Some of the files targeted were the system logs during the time of the gate being triggered, essentially a look at how UA systems respond and function during an emergency. They had to retrieve the drive after the incident, not during. Sir Night-Eye grimaced, rubbing his temples as if to try to stave off a headache. Just to be clear, this external drive must have been part of UA's network, a flash drive or an external hard drive that someone connected to a computer in UA. And it's very unlikely that someone outside the school could have infiltrated it to either place or remove the drive. Which means, yes, confirmed Netsu. We have a traitor at UA. What other files were targeted? Midoriya-kun wanted to know. Ochako spared a moment to be impressed by Midoriya-kun's confidence. He'd sometimes stutter or freeze up in class, but he seemed in his element here. Class schedules mostly, Arai informed them. Specifically the schedules for tomorrow. And the class files for the third-year hero students. The third years are training at some of the training areas furthest from the central campus, Netsu said. An intelligent enemy could neutralize many of the students before reinforcements arrived. Then pull them back closer to campus, Sir Night-Eye snapped. Simple enough. Netsu shot a glance at Sir. I know your intern Mirio-kun is in that class, but consider our position. There is a traitor at UA. For our sanity, I will declare that all of us in this room are trustworthy, but everyone else is a potential suspect. They don't know that we know about them breaching our security, but that won't last if I change the third year's training plans without a solid rationale. Wouldn't the teachers be trustworthy too? Ochako piped up. It was nerve-wracking, but Netsu and Sir Night-Eye seemed like they wouldn't mind the interruption. They seemed approving or tolerant, in Night-Eye's case, of Midoriya-kun's interjections. I mean, they already know the class schedules and the students' information. They wouldn't have to get the information from the servers. Netsu shook his head. They would still need the security information, and if the third years were attacked, we'd look at who had recently accessed the files. And there would be no reason for a teacher who didn't work with the third-year heroics class to look at their class files. Ochako nodded sharply in acknowledgement. Midoriya-kun caught her eye and flashed her a discreet thumbs up. Sir Night-Eye frowned. There are some we can trust, surely. All Might, for one. Netsu nodded fervently. Of course, of course. And we can and should inform the third year's homeroom teachers as well. I find it unlikely that either would be the culprit, based on the reasons that Uraraka-chan outlined. That's all very well and good, but what precautionary measures will you actually take? You can't simply sit back and do nothing in the name of secrecy. Sir Knight Eye demanded. This forewarning only benefits us if you act on it. We'll pull All Might from the first year's class and reassign him to the third year's. It will be easy enough to make up an excuse for that. Nedzu tapped his chin thoughtfully. I could also pull a handful of teachers from the school in order to make the instruction one-on-one, as well as assigning our handful of second-year heroic students to that training ground, with the attached teachers. I'll say that it's preparation for the sports festival, especially given the small size of our second-year class. That pulls a lot of teachers away from the school. It does. Nedzu hummed. It's a gamble, I will admit, but those are the files that were accessed. There will still be enough teachers to raise the alarm, Midoriya pointed out. And we could try to establish alternate routes of communication just in case. I have some babies that might help. Hatsum exclaimed. Would you like me to show them to you, Principal-san? Nedzu nodded. After the meeting, certainly. He tapped a paw on the desk and then clapped decisively. It's risky, but we likely have foreknowledge that our opponents didn't expect us to have, especially considering their quick timeline. We don't know who we're playing against, so we can't assume anything about how they'll act. All we have is this piece of code. I'll put as many teachers as I safely can near the third year's training ground, but I'll make sure to keep enough near the main campus in the case of a frontal assault. Sir Knight Eye tipped his head in acknowledgement, obviously still unhappy. You won't mind if I give Mirio-kun advance warning? Nedzu thought for a moment before shrugging. Only Mirio-kun. And that goes for you four as well, he addressed Ochako and the others. The events of this afternoon must be kept secret between all of us. Do you understand? Ochako nodded. She could see the others agreeing as well. Good. Nedzu smiled at all of them. Thank you for your timely intervention. And Midoriya-kun, Uraraka-chan, have fun on your field trip tomorrow. Try not to worry about the rest of us. We're well prepared, thanks to you. Personal account of an urban legend about a man who could take quirks, collected from Matsushita June, 95. In Chiba, collected by Saito Ayano in recording destroyed in 2150, surviving transcript is archived in the Saito house. Recording starts. My memories of my childhood have lost their sharpness, become hazy and vague with the passage of time, but I will never forget my father's screams. His quirk hurt him. I don't remember the details. I'm not sure I was ever told them. But his quirk was not meant for his body. Some nights, he would scream from dusk to dawn. The neighbors must have complained, but I don't remember any of that. Only the terror and my mother's comforting, constant presence. I think they were worried about me. My father's condition was not good, but in hindsight, I think they were more worried about the possible consequences if I inherited his quirk. My mother was quirkless, but as I have learned, quirkness is inherited through the father's line. I had a good chance of being quirked, and thus a good chance of having a quirk that caused those screams. It started out as an ache in my arms, a shifting underneath my skin. The first time I dislocated my elbows, well, they say that you can't remember pain, that the mind dulls it. But I swear that I can recall the burning, throbbing agony. I can hear the pop and feel the tearing of my tendons. I know I screamed. My mother came running and my father, and they cried over me like I was dying. I felt like I was dying. My life was a haze of pain until the man came. I don't remember what he looked like, only that he was very tall, and that there was something about him that terrified me. When he placed his hand on my head, it was cold as ice. But after that day, the pain was gone, and my father's screams stopped. No one explained it to me at the time, but I found the legends on the forums later, and I knew that I had met the stealer. My father died when I was 8. He was a part of a mob that descended on a police convoy and allowed for the escape of a high-profile criminal. It was his first and only crime. My mother never denounced him for the crime, and maintained that he was a good man. She always glanced at me when she said it. I didn't understand then, but I think I understand now. End recording. Excerpt from Brushfire by Maki Keiko, published in 2100. The fire rose about him, with no escape on any side. The boy screamed at it, but all that came out of his mouth was meaningless noise. He'd forgotten that he couldn't talk to it any longer. There was no crackle in his lungs, no burnt ember of a tongue, no incandescence in his throat. The place where his quirk used to sit was barren and empty. "Listen to me," he cried, with a tongue, with a mouth, with lungs that were too ordinary. "Please," he screamed uselessly, "let me live." "Hey," Izuku said, stepping forward, hands outstretched. "Hey, there's no need for that." He purposefully didn't look at the monster beside him, focusing all his attention on Shigaraki. "I can explain why All Might isn't here today." "Oh," the man drawled, lazily scratching at his neck. "Yes." Izuku absent-mindedly stroked a thumb over the wide scar under his eye. "It's a story for sure. Bear with me, it can be a little hard to believe in parts." He shrugged and managed to produce a thin, trembling smile. "But I suppose that's how you know it's real." Transcript of Debrief of Uraraka Ochako by Nedzu, HID, 2333077, Sir Knight I, HID, 8082956, and Tsukachi Naomesa, PID, 005-580-296, April 8, 2179 at 2:34 p.m., Police Case Number 066187760. "Tsukachi, please, take your time." "Uraraka, where did you say I should start?" "Tsukachi, wherever the beginning is." "Uraraka? Okay, well, I guess it all started yesterday. We thought we found out where the villains were going to attack, but, well, we were wrong. They're here," Ochako thought numbly as she tumbled through a void. Panic made her mind a haze of white static. "We were wrong. They're here." Excerpt from Order in Chaos, Heroes and Villainy, by Mizushima Hinata. The value of the symbol of peace is not as a criminal deterrent. Criminals will be deterred by nothing, not by laws, not by consequences, not by utter annihilation. Criminality exists to exploit society, and as long as a criminal behavior is profitable or pleasurable, there will be criminals who are willing to do it, regardless of the consequences. All Might's power and reputation may make certain types of criminal behavior less profitable, but a dedicated force of elite heroes could achieve the same effect. The value of the symbol of peace is just that, as a symbol. Like an army's standard in early warfare, All Might's status serves as a moral boost to those allied with the government and the law. Peaceful, law-abiding citizens and his fellow heroes feel emboldened by his seeming invincibility. This is not the first case of this phenomenon. In the early 2050s, Phoenix rose to prominence in Western Europe. Her regeneration and combat prowess galvanized her compatriots and drove down the crime rate all across Europe. When she was killed in a mob hit, Western Europe was destabilized, not because she occupied an important governmental function, but because the populace was demoralized by her death. Criminals felt emboldened and crime skyrocketed. That was the power of a symbol and the danger of it. Like Phoenix, All Might is not, in fact, invulnerable. And like Phoenix, when All Might falls, it will destabilize Japan unless there are already spiritual successors to the symbol of peace position. Although most criminals are too intimidated to directly attack All Might, Japan's heroes should be watchful for attempts to undermine or cripple All Might. It is dangerous to invest the public's trust in a single man, but since it has already been done, the best thing to do is to protect that man at all costs. Transcript of Debrief of Sato Rikido by Nedzu, HID, 2333077, Sir Knight I, HID, 8082956, and Tsukachi Naomesa, PID, 005-580-296, April 8, 2179 at 1:45 p.m., Police Case Number 066187760. Sato, at the beginning? Sir Knight I, if you would, yes. Sato, they came out of nowhere, through that mist villain. Just so many of them. And that villain with the hands and the monster. Tsukachi, did you hear any names for them? Sato, the hand man definitely called the monster Th. As for the villains' names? I never got too close to them, so I might have heard wrong, but I think the hand guy was Shigaraki? I don't know what they called the mist villain. I'd ask Midoriya, honestly. Sir Knight I, we will. Sato, is he okay? Nedzu, Midoriya-kun will be perfectly fine. The hit from the monster, was it? The hit from the Numu fractured some ribs, but the damage was well within Recovery Girl's ability to fix. Sato, oh good. He really saved all our skins, you know? Sir Night-Eye, he has the habit of doing that. Tsukachi, sorry to interrupt, but we have to question all of you tonight. Sato, oh right, sorry. Well, all the villains came through the mist portal, and the mist guy talked about how they were here to kill All Might. Sir Night-Eye, to kill All Might. Are you sure that's what they said? Sato, yes sir. They were pretty adamant about that. The guy with the hands, Shigaraki, he was really upset that All Might wasn't there. They really thought he would be. Sir Night-Eye, All Might was the goal, but why attack here? And now? Nedzu, we'll puzzle that over later. For now, we need to interview Sato-kun. Sato-kun, please proceed. What happened next? Sato, well, Aizawa-sensei told us to stay back and to evacuate the USJ. He wasn't able to contact the school, 13 wasn't able to either, so he told Kaminari to try to use his electric quirk to alert the teachers. And he told Midoriya to get one of his beacons out of the USJ however he could. Sir Night-Eye, the teachers were alerted via a beacon, so I assume Kaminari's efforts were unsuccessful? Sato, he was teleported to another area soon after, so I'm not sure. Tsukachi, right? So, after Aizawa told you to evacuate? Sato, well, Midoriya was concerned because Aizawa-sensei's quirk isn't good with large groups. And apparently a lot of them had mutation-type quirks. Aizawa-sensei told Midoriya to trust him, and then put him in charge of evacuation efforts since he and 13 had to deal with the villains. Nedzu, he stated that Midoriya-kun was in charge? Sato, yes? Does that matter? Nedzu, legalese. Sato, is he going to be in trouble? Nedzu, Aizawa-san? Sato, no, Midoriya. Nedzu, no, definitely not. He was in charge of securing backup and evacuating the premises, and his actions directly contributed to the success of that mission. Sir Night-Eye, he only managed to put himself in danger. Like always. Sato, like always? Tsukachi, yes. Well, anyway, back to the matter at hand. 13 and Aizawa were both incapacitated. How did that happen? Sato, well, I didn't directly see how Aizawa got hurt. He was fighting the villains and then the monster happened. But 13, well, the mist villain teleported a lot of the students away. There were a handful of us left in the plaza, Midoriya, Kuda, Mineta, Tokoyami, Ashido, Shuji, and me. I couldn't feel much in the mist. I think someone pushed me out of the way of one of the portals, but I have no idea who. I was kind of frozen in fear, to be honest. Tsukachi, that's nothing to be ashamed about. It's natural in that sort of situation. Sato, well, yes, I suppose. Tsukachi, your classmates who were teleported away, did you have any idea where they'd gone? Sato, none. I think all of us feared the worst, honestly. Finding out later that they were all still in that was a relief. Tenya assessed his motors grimly. Ashuisen had scooped him out of the water before any of the villains could harm him, but he had been sprinting when the portal had opened up, and it was likely that he had been running his engines when he hit the water. As long as there wasn't water in the combustion chamber, they'd be okay. But if he ran the engines and there was water in the chamber, the engines would be severely damaged. Thank you for saving me, he said to Tsuyu-san, bowing sharply at the waist. Without you, I would have been at the mercy of those villains. Of course, Karo, Tsuyu replied. Uraraka-chan, are you all right? Thanks to you, Tsuyu-chan, Uraraka answered. She attempted to smile at them, but it was thin and shaky. Tsuyu nodded. We're all safe enough for now, it looks like they're keeping their distance. Tenya peered over the side of the ship, and sure enough, they were surrounded, but the villains weren't approaching them. Uraraka-chan, Tsuyu continued, I speak my mind, so I'm going to be blunt. You didn't seem to be as surprised as the rest of us by the villains. You pushed that boy, Midoriya, out of the way of the portal when we were warped here. To Tenya's surprise, Uraraka nodded. I suppose there's not any harm in it now. Yeah, Midoriya-kun and I knew that there was going to be an attack at UA today. But Nedzu-san thought it was going to be at the third year's training facilities. He told us not to tell anybody about it. How did you know? Tenya asked. Well, Uraraka started, we were trying to, it's a long story. But the quick version is, the villains used the reporters and the gate to get information about class schedules and UA's security system. So the teachers think that the attack is going to happen at a different location, Tsuyu summarized thoughtfully. Far away. Uraraka bit her lip and jerked her head in a sharp nod. On the other side of campus. We have to get a message to them. Tenya exclaimed. Aizawa-sensei said our communications are jammed, they don't know we're under attack. He's right, Karo. Tsuyu agreed. Aizawa-sensei and 13 can't hold off all those villains for long. Suddenly, the floor buckled beneath their feet. Tenya grabbed onto Uraraka's arm to steady her. She flashed him a nervous smile. Thanks, Ide-kun, she said, glancing worriedly at the villains, who had drawn closer to the ship as they'd been talking. I think we need to get out of here first. We can worry about alerting the school later. Besides, knowing him, Midoriya-kun has a plan in the works for that already. Midoriya-kun? Tenya asked. From what he'd seen, Midoriya-kun was terminally late and terribly nervous. He was apparently interested in intelligence and covert ops, according to All Might during their foundational heroics class, but Ida hadn't seen him in action. He didn't even know what his quirk was. But Uraraka nodded firmly, with confidence. I bet he's already got a dozen plans in motion and another dozen in the wings. Let's just focus on ourselves for now. It was a rational course of action, especially as the villains drew closer to the boat. And if Uraraka trusted Midoriya so much, maybe Tenya would re-evaluate his opinion of the other student after they got out of this mess. I unfortunately cannot use my quirk without risking a catastrophic injury, he told the two girls. If we need to use it to escape, I of course will, but if we can escape without its use, that would be safer for us. We should be fine without it, Karo. Ochako-chan, you can make things float, right? Yes, Uraraka replied with determination. I can't make you all float for long, but… Tsuyu nodded. Long enough for me to jump with both of you out of here. The jeers of the villains were growing in volume. Ready, Karo? Tenya met Uraraka's eyes as she stretched out her hands to Tsuyu and him. Ready, they answered in unison, and then Tenya was flying over the water, leaving the frustrated villains in his wake. Excerpt from An Argument Against Schools of Violence, a pamphlet written by Yamasaki Akemi in 2091, distributed by Pacifists Against Government Violence. So-called hero schools are inciting our children to violence. They have been compared to military schools, but they are more cruel and insidious than those institutions. While military schools were a place of discipline and regulation, hero schools promise that your children can be government-backed arbiters of violence while living at the comfort of home. Our society has already become numb to the reality of heroes and the programs that funnel quirked children into a career of blood. The propaganda promises our children that all they have to do to be successful is to turn their quirks into instruments of slaughter, and hero schools ensure that the children have the skills to do so. What is a hero school student to do other than join the system? They have no skills other than violence. Rise up today and protest the institutions that oppress our children. End the reign of the schools of violence. The fire roared around her, hot enough that she could barely breathe. Toru had already stripped her gloves off so that the villains couldn't see her, but the sheer heat of the fire zone made her want to strip off her skin. The floor scorched the bottoms of her feet, but she didn't make a peep. There were sounds of fighting coming from the center of the zone. She made her way there, hoping that the other student wouldn't be overwhelmed by the villains before she got there. And that it wasn't one of the students who had a wide-ranging destructive quirk. She couldn't call out to them without alerting the villains to her existence as well. As she neared the center of the zone, a body flew over her head and she only barely dodged in time. Following the trajectory of the villain, she saw her classmate with the tail, the one that she had worked with just a couple of days ago. Oshiro? Okijiro? She was so bad with names. He was holding his own pretty well. Still, it didn't sit right with Toru to just hang tight and watch his, admittedly impressive, martial arts demonstration. A villain on the sidelines went down to a fist in his gut, and she choked him out with a headlock and a hand over his mouth. He tried to use his quirk, some sort of pain generation, but Toru just rode it out. After a minute, he stopped struggling, and she let him fall limp. Her grandfather had been a police officer back in the day, and while he hadn't been happy about her decision to pursue heroics, he had taught her everything he could. She took a brief moment to silently thank him in her head, but she didn't have long to relax. Someone was going to notice the unconscious man sooner or later, and there were plenty more where that came from. A big guy with a mutant quirk was the next to fall. Apparently the hardened plates didn't extend to down there. Toru slammed a bit of rubble into his head when he fell to his knees, and he was down for the count. Eventually the crowd was thin enough for her to sneak her way to Tail Guy. "Hey," she whispered, and then ducked as he swung a fist at her face. "Hey, watch out." "Hagakure-chan?" he asked cautiously, and then swung back around to trade blows with some guy who was covered in spines. "I thought I was alone in here." "Nope," Toru chirped. "I took down some guys in the back for you." He flashed a quick grin in her general direction before two more guys jumped into the fray. "Thanks, much appreciated." "Who the hell are you talking to?" demanded Spine Guy, and then screamed as Toru nailed him in the head with a thrown brick. "Is there anyone else here?" Tail Boy wanted to know. He followed up on her brick attack by decking the guy in the temple, finally dropping him. They made a pretty good team. Not that I could see." His eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Was that an invisible joke?" Toru laughed. "You bet." Tail Boy huffed out a reluctant laugh. Toru tripped a guy that was trying to flank him and then slammed another brick into the back of the villain's head. "Any idea what's going on?" Tail Boy asked. "None," Toru replied. "Could try to check it out and spy on other groups of villains after we're done here." Tail Boy shook his head and then took out another villain with a combination of a tail swing and a devastating punch. "Thanks to you, I think I can handle the rest here. Information is more important. You head out and I'll catch up." Toru paused for a moment. "You sure?" Tail Boy dropped another villain with a combination that included an athletic flip and a neck hit with his tail. "Yeah, I'm good. You have the best quirk in the class for reconnaissance. If anyone can figure out what's happening, it's you." Toru was touched. That was honestly the nicest thing a classmate had ever said to her. There was just one thing. "Before I go, quick question." "Yeah. What's your name again? I'm really bad with them." Tail Boy smiled and did another of those reluctant huff laughs. "Ojiro Mashireo." "Good luck, Hagakure-chan." Toru smiled, even though Ojiro couldn't see it. She made sure it was in her voice, at least. "Thanks. Good luck, Ojiro-kun." Transcript of Debrief of Ishido Mina by Nedzu, HID 23333077, Sir Night Eye, HID 8082956, and Tsukachi Naomesa, PID 005-580-296, April 8, 2179 at 2:40 p.m., Police Case Number 066187760. "Ishido, so I was left in the plaza with some of the others? Oh, do you need a list?" Tsukachi, "The others have told us, but just to confirm, Midoriya, Kuda, Shuji, Tokoyami, Mineta, Sato, and you?" Ishido, "Oh yeah, I think that's right." Tsukachi, "Okay, so you were in the plaza." Ishido, "Yeah, everyone else was gone." Shuji told the rest of us that he could hear some sounds from further away in the USJ that could be our classmates, but he wasn't sure. Aizawa-sensei was in the center of the arena, fighting all those villains. And Midoriya told us that we had to get the word out. 13 really wanted all of us to evacuate, but Midoriya argued with them and told them that we couldn't possibly all escape. I expected 13 to overrule Midoriya. 13 is a teacher and Midoriya is a student, but 13 actually asked Midoriya what they should do. I didn't really understand that. There was a lot of byplay that I think went over my head. Sir Night Eye, Eraserhead verbally left Midoriya-kun in charge, correct? Ishido, "Oh yeah, he did. But I thought he meant in charge of the students? In sort of a class president way, even though Yaoyorozu is our president." Sir Night Eye, "This is possibly more heroic operations protocol than you necessarily need to know, but in an emergency situation, defined as a situation in which criminals are on scene or lives are at risk. Heroes are subject to an operational hierarchy. Eraserhead was the senior hero on site. 13 was under his command, and as a rescue hero, would have been far down the hierarchy in a villain apprehension situation if there were other heroes present. Ashido, okay, I think I followed most of that. But in that case, wouldn't 13 be in charge instead of Midoriya? Since they were the only other hero? Sir Night-Eye, by default, yes. But Eraserhead was aware that Midoriya-kun is hero support staff with a specialization in intelligence and covert ops, and judged that he would be most able to create a tactical plan to evacuate the students. Thus Eraserhead verbally appointed Midoriya-kun as the head of the operation, and 13 then fell under his command. Even though 13 is a teacher, Midoriya-kun was the current field commander. Ashido, wow, okay. Support staff for Real? Is he not an undercover hero, though? Well, I guess you couldn't tell me if he was. Sir Night-Eye, what? Ashido, this definitely supports my theory though. Kirishima Kanithi. He thought Midoriya was like some hero's kid who was at UA for his own safety. Sir Night-Eye, excuse me? Ashido, sorry, I promise I won't tell anyone. Sir Night-Eye, he's not. Sighs, thank you. Ashido, yeah, of course, sir. That makes everything make more sense. Well, 13 didn't seem too put out at it, I guess. Or like it was unexpected, which I suppose it wasn't. So yeah, Midoriya told 13 that the goal was to get one student or one of his emergency beacons or both out of the USJ. And 13 said that they'd make a distraction for Midoriya. Midoriya told them to stall for as long as possible and he'd signal when they needed a distraction. So 13 started talking with the Misty Man. I have no idea what they said to each other. Tsukachi, was this when 13 was taken out of commission? Ashido, no, that was later. First, Midoriya started whispering to us, the group that was left. He was like, okay, I have two plans and no guarantee that either will work, which was kinda grim, but he was also so determined that the rest of us couldn't help but be inspired. I mean, I got really pumped when he laid out the first plan. The flashy one that he warned wouldn't have a great chance of success. That was a little disheartening, but he told us that he'd try to maximize our chances as much as possible. So basically, I was supposed to acid skate out of the USJ. Some of the others would cover my escape. Tsukachi, acid skate? Ashido, oh yeah, sorry. That's my quirk. I can secrete acid. I can also skate on it really fast, so I was the fastest there, since they teleported Ida away. Tsukachi, alright, what was the other plan? Ashido, I don't really remember. It was something complex with like, animals, and Mineta's sticky ball and several points of entrance and exit. I'd ask Kuda or Min. Actually, I wouldn't ask Mineta, he was just really crying the whole time. Tokoyami or Sato, I guess. Sir Night-Eye, yes, we already asked Sato about it, but the lack of mental ability after he activates his quirk made an accurate report impossible after a certain point. But we'll be sure to ask the others about it. Tsukachi, anyway, the first plan? Ashido, oh right. Yeah, so Midoriya gave me one of his fancy beacons. It was really strange, like, it grabbed onto my hand with these legs? And it had what looked like mini cannons attached? Anyway, then he called out to 13 as I started to skate as fast as I could. I think Shuji blocked the mist guy a couple of times. I could hear the sounds behind me, but I think Misty Man got fed up with him before too long and teleported him away. There was something else with Mineta and the main body of the mist dude, and all of that meant that I got so close. But the door was heavy and I paused for just too long. So Misty Man caught me. As I got warped away, I could just barely see 13's collapsed body, so I don't actually know what happened there. I almost landed right on top of Yaoyorozu, and I helped out her and Jairu. It was a close call there, but we escaped and made it back to the plaza just in time to see, well, is he going to be alright? Midoriya? Nezu, certainly. He'll be up and about in no time. Ashido, okay? Tsukachi, what about you? Are you okay? Ashido, oh yeah, I'm fine. What about Aizawa-sensei? And 13? Nezu, we'll let you know when we do. Ashido, okay then, do you need anything else from me? Tsukachi, no, I think that's all. Send Tokoyami in for us, would you? And let us know if you think of anything else. Ashido, of course. Excerpt from UA, The Rise of a Giant, by Taguchi Sho. It should be noted that Nedzu is playing a potentially dangerous game. As the government has expanded their control over hero schools in the past couple of decades, UA has remained completely free of government interference. Nedzu accomplished this by building a devoted base of graduates who are all too happy to donate some of their earnings to the institution that ensured them such a brilliant career in the first place. UA's popularity among both its graduates and the public makes such a business model possible. Nedzu also created the image of UA that is ruthlessly capable. The security is reportedly better than the security at the government's ministry buildings. Chances are that this rumor started with Nedzu, but the important point is that no one is able to disprove this. The heroes that graduate from the school consistently perform well at all licensing exams, and most of the top 10 heroes in the past 30 years have been UA graduates. In the face of this success, rumors about the high expulsion rate and the prevalence of student burnout are explained away as casualties of the success of the school as a whole. If the government claimed that UA's security was lax or its standards too low, the Ministry of Education would be crucified by the public. But this defense is all based in public opinion. If graduates become unhappy with the school, if UA's security is demonstrated to be severely flawed, or if UA's students perform to a subpar level, then UA will become vulnerable to outside interference. Denki shivered, frozen to the bone. He supposed that he was lucky to get dropped in a zone with the strongest kid in the class, but his teeth chattered as he tried to use his electricity to do something. Disrupt the jammer, get some sort of signal out, but nothing. Eventually he had to admit defeat, and he started the long, slow climb down the ice pillar. Halfway down, the wind started to howl around him. Luckily, Todoroki had encased the ladder down in a tube of ice, so it was sheltered from the wind, which would have certainly torn him off the pillar. Anything? Todoroki asked over the screaming wind as Denki touched down to the ground. All around him, villains were frozen in jagged glaciers. Denki shook his head. No, he said, and then again louder, when his first word was drowned out by the wind. No, I can't get through, he yelled. What about you? Did you get any info? Todoroki shrugged. Not a lot. Apparently they were recruited for a one-time event, a large-scale attack with a 100% chance of killing All Might. They really believe that? Denki asked, surprised. I thought that was... I don't know. It's just not something that's likely to happen. Ever. They seem to be pretty certain of it, Todoroki replied. What should we do? Denki yelled. Todoroki thought for a moment. Aizawa's going to be overwhelmed soon. Denki nodded. Okay then, back to the center of the mess, I guess. Plus ultra, he cried, just to lift his spirits, and hopefully, Todoroki's. Todoroki didn't even smile, just turned towards the middle of the USJ and started walking. Denki followed, a little dejected, in his wake. Transcript of debrief of Tokoyami Fumikage by Nedzu, HID, 23333077, Sir Knight I, HID, 8082956, and Tsukachi Naomesa, PID, 005-580-296, April 8, 2179 at 2:53 p.m., police case number 066187760. Tokoyami, when the swirling darkness engulfed us, could have pulled me out of the way of one of the endless portals. And then the darkness retreated and we were left unharmed, but our comrades were missing. Tsukachi, okay, did you manage to catch the mist man's name? Tokoyami, the being of infinite darkness? He was called Kurogyri by the other man. Tsukachi, Kurogyri. Fantastic, thank you. And the other man? Tokoyami, Shigaraki. Tamura Shigaraki, I believe. Tsukachi, scratch of pencil on paper. Tamura? Shigaraki. Alright, great. So you were left in the plaza, and then? Tokoyami, Midoriya gathered us together and outlined two plans. The goal, he stated, was to get some emergency beacons out of the USJ. Getting a student out as well would be an additional challenge, but one that he was willing to undertake. The first plan involved Ashido Mina skating on her acid towards the door. It was a full frontal assault, so to speak, and would have been foolish if not for Midoriya's clever protective measures. It may have succeeded entirely if not for the inhuman cruelty of Kurogyari. Sir Night-Eye, how so? Tokoyami, as Ishido began to skate towards the exit, 13 unleashed a powerful attack. It should have Eseki Kurogyari into the depths, but instead he redirected the attack and tore open 13 with their own quirk. Tsukachi, so that's how it occurred. Tokoyami, yes. It threw all of us off balance, and our hesitation cost us. Kurogyari darted towards Ishido, and only Shuji blocking his advance saved us. Midoriya marshaled us quickly. He ordered me to use Dark Shadow to attach one of Mineta's sticky orbs to Kurogyari's chest plate, which likely covered a solid, tangible body. Once attached, I would try to stick Kurogyari to the floor, and then Dark Shadow would become incorporeal and escape. Nedzu, a fairly good plan of action. Tokoyami, yes, it should have worked, but Kurogyari was too fast and he evaded my attempts to attach the orb to his armor. The fault was mine. By the time that I managed to tag him with the orb, he had already banished Ishido and Shuji. To where, I don't know. Sir Night-Eye, Tokoyami-kun, the fault was not yours. Sometimes villains exceed our expectations in unfortunate ways. Remember that a villain being faster or stronger or smarter than you is not a failure on your part. The only failure is overconfidence and the refusal to implement backup plans when they are necessary. Tokoyami, thank you, Sir Night-Eye, for those wise words. Sir Night-Eye, you're welcome. Tsukachi, so after the first plan didn't work, what did you do? Tokoyami, since Shigaraki's attention was still on Aizawa-sensei, Midoriya ordered me to continue to try to pin down Kurogyari. While Ishido had been making her bid for freedom, Sato used his quirk and had pitched a large stone through the USJ ceiling. He had thrown other stones at Kurogyari to cover for this action, and he continued to do this as I tried to stick Kurogyari to the floor. Meanwhile, Kuda called for a bird, and one arrived through the opening, I assume. I'm not quite sure of the sequence of events. I was trying to pin down a very fast man. But they certainly attached a beacon to a bird, because Kurogyari turned towards it at precisely the wrong time. He was dodging one of Sato's rocks and, well, I'm not quite sure. Perhaps he saw the glint of sunlight from the shiny metal chassis of the beacon, perhaps it was the movement of the bird that caught his eye. Whatever the cause, his infinite darkness swallowed and consumed that bird before we could stop him. Tsukachi, consumed? Tokoyami, I am unsure of where its eventual destination was, certainly. Tsukachi, alright then. And after the failure of that plan? Tokoyami, you must understand, from the moment that Aizawa heroically threw himself into the desperate fray for us, Midoriya had been acting as our commander. He marshaled us and our quirks into 2 terrifyingly effective plans, but he did not use his quirk to implement either. I had wondered at that. If I may be so bold, is he? Nedzu, yes. Sir Knight, Nedzu-san. Nedzu, the students will know sooner or later, Sir Night-Eye. I'm positive that at least 2 or 3 members of Midoriya-kun's class know already, and I would be surprised if others didn't suspect. It is not a dirty secret, is it? Sir Knight, of course not, but Nedzu, in this world, information is power. I understand. But his classmates are not the enemy. Tokoyami, I will be circumspect, sir. I'm sorry. Sir Night-Eye, no, don't apologize. Your deduction is correct and not entirely unexpected. Nedzu-san is right. You have been a brave and stalwart ally to Midoriya-kun and the rest of your classmates. Tokoyami, thank you, sir. Tsukachi, you have been brave, Tokoyami, and your account has already been invaluable. But if you don't mind? Tokoyami, yes, of course. Where was? Right, so you understand the position Midoriya found himself in? 2 brilliant plans had both failed. A teacher was grievously injured and the other was losing ground and stamina quickly, and 2 of his remaining classmates had been sent somewhere else, hopefully somewhere else in the USJ, but we couldn't be sure. It was a truly grim situation, without a shred of light or hope to sustain us. And then there was that monster. Sir Night-Eye, yes. I think we understand all too well. Tokoyami, he saved us. We could tell that he was terrified, but he stepped forward and he just started to talk. Aizawa felt his elbow begin to dissolve under the man's hand. The agony of it burned through him, and he held back a scream with pure force of will. "Don't overdo it now, Eraserhead," the man said with a horrific grin. Thanks for the advice, Aizawa wanted to retort, but he'd had years of practice in keeping his sarcastic quips to himself during villain fights. His elbow screamed in pain, and its movement felt sickeningly wrong. He wondered briefly if some ligaments or tendons were part of the light coating of dust on the floor. The man was picking apart Aizawa's quirk, so FANG proud of himself for listing Aizawa's quirk's weaknesses. "Congratulations," Aizawa wanted to say, "you're almost as good at quirk assessment as a 15-year-old boy." But that would draw the man's attention to his students, and the whole point of this was to buy them enough time to escape or to fetch help. So Aizawa channeled his frustration into a flurry of attacks. "But I'm not the final boss," the man said, and the huge beast stepped forward, a dumb, terrible hatred in its eyes. And at the same time, Aizawa heard a voice behind him, and his blood ran cold. "Hey sir, can we talk?" Aizawa opened his mouth, to order Midoriya to get away, to ask him what the hell he thought he was doing, to scream, and then the monster lunged forward. Urban legend about a man who steals quirks, collected from Minami Yori, 77. In Tokyo, collected by Tanaka Hiraku in recording destroyed in 2125, surviving transcript is incorrectly filed under Folktales of the Hokkaido region, in the folder labeled Acrokamwi, in the library of Seiho University in Tokyo. Recording starts. I grew up around Kabukicho in around the 2060s. After the crackdown in the early 2040s, it wasn't as seedy as it used to be, but, well, it's still a red light district. And I ran with a bad crowd for a while. I won't get too into that. Let's just say it got me out of the apartment and out of the reach of my father. When I was 15, I was dating this guy, Kazuko. I don't even remember his last name. That's not important. Really, what's important is that he was all mixed up with this guy, Hisakawa Kichiro. Yeah, I thought you'd recognize the name. The guy who would later call himself Abhorrence then single-handedly remodel Kabukicho. I'm sure you remember that quirk, the way that the buildings just crumbled under his hands, the screaming people just missing limbs. But then his name was just Hisakawa-sama, and his enemies had the habit of disappearing, and, it was whispered, the habit of losing their quirks. The guy that Kazuko told me about was a cocky brat by the name of Taiki. He had a quirk that let him shoot poison needles from his fingernails, and he thought he was hot sheet. Apparently he was going to cut Hisakawa's drag trade from under his feet. He had some sort of knowledge about Hisakawa's lab and some poor sucker that he'd enticed into making double S for him. So Taiki sabotaged Hisakawa's lab. Hisakawa launched a FING manhunt for him, and well, Taiki didn't have the best of friends. A couple of people rolled over, Hisakawa caught up to Taiki, and then that was the last that people heard of him for a while. But Kazuko's friend told him that he ran across Taiki in one of the underground whorehouses. The guy was effing insane and missing about a fourth of his teeth, half of his fingers, and his quirk. I mean, I don't know how much I believe this, but Kazuko swore by it. Made me promise that I'd steer clear of Hisakawa and his ilk. Told me to keep out of the flesh trade and drag trafficking, not that I'd planned on getting involved with either. Kazuko said that Hisakawa had backers who had interests in both, and if anyone was supplying whatever or whoever it was that was stealing quirks, it would be one of those wealthy backers. Anyway, I don't know how much that'll help you. Hopefully you can get, like, a paper or something out of this crap. Whatever you guys do with these statements. Oh yeah, one last thing, I swear, back then, that Hisakawa had a transformation-type quirk. I don't remember exactly what it was, but, well, I have to be remembering wrong. It was obviously that deconstruction quirk. I've seen the footage, and the brain's an unreliable thing, so... Anyway, that's been bothering me for a while, but it's nothing. Just ignore me. It's nothing, I'm sure. End recording. Failure burned in Izuku's throat. He hadn't expected the first, flashy plan to work, but Kurogiri shouldn't have noticed the bird. They should have been able to get one tiny piece of circuitry out of the USJ. Midoriya should have been able to... He cut off that panic train of thought, but the guilt stayed, leaden and heavy in his gut. Currently, 13 was gravely injured, and Aizawa was in a precarious position. He'd lost 2 classmates and 1 beacon, and Kurogiri's attention was focused on the students. Izuku had been outplayed and outclassed at every turn. And to make things worse, he was surrounded by his classmates who were looking at him like he would get them all out of this mess when he didn't even know if they could survive this. He had to do something. If he continued to try to contact the school, Kurogiri would stop them and likely split them up to weaken them. Shigaraki would kill them, and he was too close to killing Aizawa already. He was back in the basement, surrounded by capricious enemies. He couldn't escape, but, well, he could definitely buy them some time. He subtly palmed the other beacons and passed them to Kuda. To his credit, the other student didn't react visibly. The beacons would do no good in Izuku's hands. Izuku could feel the fear boiling up, choking him. His scars burned. When he blinked, the Usui was gone, and in its place was a dark room that stank of fear. He shook his head firmly, banishing the image. He stepped forward, his heart beating rabbit-fast. Kurogiri-san. The mist man turned to Izuku, obviously a little taken aback. Yes. Can I talk to Shigaraki please, sir? A couple of the students behind him gasped. Kurogiri's eyes widened and his body briefly wavered. Why would you want to do that, child? He asked Izuku. I have something that he'd like to hear, lied Izuku. He had nothing Shigaraki would like to hear. His mind was blank and gibbering in terror. He was going to have to make up something on the fly, which, well, he had to hope that was enough. His life wasn't the only one on the line at this time. Kurogiri wavered, the fringes of his body flickering frantically. I suppose, he said finally. This way. But no sudden or aggressive moves, or I will remove you from the situation. Izuku bowed his head and obediently followed Kurogiri. He halted when Kurogiri did, and cleared his throat. From a closer viewpoint, he could see that Aizawa-san was in rough condition. He was exhausted and suffering from dry eye, and his elbow, Izuku swallowed the scream that came bubbling up. Hey sir, can we talk? Izuku saw Aizawa-san stiffen, and then the monster was right in front of them. A hand came down, and Izuku was too slow to react, but a heavy weight plowed into his side and he tumbled to the ground. There was blood on his clothes, Izuku registered vaguely. A spattering of warmth on his face and his clothes, and next to him there was a hand, and under it was Aizawa. Aizawa's blood was on his clothes and his face. Aizawa-san was crushed into the ground and the monster was breathing heavy, fetid air into Izuku's face, and he had Aizawa's blood on his clothes. Izuku distantly wanted to scream or cry or run far, far away, because Aizawa was, he couldn't even think the word. Design was, he had saved Izuku, and his blood was on Izuku's clothes. Oh, Shigaraki said, looking at Izuku like he was a particularly interesting insect. You want to talk? You're just an NPC. I could, Izuku started to say, but there was a scream stuck in his throat, so he cleared it with a cough and continued, I could have a quest to offer you. He didn't know where in his distant, muted brain he was pulling this sheet out of, but he was too far away to be scared. Shigaraki's interest sharpened. And what's your name, Quest Hook? Not my real name, something innocuous, Izuku thought. Nobu, his traitorous mouth said. Nakahara Nobu. Shigaraki accepted it with a shrug. What can you give me, Nobu? Izuku's brain came to a screeching halt and went completely blank. There was blood on his face. Was it his? The knife was right below his eye. Shigaraki sked in impatience. The lag is boring, he complained, his eyes roving over Izuku and Kurogiri and then traveling to the small group of students huddled in the plaza. I'm tired of all these extras and NPCs, I want the boss battle already. Say, Kurogiri dash, and his mouth stretched into a wide, gruesome smile. What do you say we leave All Might a message that he can't ignore? Numu. The monster pet its head. And Izuku knew what was going to happen, could see the blood, his classmates' bodies. No, he cried out, and then his brain caught up with his mouth. Hey! He gentled his tone and outstretched his hands, a placating gesture. Hey, there's no need for that. He didn't look at the monster, although he could hear its loud breath near his ear. I can explain why All Might isn't here today. Oh! Shigaraki ped his head to one side. Izuku could see a thoughtful narrowing of the eyes behind the hand that covered his face. Yes. Izuku lied through his teeth. It's a story for sure. Bear with me, it can be a little hard to believe in parts. He smiled, and hoped that his terror and his panic and his rage didn't show. But I suppose that's how you know it's real. Hard to believe? Shigaraki echoed. How's that? Everything thinks that All Might is paragon of virtue, Izuku said. Reflect his beliefs, he thought. Create a rapport. But it's a carefully crafted image, and all of this class has been forced to be a part of that. Shigaraki leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Izuku. Hooked, Izuku thought, a touch hysterically. Now I've just got to keep him on the line. You said that you expected him to be here? Shigaraki nodded and he scratched at his neck in agitation. He was scheduled to be here. He was supposed to be here. That was more information than Izuku expected him to divulge. If he hadn't already uncovered the hack, this would have been enough for him to suspect something similar. Scheduled to be here, like Shigaraki had seen the schedule. They write it on all of our schedules. At least Shigaraki's slip let Izuku reasonably make up some sort of explanation about that which would satisfy him. Even our internal ones, even though he never shows up. They tell us to tell reporters, our friends, and even our parents that All Might teaches us, that he cares about our education. I mean, they eat it up, you know? All Might teaching the fledgling students of this generation. Shigaraki stared at Izuku. But you don't believe that? Izuku snorted. He teaches the third years, the pride and joy of UA. He doesn't bother with teaching us the basics. I suppose when we've got 2 years of training under our belt he'll grace us with his presence then. Shigaraki studied him for any trace of a lie. Kurogyri shifted beside Izuku. Next to them, Aizawa's blood seeped into the ground as the monster crouched over his body. Izuku knew what was going to happen next. Shigaraki wasn't going to buy Izuku's shitty lies and even shittier acting, and then he would order the Numu to crush the others and then Izuku himself and he'd just be a smear on the ground, his head cracked open and his brains spilled out on the plaza and, God, his mom would be a mess and Sir would be so disappointed. You don't like All Might either, Shigaraki said finally, and Izuku wanted to cry with relief. Why? I have a mild foresight quirk, Izuku replied, because apparently this was his go-to lie about his quirk now. Fantastic. Sometimes, I'm able to get feelings that I need to go somewhere, or that someone or something will be important in the future. But I can't control it or feel when someone's in danger or anything useful. But I've always wanted to be a hero, even still. So Izuku found himself babbling out some sort of bullshit origin story based on a half-dozen of his own childhood misadventures. The main antagonist was a childhood bully that he called Kazuko, just in case he started to say, Kaken, and had to correct himself quickly. Kazuko was a lot meaner than Kaken had ever been. He was permanently upset at Nobu's tendency to always be exactly where Kazuko didn't want him to be, thanks to his foresight quirk. Honestly, that part was actually kinda true, except Izuku didn't have a quirk, just a pair of ears and a knack for deducing where Kaken was going to corner his victim of the day. Izuku made Kazuko's quirk the ability to control fire, because Izuku had spent a solid week figuring out the logistics of how a combination between a psychic quirk and a fire-breathing quirk could possibly manifest, and he could accurately describe this fictional quirk down to the smallest detail. The last thing he wanted to do was to give Shigaraki any usable information, even accidentally. Not that he hadn't already done that with Nakahara Nobu, but he'd deal with that when he had to. Shigaraki ate it up, his eyes fixed hungrily on Izuku. Izuku made a particularly biting comment about Kazuko, and when he saw the flash of a smile, he continued to sprinkle his tale with plenty of cynicism and bitterness. Nobu was angry at Kazuko and the classmates and the teachers that supported his behavior, but most of all, he was angry at the society that he wanted to be a part of and which continually denied him membership. Izuku hated the vitriol that dripped from his tongue, because only part of it was faked. He spewed out every terrible thing he'd ever thought about Kaken and the rest of his tormentors, and Shigaraki became more and more gleeful with every word. By the time I was 14, I was almost ready to give up on my dream of being a hero. Izuku continued. It felt like he'd been talking for hours, the fear stretching out every minute into an eternity. Izuku wished that he had some goal, some deadline, because if he knew that it would be over soon, it would make it easier to keep going. Now, the future stretched before him, an endless trial of deception until he made one wrong move, and then bam! Death by monster. But then I had what seemed like a slide of luck at the time. I got to meet my favorite hero, All Might. Izuku couldn't describe the sludge villain incident where he actually met All Might. His name, and Kaken's, were in the intelligence briefs about that incident, and although calling himself Nakahara Nobu would give anyone a good starting point for figuring out his real name, he wouldn't make it easier than it had to be. He bastardized some incident from 5 years ago with a villain that could shift into a dragon-like monster, and that was close enough. And then, on that roof, I asked All Might if I could be a hero. Me, scrawny, weak, with a subpar quirk. I was fast though, and smart. He'd seen that with the dragon. I asked him with all the hope I could muster. He said no, Shigaraki interrupted with a truly horrific, gleeful smile. He said no, Izuku confirmed. Actually, he had asked All Might why he didn't talk to Sir Night-Eye anymore, which had been awkward and kind of terrible, but it had led to the two of them talking again. Sir had been a lot happier after that, so Izuku couldn't regret it. But asking All Might if he could be a hero was a much better story and dovetailed nicely into this narrative of All Might is a horrible, self-centered man whose only concern is his public image. Why did you go to UA then? Shigaraki asked. Izuku shrugged as casually as he could. I'm not in the habit of listening to people's negative opinions of me. And honestly, I want to see the look on his face when I become a hero. Shigaraki laughed, an awful, grating thing, but Izuku smiled at him the best he could. For the first time since Kurogyari had thwarted their escape plans, Izuku began to hope that he could get them all out of this alive. And this was, of course, the moment when Kaken decided to barrel in. He lunged at Kurogyari with a roar, explosions sparking from his palms. Kurogyari went down, narrowly missing Izuku, with an enraged Kaken on top of him. It would be funny if it didn't spell the end of whatever hopes Izuku had entertained for a bloodless escape. Numu, Shigaraki hissed, his eyes narrowed to slits. Get him off of Kurogyari. Kaken, you idiot, Izuku thought despairingly as his childhood friend was grabbed by a huge, black, muscled hand. He's just protecting me, stammered Izuku. He couldn't let Kaken die, not right in front of him, not when he could have prevented it. Forgive him, please, he gets violent when he's scared. I'm not scared, Deku, you little sheet, roared Kaken from above them, where he was clutched in the Numu's fist. There was the sound of explosions, but the Numa didn't even flinch. He hurt Kurogyari, spat Shigaraki, and indeed, Kurogyari hadn't gotten up yet. Izuku crouched beside the man, his hands hovering over the chest plate. He wasn't sure what he could do, but his panicked mind was throwing up images of Kaken crushed, his body torn in two, his corpse splayed out on the plaza like Aizawa-san. Luckily, Kurogyari groaned, and Izuku scuttled out of the way as the man rose to his feet. I'm fine, Shigaraki Tamura, he assured them in his deep voice. Retribution is not necessary. What was that low-level grunt trying to do? Shigaraki hissed at Izuku. He's just protecting me, Izuku repeated. That's my childhood friend, Katsuki. He hated when Kazuko would beat up on me, but there's not much he could do, considering that Kazuko could control the flames from his explosions as well. Izuku was well aware of the irony of casting Kaken in an heroic role against himself. F off, Deku. Deku? Shigaraki asked, a dangerous edge to his voice. A childhood nickname. An affectionate one. Doesn't sound like a very affectionate guy. It's his way of showing he cares, Izuku explained frantically. Shigaraki looked unconvinced. He probably thought that you were threatening me, Izuku continued. Shigaraki's expression didn't change. Izuku was running out of options. Can you please, he's very sorry. I'm very sorry. Don't hurt him, please. Shigaraki stared at him for a long moment. It would send a message to All Might, he finally said thoughtfully. If we killed him. Don't you even think about it, motherfucker. I'll kill you first. Izuku's heart leapt into his throat. No one else could die on his watch, please. He likes All Might about as much as I do, he babbled. He was so upset when I told him about how All Might destroyed my dreams. Please, he supported me all this time. Kaken was mercifully silent above them, and Izuku fervently thanked the universe for small mercies. Fine, Shigaraki huffed. Kurogyri, warp him away. Don't you effing dare. Kaken screamed before he was swallowed up by a portal. Izuku hoped that Kurogyri hadn't warped him to someplace more dangerous than the USJ, but there wasn't much he could do about that now. At least he was out of the line of fire. Izuku allowed himself to breathe a small sigh of relief. If I can't kill him, can I kill the rest of these extras? Shigaraki asked, turning his attention to the students in the plaza. More had joined the group since Izuku had been stalling. They'd kept calm and quiet, and several of them were huddled together, discussing extraction plans, Izuku hoped. But he wished now that they had regrouped somewhere far, far away. Please don't. His voice was weak even to his own ears. Why shouldn't I? Shigaraki slanted an expectant look at Izuku. Why shouldn't he? Because Izuku had already seen 2 heroes die in front of him today, testaments to his failures. Because these students were his responsibility and he knew their names and their hopes and their fears, and if any of them died, a part of Izuku would die with them. Because their deaths would be senseless, useless things, sacrifices to a madman's estism. Because he'd see their faces in his dreams, accusing, condemning. Because Izuku had known them for less than a week, and he already loved them. But he couldn't say any of that. They're innocent of all of this, Izuku replied. He couldn't think of any other excuses. His mind was blank. He stared at the huddled group of students and prayed that they'd just run. They aren't guilty of All Might's crimes. You really are a hero, aren't you? Shigaraki asked, his mouth quirked into a smile. His eyes were humorless. I don't think so, Izuku replied, the first truth he'd told Shigaraki. I'm not sure I'll ever be a hero. You seem pretty heroic to me. Tell me, Nobu, would you die for them? If he said no, Shigaraki would take that as permission to do whatever he liked to the rest of the students. Any of Izuku's protests would only mildly slow him down. And if Izuku changed his answer to yes, then Shigaraki would be less than pleased about that. He seemed childishly unhappy about any sort of change or unexpected roadblock. What else could he say? Yes, he answered helplessly, truthfully. Yes, I would. Shigaraki pouted. How disappointing. You're more boring than I thought you were. Ah well, we'll see how long that lasts. Numu. This was it. Izuku swallowed thickly. He'd bought them some time at least. He'd done that much. He was going to die, but maybe his classmates would survive. Maybe, just maybe, he had stalled long enough for them to engineer their own escape. He could only hope. Shigaraki jerked his head toward Izuku. Get rid of him. There was a blur at the corner of his vision and then a thundering impact along the side of his body. The world went black. Villain attack at UA. Updated 3 minutes ago. At 1:15 p.m. today, April 8th, villains invaded UA High School and attacked one of the first-year heroics classes, Class 1A. No details are known about this attack, but representatives from the Night Eye Agency and the police were observed arriving on site. No casualties have been reported, but several people have sustained grievous injury and were rushed to the Mustafu General Hospital. The incident is under control, Netsu told the assembled press. The safety and the well-being of our students is our top priority here at UA, and thanks to the timely intervention of All Might and our other staff members, all of the Hero Corps students are unharmed. Several heroes and associated staff were harmed in the course of duty, but are expected to make a full recovery. However, anonymous sources say that the rescue of the students was not as straightforward as the school suggests. One student from another department told us, I heard that the students were trapped with the villains for almost half an hour. And apparently one of them was almost killed. Questions about UA's security are already being raised. How could this have happened at a school that claims to have the best security in Japan? Asked Dibu Ryuzaki, Japan's Minister of Education. Just yesterday, there was a major gate malfunction, and now villains have managed to infiltrate the school and threaten our children. UA's failing security could have disastrous consequences for these children and for Japan as a whole. Mirio, hey, have fun at the USJ today. I really like that area as a 1 year. Izuku, thanks. I will. Izuku, be careful today, okay? Mirio, I will. Don't worry about me. Mirio, oh god, I just heard. Mirio, are you okay? Mirio, apparently no one died okay. Mirio, that's good. Mirio, hey buddy, I know you have a lot going on, but... Mirio, please text me back. Mirio, hey, sorry for all the texts, but... Mirio, heard there were some bad injuries. Mirio, are you okay? Mirio, it's not like you not to text back. Mirio, maybe your phone's off. Mirio, or was destroyed or something. Mirio, okay, it's really like you to get hurt though. Mirio, please text back. Please. Mirio, please don't have done something stupid. Mirio, I'm calling sir. Transcript of phone conversation made from an internal UA line from Sir Night Eye, HID 8082956, to Midoriya Inko. Midoriya, hello, this is Midoriya Inko speaking. Is this about my son? Night Eye, hello Inko. Midoriya, Osamu? This isn't from your personal, oh no. Night Eye, Inko. Midoriya, oh no, oh no, oh no. Night Eye, Inko. Izuku is fine. He's fine, I promise. Please, breathe with me. Midoriya, panicked breathing, slowly decreasing in speed. Night Eye, good, very good. I'm sorry, Inko, I didn't think about what you'd assume, getting a call from this number. Midoriya, why are you calling now then, Osamu? And from UA? Night Eye, well, Izuku is going to be fine, but... Midoriya, oh no, Osamu. Night Eye, he's injured. Midoriya, what happened? It's only the first week of school. Night Eye, there was a villain attack, and Izuku well... Midoriya, are the other students okay? Night Eye, yes, they're unharmed, thanks to Izuku. Midoriya, of course he did. Reckless, heroic son of mine. Night Eye, chuckles, he is that. We've sent him to Mustafu General Hospital to recover, but he's healing fine. He has some cracked ribs and a concussion. Recovery girl healed him as best she could, but he needs overnight observation for the concussion. Midoriya, thank you, Osamu. Night Eye, don't thank me. I'm sorry I didn't do more to prevent this. Midoriya, I'll thank you if I like, sir. You're good to him. Will I see you there? Night Eye, at the hospital? Eventually. I have to interview the students and compile the intelligence brief, but after that I'll head over. Midoriya, good. Take care of yourself. Night Eye, thank you Inko. I'll see you later. Excerpt from Villainy, The Vilification of the Lower Class by Edward C. Rhodes, published in 2087. It was a vicious spiral. The fear of certain quirks made individuals with those quirks essentially unemployable. While there were quirk restriction and quirk disclosure laws on the books, the U.S. lagged behind in quirk non-discrimination legislation. It was far from the only country in which this was the case. In 2030, only Denmark, Sweden, and Finland had added quirk non-discrimination laws into their existing battery of non-discrimination legislature, and these were 3 of the countries with the smallest quirked populations. Many other countries had even gone a step further than the U.S. and added quirk registration laws to their anti-quirk laws. Thus, when applying for schools and jobs and housing, quirked individuals had to disclose their quirk along with a medical professional's assessment of their quirk. Certain quirks, striking mutation quirks, dangerous, transformation and emitter-type quirks, and any mental-based quirk, were severely discriminated against, and these quirked individuals disproportionately found themselves unemployed, homeless, and hopeless. Their children would be in the same position as well, as quirks were extremely heritable. Is it any wonder that these individuals would turn to crime when society left no other options open to them? Of course, since it was quirked people committing these crimes, the media was quick to slap the label villain on them as opposed to the quirked heroes. The damage of this terminology cannot be overstated. For generations, villain was the term for storybook criminals, larger-than-life characters without any sort of sympathetic backstory. Their purpose in these stories was to be a terrible, irredeemable character for the hero to overcome. So people didn't see the desperate person behind the criminal with a mutation quirk, they only saw a terrifying villain with spikes and claws. Thus, people with spikes and claws and other villainous quirks were seen as even more dangerous. This vicious cycle continues today, despite the dedicated work of quirk activists. Transcript of Debrief of Kuda Kuji by Nedzu, HID, 2333077, Sir Knight I, HID, 8082956, and Tsukachi Naomesa, PID, 005-580-296, April 8, 2179 at 3:15 p.m., Police Case Number 066187760. Nedzu, Kuda-kun, I will be serving as a translator today, as I am fluent in sign language. My words will be logged as your responses in the official transcript of this interview. Is this acceptable? Kuda, yes. Tsukachi, great. Thank you, Kuda, for staying after school for this. Kuda, of course. Is Midoriya okay? Knight I, a few broken ribs and a minor concussion. He'll be fine. Kuda, thank you. I was so worried about him. It's my fault that he was hurt. Nedzu, Kuda-kun, no, it's not your fault. Kuda, but it is. When the bird was captured, Midoriya had to talk to the villains to give me another chance. If I had just given the bird better instructions, then everyone would have been okay. Knight I, due to other factors, the heroes took long enough to arrive that Midoriya-kun would have had to stall regardless. This situation isn't your fault. Tsukachi, speaking of, how did you get the beacon out of the USJ? None of the other students have been able to give us a complete picture of that yet. Kuda, did they tell you about Midoriya's plans? Tsukachi, yes, we've covered both of them. Kuda, okay, so Midoriya subtly handed me the beacons before he went to talk with the villains. And I had no idea what to do with them. Midoriya's plans were better than anything I could come up with. So I was frantically trying to think of something when Uraraka arrived with Tsuyu and Ida in tow. And then I realized that we could adapt Midoriya's plan. So I mimed a quick outline of the plan to Uraraka, and I don't think she really understood much of it. But she did make the beacon weightless like she did, with the baseball in Sensei's quirk test. And then I threw it towards the ceiling, but I missed the hole in the glass. I didn't know what I should do, or if I should try again. But then the beacon unfolded legs like a spider, which was really disgusting, but it made me think of insects. I really don't like insects. I can talk to them, but they creep me out. But Midoriya was talking to the really scary villains, and I figured that talking to insects isn't half as terrifying as talking to those terrible people. So I asked a bunch of ants to crawl up the glass and push the beacon over to the hole in the glass. And then another bird was able to retrieve it after it floated out of the hole. It also ate a couple of the ants, I think. Knight I, that was quick thinking on your part. Kuda, not quick enough, but thank you. Nedzu, Kuda-kun, without you, your teachers and Midoriya-kun would have perished. Don't doubt that you are a true hero. Kuda, I hope for that to someday be true. Will you give Midoriya my best wishes? And tell him I'm sorry. Knight I will, but I doubt that he will accept your apology. He'll be grateful that your quick actions saved both him and the others. Kuda, thank you. Excerpt from Hero Analysis for the Present, Volume 4, by Midoriya Izuku. Copied from Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume 10. Hero name, Scheherazade. Legal name, unknown. Affiliation, Izuku, underground hero. Debut, unknown, late 2170, no earlier than September, no later than Dec. Quirk, unknown. A vocal quirk forces others to respond, but must have specific activation requirements since teammates do not necessarily respond after she talks to them. See, Underground Operation in Action. Video 34. Name comes from the fictional woman who delayed her death by telling stories every night. As an underground hero, unlikely that this would provide a hint to the activation condition since that would be suicidal, but very likely that she primarily uses her quirk as a stall tactic. Skills: long-term undercover work, bust of double S dealers in 2171 with mask, see, mask unmasks drag ring, in the Tokyo Herald, hand-to-hand combat, see, underground operation in action. Video 34. And some guys get Buttes beat. Diffusing tense situations, rescued hostages in Saitama bank robbery, see stills 2B, 14, and 22 from public criminal case filing 210221743B. Background. Mask has claimed in an interview that Scheherazade and Mask were classmates, but Mask is known for purposefully misleading fans. So this may or may not be true. We don't even know where Mask went to school, so this isn't helpful at all. There's a picture from 2176 of that year's batch of Ayakuk interns that got archived on Hero Info before Ayakuk took it down, and one of them looks somewhat similar to Scheherazade. Scheherazade is a very nice hero, and she signed the letter that Ayakuk sent me after the incident. I've talked to Sir and Bubble Girl about her quirk. Apparently, if she starts to say anything with a narrative, the listener will feel an intense urge to complete the story truthfully to the best of their ability, so useful for both stalling and interrogation. Her hero name is more on the nose than expected, although I suppose even knowing the activation requirements, you can't stop it. She's apparently very good at phrasing things for her teammates in non-narrative form. The hostages are inside. I can see them. There are villains there. 12. Versus, it looks like 12 of the villains brought the hostages here and tied them up. According to Bubble Girl, Scheherazade and Mask are engaged, but she was told this by Mask, so we're back to square one with that. Transcript of debrief of All Might, HID, 4542298, by Nedzu, HID, 2333077, Sir Knight I, HID, 8082956, and Tsukachi Naomesa, PID 005-580-296, April 8, 2179 at 4:50 p.m., police case number 066187760. All Might, this isn't being recorded? Sir Knight I, just audio, not video. Oh, good, that's good. Tsukachi, are you alright Toshi? All Might, will Midoriya Shounen be okay? Nedzu, he has some cracked ribs and a concussion. Sir Knight I, he had pretty extensive internal injuries. If Recovery Girl had gotten to him 10 minutes later, she wouldn't have been able to do much. She can't take blood out of the abdominal cavity. Nedzu, Sir Knight? Sir Knight I, what? He's not a student or a reporter. It's not necessary to feed him the party line. Izuku currently has cracked ribs and a concussion because Recovery Girl's quirk can heal only as much damage as the person's energy can sustain. As it is, Izuku won't wake up for a couple of days at least. All Might, Sheet, I'm so sorry. Tsukachi, it's not your fault, Toshinori. You arrived as fast as you could. Sir Knight I, it wasn't fast enough. Nedzu, Sir Knight I, you are out of line. Do I have to ask you to leave the room like with Bakugo-kuin's interview? I understand that Midoriya-kuin's injury is upsetting. Sir Knight I, snorts, upsetting, yes, that's the word for it. Nedzu, but that is no excuse to vent your vitriol at All Might. This was not his fault. We were all expecting the attack at a different location. Sir Knight I, it took 20 minutes for the heroes to arrive, Nedzu. 20 minutes. The villains could have slaughtered them all. And it was only it was only Izuku who stood between them and wholesale destruction. Nedzu, it was a failure of information, Sir Knight I. We interpreted our data erroneously. That isn't All Might's fault, is it? Sir Knight I, no. I suppose not. Nedzu, and Eraserhead and 13, who also bought time for the children, are you discounting their sacrifices? Was this their fault? Sir Knight I get it, Nedzu. Pause. All Might, Osama. Sir Knight I, muffled, I'm sorry, Toshi. Clear. I shouldn't have taken it out on you. Of course it's not your fault. It's not your fault either. Sir Knight I, alright, let's move on. All Might, wait a sec. Sir Knight I do want to be able to visit Izuku at the hospital, so can we continue? I'm sorry that my outburst derailed us. Nedzu, sighs. Yes, that would be for the best. All Might, if you would describe for us your encounter with the villains at the USJ? Yes, alright. I suppose I should start from when I arrived? Tsukachi, yes, that's fine. When you're ready. All Might, the doors were closed shut when I got there. I had around 20 other teachers with me, I don't remember their names. Nedzu, that's fine. We have records of which teachers participated in the battle. Amit, that's good. Then, I broke down the doors since they were unresponsive to our UA keycards. When the dust cleared, I saw the two leaders, one made of mist and the other one covered in hands. In front of them was Eraserhead, who was motionless on the ground, and a gigantic monster. It had pitch-black skin, a beak, and its brain was exposed. Night Eye, the mist man is Kurogiri and the man with the hands is Shigaraki Tamura. Amit, yes, thank you. I didn't catch their names. Or maybe I didn't remember them. You remember how bad my memory is. Chuckles. Pause. Amit, yes, well anyway, where was I? Tsukachi, the Numu I believe. Amit, oh right. The monster was staring at a small, crumpled form, which I realized was Midoriya Shounen. I didn't know what had happened to him, but the sight of him and Eraserhead enraged me. The Shigaraki, I suppose, was excited to see me, because apparently these villains had broken into UA with the sole purpose of killing me. Nedzu, I do doubt that, but continue. Tsukachi, you doubt that, principal? But multiple students have testified to the same. Nedzu, oh no, I'm sure that is what the villains were saying. They certainly all claim to be attacking UA to kill All Might, but consider, why would they undergo such a risky plan to attack a hero who regularly makes appearances in the surrounding area? Sir Night Eye, they specifically wanted to attack All Might at UA. Nedzu, exactly. In their stated mission, they failed grievously. For here is All Might, alive and as healthy as he could be. But they have succeeded in what was almost certainly their real goal. They have undermined both UA and myself. Sir Night Eye, I would accuse you of narcissism, but... Nedzu? Yes, you see it as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Midoriya has come to the same conclusion. We were operating under the assumption that the only reason villains would attempt to overcome UA's legendary security was to attack a target that could only be located here, our students. But we failed to consider the larger picture. UA is kept independent and secure because of its reputation, a reputation that All Might has only bolstered by his association with us and his recent appointment here. Tsukachi, so if UA's reputation were to suffer, Sir Night Eye, so would All Might's and vice versa. Nedzu, these villains are focused not only on killing All Might, but destroying his reputation and the reputation of anything associated with him. They wish for nothing less than the downfall of the symbol of peace and the society built around him. Silence. Tsukachi, well if dash. Hizashi, ish today. Your favorite tongue sticking out. Shoyuta, hey Hizashi. Hizashi, yeah? Shoyuta, I love you. Hizashi, aw Shoyuta. I love you too. Hizashi, there's an alarm. Hizashi, where are you? Hizashi, intruders at the Ust Shoyuta. Hizashi, Shoyuta please text me back. Hizashi, they say that it's touch and go Arin. Hizashi, listen Shoyuta, if you don't make it I'll kill you myself. Hizashi, it's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. Hizashi, one of your kids is in here too. Hizashi, his mom brushed out my hair earlier tonight. Hizashi, she was so worried and frantic and Sir Night Eye was trying his best to calm her down but he's kinda a hot mess. Hizashi, at the emotions thing I mean. Hizashi, I know that I have no room to call anyone else a hot mess. Hizashi, so you don't have to drag me, I did it myself. Hizashi, anyway Yeshi Obs needed something to do so I played up my old shoulder injury. Hizashi, and she brushed out my hair. Hizashi, she's asleep now. Hizashi, Sir Night Eye's still awake. Hizashi, I wonder if the kid's his in turn. Hizashi, the one you were telling me about with the kidnapping case. Hizashi, the kid's mom is asleep on Night Eye's shoulder. Hizashi, it's unbearably cute. Hizashi, like he's all stern and sheet and so professional. Hizashi, but there's this motherly sweet woman drooling on his shoulder. Hizashi, and he's oh so careful not to disturb her. Hizashi, I miss you Shoyuta. Hizashi, wake up soon. Unnumbered letter, collected in Destro's Complete Collected Letters, complied by Ishikawa Kazue, banned in 2060. To those who are in power, who enforce their control over the free will of others, I address this letter. You are scared. I can understand that. What man has not quavered in the face of overwhelming force? When the Persians fell upon the Greeks at Thermopylae, with a force 100-fold greater, the Greeks surely shook in their boots and prayed to their gods. Yet they held their ground, and although they perished, they are immortalized forever for their bravery. To fear is to be human, but to be a coward is not. You speak of the danger arising from the use of special abilities. You claim that deregulating special abilities will bring chaos, disorder, and the fall of society. You liken the use of special abilities to a weapon, and say that free use of them will lead to violence across the country. This rhetoric is inherently flawed at its most basic premise. Special abilities are not weapons, for a weapon, by its very definition, is separate from the person that wields it. A special ability is more akin to an arm, a hand, an eye. It is a part of a person's identity. Your logic falls apart at the slightest breath of air, but then, logic is not what you are concerned with. Leaders, your cowardice is showing. You try to alienate us from the best parts of ourselves. You call them quirks, strange, unusual traits. You claim that they could be used for harm, discounting the characters of those that have these special abilities. But the truth is that you are afraid that if you let everyone use their special abilities, they will realize that yours is a corrupt, oppressive regime and they will overthrow you. You are half right, but not for the reasons you think you are. There will be a revolution. But it will not be because special abilities were unregulated, it will be because of your regulations. See the folly of your ways or be the first to fall. From Tsukachi Neomesa, Tsukauchin at npac.go.jp to Sir Night I, Sir Night at nighti.or.jp. Centipeder at nighti.or.jp. Awada Karakoko Bubblegirl at nighti.or.jp. CC, All Might at mighty.or.jp. Sansatamakawa, Sansat at npac.go.jp. Nedzu at ed.jp. Subject, League of Villains. I've been searching in our records and I've been leaning on organized crime, but so far it looks like no one from any division has heard of these guys before. I don't know how they recruited this many small-time villains. Every one of the guys we picked up has a rap sheet. I certainly don't know how someone or something like Numo flew under our radar. We recovered the body of Numo. It landed not too far from the USJ, but the force of All Might's punches combined with the height from which it eventually fell means that a lot of the external features are too damaged to be of any use in identification. The folks down at the lab are going to hold off on the autopsy until I give the word. I'd like to have Midoriya's ideas about this before I proceed. He's the only one that was really able to observe Numu or talk to the villains at length. He's likely to have unique insight on this. I'll keep you abreast of any developments on our end. Let me know when Midoriya-kun wakes up. Tsukachi Neomesa. From Sir Night I, Sir Nai at nighti.or.jp to Tsukachi Neomesa, Tsukauchin at npac.go.jp. Centipeder at nighti.or.jp. Awada Karakoko Bubblegirl at nighti.or.jp. CC, All Might at mighty.or.jp. Sansatamakawa, Sansat at npac.go.jp. Nedzu at ed.jp. Subject, League of Villains. Tsukachi? I highly doubt that this Numu flew under the radar entirely. Bubble Girl is combing back through incident reports for anyone fitting its description or any mention of something like it in our criminal interviews. Our records are broader than police records, and I've got Ayakuk pressuring other hero agencies for their intelligence briefs and incident reports. Since Eraserhead is one of theirs, all of the underground heroes are up in arms. We'll find something, I'm sure. Midoriya-kun is still asleep. The doctors are expecting him to wake up sometime today. Serne, Poxmup. Wow, okay, so we all knew that Tornadum was a piece of shit, but I'm still surprised about the bullshit he spouted today. https www.youtube.com watch VDQW4W9WGXEQ. Alright, almighty. MG, what the F dash? He really just said that corkless PPL are a waste of space. He said that on national television. What the F? Goddess Sanic. Oh yeah, but nothing's gonna happen to him like usual. It's gonna be like the Grandstander incident from 10 years ago. And Grandstander actually flat out killed a corkless person. Alright, almighty. Wait, what the F dash? Cookie Monster. Oh baby, you don't know about Grandstander aka Grand Slaughter? Okay, sit tight and get ready for a history lesson because I was in the midst of this when it all went down. 10 years ago, Grandstander was a small-time mainstream hero. He'd been sidekicking for Jocular up in Hokkaido, but Hokkaido was too small for this grand boy. He wanted money and fame and all the shit that careless men with good quirks and a bad work ethic want. So he moved down to the Tokyo area and started his own agency, which stupid as F dash, because you can't break into the Tokyo scene unless you went to UA and sidekicked with someone in the top 10, which a Grandstander definitely didn't. Small-time boys from Hokkaido ain't gonna make it big, no matter how much they whine. So yeah, he's in Tokyo now and he's in a bad neighborhood, which of course means one with a lot of poverty, a lot of mutation quirks, and, of course, a number of quirkless people. His agency, which is just him and his best friend, looks like it's doing well on paper, but Grandstander fell into the trap that all country boys do. Oh look, there's so many areas of Tokyo that aren't well patrolled. Yes, there's quite a few, and that's because no one cares about the 30 pickpockets you caught in an area populated by people that no one cares about. You aren't gonna be on the news, and your neighborhood won't be thankful either, because they know how it goes with gung-ho boys like you. And sure enough it did. Grandstander claimed that Kisakawa Yukio was assaulting her boyfriend, but eyewitness accounts clearly show that Grandstander picked a fight with the boy, who had a particularly menacing mutation quirk, like we don't know what that's code for, and Yukio intervened. Grandstander purposely and knowingly slapped his hand on her chest, sending shockwaves through her body, pulverizing her internal organs. He got more news time for this incident than he had in his entire heroic career. And it was clear to all of us who was the victim in the eyes of the public. What a scandal! What a shame! But this was a case of a quirkless person being in the wrong place at the wrong time, and what did she expect, hanging around lowlifes in those sorts of neighborhoods? So once again, her quirklessness made her a darling angel who couldn't possibly protect herself, but also made her responsible for any situation she ended up in, since she should have known it was too dangerous, and she should have been more careful. I was friends with Yukio. We went to the same middle school, and we bonded over being quirkless. I am viscerally aware that what happened to her could happen to me. To any of us. Sure, it wasn't a hate crime, but a year later, Grandstander lost his hero license for assaulting a quirked man. That was where the Hero Public Safety Commission drew the line, not at quirkless death, but at quirked injury. If the quirked man had died, I'm sure Grandstander would be in jail now. So people will gasp over insensitive remarks and cry over the poor, innocent quirkless souls who die at the hands of villains and heroes alike, but we're all very aware that to them, we are a waste of space. Disposable. This is old news. Sir Centipeder, the group from the office is here, sir. Night Eye, I told you they wouldn't let anyone but Inko into the room. Centipeder, doesn't matter. Centipeder, we have some get well cards. Centipeder, and I think we'd all like the reassurance that he's breathing. Night Eye, fair enough. I'll come down and grab you. Centipeder, are you doing okay, sir? Night Eye, I'm fine. Centipeder, with all due respect, sir, that's bullshit. Centipeder, we've been working together for over 10 years now. Centipeder, you're barely keeping it together. Centipeder, let me help. Centipeder, we're a team, aren't we? Night Eye, thank you, but I'm fine. Night Eye, truly. Personal account of an urban legend about a man who could give and take quirks, collected from Fujita Miyu, 87. In Niigata, collected by Saito Ayano in recording destroyed in 2150, surviving transcript is archived in the Saito house. Recording starts. I know that he won't come after me. Yoshi and Kiso were the ones who did it, and it's been 50 years. I bet he doesn't even remember me. Maybe he's dead. And even if he is alive and he does remember, he probably didn't see my face, right? I've survived all these years. I'm sure I'll be okay. But in the back of my mind, I think, sorry, I didn't mean to ramble. You wanted to know about the man who could give and take quirks. There were legends about him in the circles I ran in. All for one, some called him. One older man called him the Eye Keeper, but I sure as hell don't know what that means. No one really thought he was real. Except for that older man though, I think his name was Yoshiyama? Yamaguchi? Something like that. He claimed that his grandfather had been killed by the man. But he also claimed that he was going to live on the moon and that he'd married a princess once upon a time, so none of us really believed anything he said. So it wasn't like we were looking for all for one. Or even watching out for him. We were just trying to make a couple bucks by hitting this drag den. It was double us, so, common, but big money. We'd steal a couple kilos, sell some of it for a few grand, and keep the rest to keep us happy for a while. We didn't think anyone was there. No one should have been there. But we were sneaking through the warehouse and my friend screamed. It was the most chilling sound I've ever heard. She screamed and then there was a snap, and the man was there, and he was wreathed with flame. That was Kisa's quirk. Flame halo, she called it. Pretty useless for heroics but good for intimidation if you used it right. It wasn't just flame in a halo either. There was something else to it, something more. My point is, Kisa's quirk was unique, but somehow this man had it. I barely had time to process that before Yoshi screamed too. The fires flickered out, but there was only a moment of darkness before Yoshi started to burn. It was Kisa's flames, but they were inside of him somehow. They were right under his skin, burning him from the inside out. And he screamed and he screamed and he screamed. I ran. My clothes stank of charred flesh. I smelled it for weeks, even after I washed my clothes and cut off my hair, even after Kisa returned to our flat, blank-faced and hollow-eyed. She didn't cuss me out for running and leaving her there. She just whispered, he took it, and stared off into nothing. She died 2 months later. Brain aneurysm, the doctors said, but I doubt that was the real reason. For the last 2 months of her life, she didn't have a quirk. I think that's what killed her. And I never saw Yoshi again. Recording ends. Izuku woke with a scream lodged in his throat. He gasped past it as his fingers scrambled for purchase. His ribs screamed as he jolted up to a sitting position. The ground was soft beneath him, but there was the cold bite of metal right next to him. Izuku, calm down. Izuku, you're fine, breathe. The familiar voice broke through his panic. He tried to obey and slow his frantic breaths. That's it, Sir Knight, I soothed him, rubbing small circles on his back. That's it, in and out. Breathe with me. Izuku finally registered that he wasn't in the USJ. He was in a hospital, and Sir Knight I was perched in an armchair next to Izuku's bed. And when he realized that, the events of the afternoon came flooding back. Izawa-san, Izuku gasped out when he could. Sir, I'm so sorry. I tried and then he burst into tears. It was too much. He could hear the crack of Izawa's head against the pavement, could see the slow seep of blood, could feel the warmth of the spatter of it on his cheeks. Izuku, it's fine. Sir Knight I awkwardly gathered Izuku into a loose hug. At any other time, Izuku would be embarrassed, both by his tears and by the fact that his emotional display forced Sir Knight I to comfort him, but the physical contact was too good, too necessary. He hung onto Sir's shirt and cried into his shoulder. It's fine, Sir repeated. Izawa is going to be okay. The shock of it stopped Izuku's tears. What? I thought I saw him, he was dead. Izuku could feel Sir's sharp intake of breath. You thought No, he's alive. He hasn't woken up yet and we won't know the status of his eyes until he does, but he's alive. Oh, Izuku said, and then collapsed back into tears. Are those happy tears? Sir asked, still rubbing circles on Izuku's back. Izuku nodded into his shirt. Sir Knight I chuckled lightly. Good. And you'll be happy to know that 13 is fine as well. And the rest of the class? Izuku hiccuped through his sobs. They're fine, Sir reassured him. The heroes arrived just after Numa hit you. You were the only injury. He pulled back enough to look sternly into Izuku's eyes. And don't think we won't talk about that. I know I effed up, Izuku mumbled into Sir's chest, ducking away from his stare. I should have been able to get one little beacon out . No, Sir interrupted harshly. No, you aren't allowed to do that to yourself. What? Sir gently resettled Izuku against the cushions and handed him a few tissues to wipe away his tears. Izuku tried not to stare at the wet patch on Sir's shirt. You're not allowed to criticize yourself for situations that you handled well, Sir told him. I didn't handle it well, Izuku protested. I got Shuji and Ashido warped away, and then I dash. Izuku, Sir interrupted. Look at me. Obediently, Izuku looked up at his mentor. Sir locked eyes with him and laid a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I am proud of you, he told Izuku. Utter conviction rang in his voice. Izuku, his voice cracked. He swallowed thickly. I am so proud of you. Sir's words hit Izuku in the small, wounded part of him. The one that sounded like the bullies, like Kaken, like the dismissive adults and the apathetic teachers. The one that reminded him that he wasn't ever good enough, couldn't possibly be, not weak, quirkless Izuku. I'm proud of you. The words echoed in his head and he clutched them close. Sir Night-Eye was proud of him. Izuku started to bawl again, and without any hesitation this time, Sir gathered Izuku into his arms. The cold metal of the bed railing pressed into Izuku's hip, but he ignored the small discomfort. He clung to Sir desperately and tucked his head underneath his chin. They stayed like that for several long minutes until the position started to make Izuku's chest ache. His shifting alerted Sir, who rearranged him on the pillows again while informing Izuku that his ribs would be very delicate for a while, and that he shouldn't shift position too much, although that was my fault. Sir also discreetly handed Izuku more tissues so he could dry his eyes again. He noticed Sir surreptitiously wiping a tissue under his own eyes as well. Izuku, Sir continued seriously once they were both settled, I do want to make it clear that you did the best you could in that situation. Your actions saved 22 people, including yourself, from grievous harm or death. But I am concerned about this pattern. What pattern? The one where you place yourself in danger in order to save others. It's not Izuku protested. Not a pattern? Sir finished the sentence. The sludge incident, the USJ. 2 data points does not a conclusion make. Don't steal my lines, replied Sir with a hint of a smile. And don't think Inko hasn't told me all about your childhood misadventures. Izuku huffed, leaning back into the pillows. You and my mom are conspiring against me. Sir Night-Eye snorted. That's one word for it, I suppose. He straightened up, the humor falling away from his face. But Izuku, I am deadly serious. Your mother and I are worried for you. We both, well, Inko's been handling this incident well. So far, however, I have not. Really? Izuku asked in disbelief. While I am heartened by your faith in me, yes, I've been faithful. So far I've yelled at 3 nurses, 1 doctor, a traumatized student, and All Might. So I'm sure that both the hospital staff and my colleagues will be glad to hear that you've woken up. All Might. I know you get along with him very well, but we have surprisingly incompatible personalities for 2 people who worked closely together for a number of years. No, Izuku clarified. I mean, why did you yell at All Might because I was in the hospital? Sir Night-Eye sighed and removed his glasses to rub at the bridge of his nose. I yelled at him because I was frightened for you. And mad at myself. We shouldn't have assumed the attack would be focused on the 3rd years, and because of that, you were hurt. I'm fine. You could have died, Sir Night-Eye interrupted harshly. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You could have died. I had to save them. And I'm proud of you for it, but Izuku, listen to me. Sir Night-Eye gripped his hand with both of his own. They were shaking. Izuku noticed. You matter. Your life matters. You are so important to me and your mother and your friends and the world. I wouldn't go that far. I would. Izuku was struck silent by the burning conviction in Sir's words. I would. You're the best of us, Izuku. You're 15 and there are already about 50 people that owe you their lives, and that's just the ones you directly saved. You've closed over 24 cases while you've been with us. You inspire so many people around you to do better, to be better, to strive for more. You are bright and brilliant and I don't want the world to snuff you out. Please, Sir Night-Eye pleaded. Please consider the worth of your own life. What worth? Izuku automatically wanted to ask, because for all Sir's pretty words and nice intentions, Izuku couldn't help but think he was a little biased. If any of his classmates had died, Izuku knew that not only would their families and friends be devastated, but the world would have lost a fantastic potential hero. If Izuku had died, Mom and Sir would be sad, and so would the rest of the agency, but really, another analyst could fill Izuku's position. They'd probably make fewer mistakes than Izuku as well. But Sir and Mom, they would be really sad if he died. And maybe if he worked harder, became sharper and more cunning, then he wouldn't have to put himself in dangerous situations. He'd just have to become good enough to not worry everyone. It was an actionable plan. Izuku nodded to himself. I'll try, Izuku promised. I don't really think I can believe all that, but I can. I'll try to consider you and Mom and everyone. Before I put myself in danger again. Good. Sir Night-Eye squeezed his hand one last time before he let it go. He straightened in his chair and cleared his throat. Now that we're good with that, there's a few logistical things we need to settle before I call the nurse. Okay. First, you're not to come into the office until you finish a full week of school without incident. What? Izuku exclaimed. That's not fair. It's not a punishment dash. I should be pulling even more hours. You guys will need all hands on deck for the League of Villains, and we're already overworked dash. Izuku dash. We should be getting more interns, not fewer dash. Izuku. Sir snapped. Izuku settled down with a mullish cast to his mouth. You're a gentle soul until someone requests that you don't do work for a couple of weeks. You have a mild concussion, which means you need to not read and not write and not think too much. I'm going to go insane. You're going to take care of yourself is what you're going to do. The exception to this rule is that you can come in to give your statement to us and get showered in get-well-soon gifts from the agency. Tsukachi also has some questions about Numo for you. Can I get people to follow up on my hunches at least? Sir frowned. They're all busy, to be honest. You have great ideas, but if they can wait for dash. If I find a new intern, can they follow up on my hunches? Sir Night-Eye paused and narrowed his eyes at Izuku. How long have you been planning to bring this up? Izuku shrugged. Just a couple days. It's been percolating. Sir sighed. All right, fine. I'll talk to them and see if they're a good fit for the agency. And then if the new intern agrees to work with us, they can follow up on your hunches. Name. Izuku typed it out on Sir's phone. Please don't tell them that I recommended them, though. Sir stared at Izuku for a long moment and then sighed again. I don't know what this is about, but sure. I won't. Thanks, chirped Izuku. What was the other problem? Sir grimaced. It's not quite a problem, Pressy. But Nedzu, Tsukachi, Inko, and I all agree that you should start seeing a therapist. What? Why? Izuku, Sir said, his gaze soft and sympathetic. You've had several traumatic experiences in a short amount of time. First the kidnapping, then this. It helps to have someone with whom you can discuss those sorts of experiences. Can't I just talk to one of you guys? Izuku asked a little desperately. Someone at the agency? It's a lot of money and dash. We care for you and we understand what you've been through, Sir replied. But no, we're not trained therapists, so we're more likely to make things worse than to make things better. And as for cost, Nedzu's providing the therapist through UA, so your mother won't have to pay anything. What if I don't want to talk about it? Then you don't. But you need to attend therapy, even if you spend the whole hour doodling or twiddling your thumbs. Izuku couldn't express the mixture of emotions churning in his gut, shame, guilt, fear, a hint of betrayal, so he slumped back on the pillows and acquiesced with the barest nod. He wouldn't talk to the therapist, but if it meant so much to Sir, then he'd go. Sir Night-Eye gave him a relieved smile, which made Izuku instantly feel terrible about his internal resolution not to talk to the therapist. Sir pressed the nurse call button. Thank you, Izuku. I appreciate you being accommodating about this. Can you get my mom, please? Izuku asked as Sir rose to his feet. I'd like to, dash. Sir Night-Eye smiled fondly at him. Of course, I was planning to. Rest well, Izuku. I'll try, Izuku promised. And that's all I can ask for. Sir ruffled Izuku's hair briefly before the arriving nurse chivied him out. He really would try, Izuku told himself. He'd get better so that he could be better. And then this would never happen again. Sir Night-Eye, how do I stop him from getting hurt? Night-Eye, Do I fire him? Advise Inko to pull him out of UA? Knight, would that even help? Knight, I've never used my quirk on him, you know. Knight, at first it was just because he was an intern and I didn't know him well enough to even think of doing so. Knight, but then I knew him and I cared about him, and now. Knight, now I'm afraid that I'll see him dead in an alley, too young, his eyes wide open and glazed over. Knight, or maybe ripped apart by a monster, not even enough of a body to identify him. Knight, or maybe he'll be screaming my name and I won't be there. Knight, and he'll be dead. Knight, lying on a hospital bed, not breathing. Knight, I have dreams about it sometimes. Knight, but I can't use it. I can't know for sure. Knight, because the only thing worse than this uncertainty would be the truth. Knight, I'm sorry. I've probably woken you by now. Centipeder, it's fine, sir. Centipeder, I think Midoriya scared all of us. Centipeder, but remember you aren't alone. Centipeder, he isn't alone. Knight, I know. Knight, and he's capable. Honestly, if he wasn't, he and a number of others would already be dead. Knight, but I worry. Centipeder, as we all do. Centipeder, you're a good mentor, sir. I don't think you give yourself enough credit for that. Knight, I think I give myself as much credit as I deserve. Knight, thank you, Juso. Centipeder, of course, Osamu.